Hello all. Thanks for being here. Um, um, fuck. Sorry, I just literally got a message right now that threw me off. But all, thanks for being here. Very round table. Um, uh, yeah. Anyway, fuck. Sorry, I just got something that just threw me off. Hello all. Thanks for being here. We're back. We're gonna do a thing. Let's do that thing. Okay. Let's go to. Let's get these people all set up. Board. We're gonna have a good conversation about stuff, things. You'll enjoy it, or not. It doesn't matter really. Okay, so off we go. Let's join into this.
Overall performance and the overall debate. There was like a few moments that they just had no answer at all, and it was great.
Hey all. Thanks for being here. Yeah, continue on with the conversation. Something about lactoid winning debate. I've never seen that happen before.
That's misinformation or both.
It sounds like you got steamrolled.
I won a affirmative action debate on the merits.
Yikes.
So.
Well, I was not there, but I would say, it was like, to your credit, it was unfair. Like, people weren't giving you the space to like make your points, and I think that, at least to me, that's bad optically. Like, if you can't actually let you make a point, then like, I would allow you to make your best argument, and then I would go from there, as opposed to like just I don't know, filibustering, I guess.
No, you're really good at that. And letting people finish their points, not the filibustering thing.
Yeah. So you won a debate on affirmative action. Well,
yeah, absolutely.
Could you? Is it?
Didn't Thomas Sowell win that shit in like the 1970s, and the rest of you have been coping ever since?
Who's the rest of you?
The original Candace Owens.
Is this the start of a trend? Are you going to like? Do you want to take this to here?
I will not let that insult to fucking Thomas Sowell stand. Fucking call him the original Candace Owens.
This is he's not meaningful in the field. Like, if you talk to actual economists, like he's not even well respected for like any of his work in economics. He's just a black person who says that black people are lazy. That was that was his stick, and like conservatives love him. Like, he's speaking the truth. He's just telling it like it is. He offers nothing of value.
Yeah.
Next time, just say just to make it clear for everybody else, just say I haven't read any Thomas Sowell, and I like to hint at the idea that he's an Uncle Tom without any evidence.
I didn't say it at all. Although I would say that, but I didn't say that. but I was like, he said literally the black people got their culture from NASCAR. Like, it's historically inaccurate. Yes, he is. He said verbatim.
So if he said that, is that you? What you're telling me is you've never read Black Rednecks, White Liberals. You just heard other people that.
No, I heard Thomas Sowell say it from his own mouth.
Okay, I want to say just a quick couple of things. First of all, leaving aside the fact that he's a Harvard grad and also has a PhD from the University of Chicago, which is
cool. Doesn't make him credited.
Hold up, which is one of the most prestigious PhD programs in economics in the nation, probably the most. He also, like, all his opinions were not actually that far off from Milton Friedman, who won a Nobel Prize for economics. What are you talking about in terms of people just reject him?
I'm saying he's not respected as someone who like revolutionized the field of economics. The thing that he's known for, the thing that people claim. Well, he's not even known for economics, but the thing that like he built his accreditation in, like, he's not that different from the norm. He didn't change the game of econ. That's why when people actually know him for is calling black people lazy. None of his like econ work. Because everyone that went to Harvard isn't like, I'm sure he's an intelligent person, but that doesn't give him good morals, and that also doesn't make him like some revolution in the field of work. Like that's not what Harvard puts out.
Okay.
Can I
feel
ask?
like has anybody claimed here, or I'm just curious, who is it that claimed that Thomas Sowell revolutionized the field of economics?
Well, a better question would be, Bam.
You can make
what
that
ec-
claim
w-
without having to respond to anybody else. That's just his opinion about the person.
Right.
It's
Which
not-
economist would you
stupid.
say did
Don't get so
revolutionize the
meta
field?
about this.
Bam.
John Adams.
John Adams,
For sure.
the
What?
second president.
Absolutely.
He revolutionized
In what?
economics. Are you talking about Adam Smith or John Adams?
No, I'm
Yeah,
talking about
he
John
means Adam
Adams.
Smith.
Adam Smith too, but I'm talking about John Adams.
Maybe I'm. Hold on.
For sure. I took it. We spoke about him. We spoke because that's what everybody goes to Adam
Really?
Smith, the godfather of the Western econ. But John Adams, crap. We ended up talking about him in one of my macro classes. Like it's
I don't think
kind
he's
of-
talking about the second president.
I am
He's talking about a different John Adams.
no, I'm pretty sure I'm talking about the second president. I'm not making this up at all.
Really?
There was
Maybe
it was
just
kind,
his policies.
no, it was part of his thing whenever they were setting up the country. Like the reason he was the second president was related to like a lot of his economic policy. Like there was him, Thomas Jefferson. Thomas Jefferson was is really well known for his
Hello?
not legal.
Hello.
Ooh, I'm trying to remember what he did.
Hi. We can hear you. But go ahead,
I'm not
continue.
finding anything about economics from John Adams, at least not from his
Sure.
Wikipedia.
You got to go to his Conservapedia, obviously, Lactoid.
He was a
This man
lawyer.
Federalist.
Yeah, I mean, Hamilton, I think, was more influential for economics than Adams, but maybe I'm missing
Ooh.
something there. But
No, Hamilton was
The political
really
economy.
influential with
I
that.
really think you're thinking of Adam Smith. Like I really think.
I'm also
There's literally a book called The Political Economy of John Adams.
yeah, I believe that. Maybe you just he had particular economic policies, and maybe they were influential for the way that American history, the rest would govern. But he didn't revolutionize the field in terms of his theories or he wasn't an academic in the field of economics or anything like that. I don't believe he was just a lawyer.
read the book on it. Like I said,
I found it on JSTOR. Yeah. The
Yeah, I'm
exact
looking
title,
at
The
I'm looking at
Political
the.
Economy of John Adams.
I mean, I'll read it. Sounds interesting. I just, I
Is
feel
it a
like I have
compilation
six
of his writings?
Oh,
or is it something
Bea, stop.
oh, you're unmuted
Yeah.
in StreamYard.
Yeah. So
Oh,
you
that's
keep
why you're
yourself muted
echoing.
in StreamYard and then just talk through Discord. But it can continue. You can. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Ooh,
Yeah,
but
we can hear you.
I think Adam Smith is also a great answer. He's far
Yeah.
more influential than
You can
Thomas
repeat your
Sowell.
question, Bea, if you want to. Go ahead.
No, that's fine.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry. John Adams is not a particularly well-known economist. I'm looking at the political economy just from reading the preview. It's a question about whether or not John Adams had similar economic policy to Thomas Jefferson or Alexander Hamilton. It's not about him bringing forth any kind of
I mean,
you
I'm
talk
willing to read the
shit
book.
about Thomas Sowell. Okay, I'm just saying.
Right. It's you talk shit about Thomas Sowell, libertarians are gonna fucking pipe up.
All right.
Oh no, so scared. Libertarians.
Libertarians are gonna give you the pipe. Good to know. All right, let's let's
I
move
mean-
on.
You want it.
Only consensually,
Go to
right?
pork
Because that's
fest,
what
I
we're all
guess.
about.
It's all about non-aggression here. Okay, so we'll get started because we have everyone. Thanks all for stopping by. Hello all. This is the Reverie Roundtable, which we have Mondays at 8 p.m. Eastern. If you're watching us on Twitch, hit the subscribe button if you haven't done so yet. If you're watching us on the other way around. If you're watching us on YouTube, subscribe, but also do that on Twitch. There's lots of ways to support. Hit all the buttons, right? Pay all the money. It'll work out in the end, I think.
Mash your
So-
keyboard.
Just mash the keyboard, right? Thanks all. We have a great group of individuals here. Really excited to get to know them, to talk to them. I'll get to know them. I know I know most of these degenerates, unfortunately, but we got some new people here, and that makes me excited. So we'll start with our friend Lactoid. Lactoid, you're still here and still white. Go ahead.
I'm excited to talk about the first topic, the racialized issue, and I will give my white opinion. It'll be great. For those of you who want to see more white opinions, you can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Thanks.
Okay. Scott, thanks for coming
What's good?
back. Always nice to see you here, friend. How are you?
I'm doing all right. I'm Scott from Fabian Liberty. It's always fun to be here. See some new faces. Should be fun. If you want to check out some additional, mostly white opinions, I guess, since I'm mostly white, I guess my opinions are default white. I don't know. Check us out on Rumble, Fabian Liberty, or, YouTube. We'll be on Adam and Sitch tomorrow, around like 4. And then Wednesday, we have Carolyn Ann Harlos, who's the secretary of the LNC, Libertarian National Committee, to talk about, some of the stuff going on in Colorado, some of the party politics, optics, and, her opinions. She's a bit of the pink-haired hero, pink flame of liberty for anybody that's a hardcore libertarian. If you're not a libertarian, you probably have no idea who she is, but she's done amazing work. So, yeah, should be fun. Good week.
Okay. All right. So next is our friend Corey. Corey, thank you. I'm doing multiple things at once here, so my intros are off. But Corey, we love you. So there you go. That's all you need.
Absolutely. All you need is love, as they say. But super grateful to be here. Looking forward to getting into it with these familiar and fine faces and new faces. Where if you want some Canadian opinions, you can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv Corey Campbell 84. And you can find me on Twitter and Instagram. Literally, it's Corey Campbell. I'm a biochemist. I cover science, news, and research. And yeah, thank you so much. And looking forward to getting into it.
I want to clarify. I'm actually 2% Native American, so it's mostly white, along with Scott. So gross.
Good to know. That's a con. See, we need that because Doobie's not here. That would be Doobie's line, right? And then he mentioned how he's 6% black and how he should belong on all black everything, but of course, never over my dead fucking body. But here's a real black man, right, in the flesh. My man Bam, Black American made, one of our honestly one of our better people here, right? I can vouch for this guy. He's good.
Hold on, pause. Are you saying that Black American made is one of the good ones? Because I'm feeling uncomfortable right now.
Well, no, actually, I am, right? Because you know what? Bam comes on time. The rest of those motherfuckers on Abe, they don't, all right? So I'm just putting that out there. He is actually one of the good ones.
Yo, Prime, what are you trying to say about black people?
I'm saying they come to appointments late. I'm saying we cannot rely on them to stick to a schedule. That's what I'm saying.
That's
too
why
close
they deserve
it's
lower
still too
wages,
close
right?
to Juneteenth for this. I won't stand for this. I'm just gonna skip my turn. If you here for some black ass opinions, you'll listen to me right here. And also correct opinions. That's the thing. I am like 37-0 on these panels. I've received my trophy every week. And this week will be no different.
Okay. Let's move on to a brand new person. HPCR. Recommended to by my friend Connor. And, again, Connor's word is gold here, so I'm sure this man is amazing. If you disappoint us, right, of course, Connor and his family will suffer the consequences. But HPCR, thank you for being here. Introduce yourself to the audience and to me as well.
What's up, Prime? I'm HPCR. I do some informal debate stuff on various Discords. Shout out Citadel. But yeah, I'm just here to have a lively discussion about the various topics, and I'm excited to get into it. Thanks for having me on, and thanks Connor for the introduction.
Okay. All right, so let's go on to our friend Jay Chow. Jay Chow, thanks for coming through. I had a topic that I thought might interest him, and luckily he was free. Thanks for stopping by, friend.
Yeah, and thanks for the invite. I'm here to give the nerdy Asian opinions. Though I'm
really
surprised
representative.
my man Tiberius is not here. Did you invite him? He's gonna be really sad if you didn't invite him for this.
I over invited for this. I literally didn't have the space for everyone. I had to ask for someone's permission to disinvite them. So yeah. Okay, is that it? All right, moving on.
Oh yeah, dude,
That's his opening. Where's
A-
Tiberius?
Asian nerdy guy. I'm here for those opinions. I'm here to give those opinions. That's what you invited me for, right?
Yeah.
Nothing else.
No
Absolutely
comment.
nothing else.
No comment. We have another brand new person. I've actually talked to this person before, once on Wix panel, and then previously on in Doobie's private server. Though probably don't remember me doing that. But the person has a fiery personality. Love it. Want to see more of it. Right. Be a best friend to Scott, I'm sure. So let's introduce ourselves to our friend Bea. Or Bea. How do I pronounce that? I want to make sure I get it right.
B, like B, Arthur.
Oh, okay, B. Yeah, please.
I'm here obviously for one reason and one reason only, and it's to knit while I talk to a lot of you. Clearly, my opinion needs no qualifications or affirmative checks.
He's a woman.
All right, yeah. More femoids welcome. Let's go to our friend Counterpoints.
Now
I'll
that
let
is a slur. Don't
That's
ever
the-
call me a femoid ever again.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Counterpoints. Thank you, friend, for being here. One of our MVPs. How are you?
Oh,
whoops.
muted, I believe.
Okay. I mean, he's still
You
learning
know.
the ropes here, but MVP
Beautifully.
nonetheless.
How are you?
Fine, friend.
Yeah. Yeah, so my name's Connor. I run a YouTube channel named Counterpoints 40K. That's my main channel. That's where I do Warhammer 40,000 science fiction breakdowns. So if you're into Warhammer 40,000 lore or animated violence, go ahead and check that out. Link down in the description on that channel is my Counterpoints Coliseum, which is where I post debate VODs. And then finally Counterpoints, where I post my political essays. So if you're into political essays, YouTube debates, or Warhammer 40,000, then check it out. I try to approach things from a centrist perspective, but I drift right wing depending on the topic, and then sometimes I have some left wing sympathies, but I always try to qualify them and then add a little bit of racism so the lefties don't think that I'm one of them.
Parsley.
May I admit that I found you from Baltimore and Major Kill, two other big Warhammer 40K channels. So
That's awesome.
I don't want to say I know. So I didn't realize whenever people were talking about counterpoints for debate, I thought that must have been like contrapoints or maybe someone else. And I thought, why is this work? No, can't be
no
the
one
same
important.
One and the
person.
same. One and the
Person.
same.
Yeah, certainly not. We don't have important people on this channel. But
Hey!
That's why I'm still invited.
B, you sound a bit low. Are you using the right mic? It's like it doesn't sound like you're talking into that one. Maybe like a laptop mic, maybe. So just check your sound settings in Discord, just in case.
Let's figure this out. I really would like to go against type and say that I'm not. Wait. Hello?
Oh, there you go.
That sounds much better.
There you go.
There you go. Yeah.
There you go.
Okay.
I am not technologically challenged. I don't know if any of you could tell. My background is obviously in STEM and STEM law and other STEM gardening things. So usually
All right.
start with this.
Thank you so much. So we're gonna get started. All right. Topic 1. And this is a topic provided by our friend Bam. So shout out to Bam for always being a real one, helping us out. Topic 1. A woman and her teenage son were recently charged with murder after killing a man who assaulted her. The boy fired shots after his mother was repeatedly punched in the face. Police are constantly stating that they fear for their lives when faced with much less. So shouldn't this boy be innocent of this charge as well? So yeah, it's just like it sounds. It was like a hot dog stand or something. I don't know, like some sort of like food establishment. And there's video of this of at least the first half. I don't know if the second half has ever been released, but of this man getting an altercation with this woman, and wanting her to apparently leave the establishment. She doesn't, and then he just begins wailing on her. Right. Then her 14-year-old son produces a gun and shoots him. There's lots of the details that happens, that goes along with this, but the guy dies. And then they were at least the son was charged with murder. I forget what the lady was charged with. I think there might be. Go ahead.
They're
Also, he was
dropped.
charged
He
with
also
murder.
was.
Yeah, yeah, and apparently the charges have been dropped since like after I wrote all this, but
Like
whatever.
like today, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. But still, I want to talk about the principle of the matter. Like when you are defending someone, when I think it might be reasonable to say that their life is in danger. Like, why shouldn't private citizens be able to use force like this? So let's start with our friend Lactoid for introduction, opening statements here, and we'll go around. Lactoid.
Yeah, so I'm gonna read a little bit more as to why they were dropped because in the initial Twitter video, from what I saw, it appears justified in the sense of you have somebody who's throwing haymakers against somebody else, using firearm to defend that person is perfectly justified. But the article states that following this, the guy ran out of the restaurant and was running down the street when the 14-year-old walked out and started shooting down after the guy when he's running away. All right. So already at that point, we have a problem. Okay. Because if you're guy's running away and he's getting shot at in the back, that major issue with that, that should carry something. That should carry some kind of charge if that happened. The other thing that's alleged in the article is that apparently following this, the mother told the 14-year-old to shoot the witness, one of the witnesses that was standing there. And then they both jumped from the car and fled. Okay. So the actual in the video, the events in the video don't bother me as much as apparently what is alleged to have happened after the video. If it's true that he was shooting after the guy running away and that the mother was directing the 14-year-old to shoot witnesses, they should both go to prison. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you so much. Scott, please.
So I'm going to steelman the opposition here and add an additional detail, which is that after they fled the scene, they did not turn themselves into police until police were looking for them specifically as suspects. So the incident occurred on the 18th. They turned themselves in on the 24th, I believe. So six days later, or was it the 25th, which is today? So steel manning that, all of that together, I think it's perfectly justified self-defense. I don't care. And the reason I think it's perfectly justified self-defense is that if someone puts your life in danger or your mother's life in danger, and if you see the video, like it's not like he's trying to grab her and like throw her out the store. Like he has decided I'm gonna kill this bitch, right? Like he is waylaying on her face while her head is in a corner, right? Where she can't even move her head backwards. Which is likely like if without the firearm, that would have been an attempted murder charge, probably the way he was hitting her repeatedly. So I think it's perfectly justified to shoot this person. I also think it's perfectly justified to shoot someone that's running away from you. I don't understand this thing that people have. They're like, oh, well, he's running away. It's like, well, he just threatened my life, right? I don't understand this duty to retreat situation, which is I have no idea if his car is like right on the same block and he's running into his car to go grab a firearm and come back. As far as I'm concerned, until you're completely out of my purview, I'm justified in shooting you. In terms of the mother who said to kill the witnesses, I want more information because it is her claim, and even in the article it states this, that these people are egging on the fight. And so I don't know if this is just a traumatized person who had their head bashed into a corner by somebody and someone else was filming and egging it on and they feel like a co-conspirator that might also fucking attack them at any moment. They're a credible threat that didn't leave themselves from the situation. Ultimately, it doesn't really matter because they didn't die, they got in their car, and he didn't kill the witnesses, right? So whether or not they should be charged with something in terms of that later is that. But I'd be interested to see what other people's are. In terms of the comparison to cops, cops are already criminals, right, by their very nature of existence. So like anything you do to a cop is already self-defense, no matter what it is that a police officer is doing. I just think it's bad tactics to attack cops because it doesn't look good and people still simp for cops, but cops are criminals. They're oath breakers. Whatever happens to them, and I don't give a fuck.
All right. Well, if it happens in secret, there are no optics. So attack.
Yes. Yeah. If you can get away with fucking sniper rifle in a cop You know what I mean? And like
Uh,
nobody ever catches
in the
you.
video,
yeah.
yeah.
Hey,
okay. So,
Allegedly.
That's
so-
absurd.
Allegedly.
yeah.
Allegedly.
I
Thanks.
said why not, which is an open-ended question. I did not advocate.
Thank
one
you
do
for your
so.
opening.
B,
I
B.
repudiate Twitch mods. I repudiate this.
B and our DMs asked
Allegedly.
me like, "What is the line here?" That's the line. Don't do that, okay, please. So thank you. So let's go to Corey.
I'm just asking the questions, folks.
Yeah, well, okay. I'll try to keep it brief. But I guess maybe just FYI as like a PSA, that according to some people here, the state is unjustified. Just to get that out of the way. But yeah, as sort of already outlined, there's just in the two opening statements, there's like multiple perspectives here, and we'll probably never know the truth. Only the people involved will have some semblance of the truth, or the most accurate version of it. But so I don't have a lot to add based off of more or less. I'm in alignment with what Lactoid outlined in terms of like based off what's described in the article. If in fact it's true that the threat was neutralized and the person was running away and they were shot in the back, which that does appear to be the case, then I think pretty much I'm in alignment with Lactoid of like they're in the wrong. And I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you so much. Bam.
Mm-hmm. Because I brought up the topic and because I'm black, some people have assumed what my opinion is going to be on this topic. But I think that the short answer is this mother didn't love her son. When you look at the situation, when you look at like you're having an argument in a hot dog restaurant, a person is giving you a threatening position, like you're a tiny woman, it's not your battle to win. Like walk away. It's super not worth it. She didn't. I can understand the son being a 14-year-old boy. Like people are saying, like, oh, they don't teach people to fight. I get that 14-year-olds are like in the middle of puberty, but I can understand the like fear of like someone putting their hands on your mother and an initial reaction. Because I think she even allegedly, I can't prove this, that she even told him to like get the gun initially from out of the car. So whenever he hit her, I understand the son's reaction of shooting initially. Whenever the guy fled, the mother told the son to follow him out and to keep shooting him until she knows he's dead. And the other person involved, I don't think they were just a random witness. I'm pretty sure it was the girlfriend of the guy. Well, like I said, this is alleged. It was the girlfriend of the guy who was like part of the initial, like I guess the initial situation happened between the girlfriend and the mother, and then I guess the boyfriend stepped in to defend his girlfriend, which putting his hands on a woman is also disgusting. Like, I don't know, this was just a terrible moment involved, but hopefully I'm glad to hear the charges dropped because I don't believe this 14-year-old should face any legal consequences on it. It seems like he already has a terrible enough situation going on at home.
Am I misremembering? Like, I felt like that woman wasn't like a tiny woman. I feel like she was like just as tall as the guy who was hitting her. Not that like that makes it okay, but like, wasn't she just as tall? Am I wrong on
He
this?
was like mom sized. I don't know.
I don't know.
She was a bigger lady.
Yeah. I don't know. But again, don't put your hands on people. HPCR.
Yeah, I mostly align with some of what Lactoid said, at least legally. Obviously, you can engage. It was a matter of self-defense. There's precedent for, protecting his mother, as she has a special relationship with him, and he probably thought she was in danger. If it is true that when he left, he followed him outside and shot after him, that is where it can get a little murky because, the duty of retreat, which I think Scott was very dismissive of. So yeah, I think legally there is precedent for charging them. Morally, it's maybe a little bit of a different conversation. It's a little more murky, and I will say I'm happy that to hear that the charges were dropped in this situation. Although we don't know if that was just like prosecutorial, discretion because he didn't think they had a case or whatever. But yeah, in general, I think that if it's true that he chased him, the law was broken technically. But anyway, we can get into the specifics.
Thank you, Jay Chow.
Yeah, I'm on Team Lactoid here. Just this whole thing is really messed up, and the more I looked into it, the worse that it got. I think a lot of those details that Lactoid was talking about are really important. I think what wasn't included is that the mother was the one with the concealed carry license holder, but it was the son who had the gun. The man fleeing the scene after getting shot, like, that's a pretty big deal. You're no longer a threat at that point. You shouldn't really be getting shot at that point. That's not self-defense. The mom told her to shoot and kill, and also told her son to shoot the witness, which, like, even though it didn't happen, like, that's still a huge threat. By Scott's logic, it sounds like the witness then has the justification to take out their own firearm in order to shoot the son in order to protect his self-defense, because he doesn't know whether or not the son is actually going to shoot. And, like, that just complicates things even more. Like, I think that's why it's really important to have this idea of what is a credible threat, which includes, well, the man fleeing. He is no longer a threat. He is running away. Where I diverge from Lactoid's camp is what needs to be done. I feel like this situation is so messed up to the point where anything happens, it'll make me feel uneasy. I'll say this though, that I feel like a lot of the blame is to be put on the mother, who, one, allowed her son to carry the gun in the first place, and was the person to tell their son, okay, shoot these people, shoot to kill. It feels like the son was kind of just like listening to his mom, not really thinking about the consequences and things like that, and that's just, like, really fucked up.
Yeah, thanks so much. B, I'd love to hear from you.
I think if you can support Kyle Rittenhouse for shooting someone in the back whenever he's in Kenosha, you can absolutely support a mother and their son shooting someone continuously. So Lactoid misrepresented some of these facts. So point one, when he shot someone in the back coming in to try and help his mother, the man kept running away. He did exactly what people tell you to do in cases of self-defense, which is keep shooting until the target is down or your clip is empty. So the mother telling them that makes a lot of sense. When we try and parse this out as though it took a few minutes and these are conscientious or intentional decisions, that is where we apply a lot more intent that is not deserved in this case than it should be. Because if you read along with the article, you would see the mother also tried to take the gun from her son before getting in the car. She was clearly flustered and suffering from potentially concussion from getting hit in the head. And again, if we can have room for 17-year-old Kyle Rittenhouse shooting people correctly, as found by the courts of Wisconsin, I don't know why we wouldn't find this to also be correct. And how dare we for not applying that same standard to a black mother and her son that we would to a young white man.
Calling out a Lactoid on the floor, right? On in your very first statement. I love it. All right. Already going up in my ranks. More of this. Let's go to our friend Counterpoints, please. A former cop, and keep that in mind, all right? Like, parse his statements that way.
Yeah. So if you
don't come to my house without a warrant.
Okay, well, you and Scott don't try to take me out with a bolt action rifle, or it might become reciprocal. So, anyways, the law states that people can act in self-defense if there's an imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. I think that, no other variable assumed. Mother standing in a hot dog stand, man starts putting his hands on her. Even if they had a verbal dispute, or she had a verbal dispute with a different woman earlier on, that's no excuse to put the hands on. And on top of that, if you hit somebody in the temple or the chin, you can knock them out. They can hit their heads on walls, floors, tiles, metal. That's imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. So up to that point, with a kid coming in and basically shooting a few rounds, I think that you have a clear-cut case of self-defense. When the person is running away, though, he's already taken some rounds. One of the key words in the self-defense statute is imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. So if that person is retreating to a car, then you see them running towards their car, then you can articulate like, oh, I thought they were going to get a gun, pop, 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 and keep it going. If you can't articulate that, then the law will judge you harshly. Also, I don't know what the concealed carry laws or laws for 14-year-olds to, keep and bear arms in the state of Chicago is. I'm assuming it's not particularly lenient, but we can go with morality over legality for now. When it comes to so this is where the double standard thing kind of falls flat for me. As far as I know, Kyle Rittenhouse shot somebody quote unquote in the back because they were chasing him. He was running away in the opposite direction, stopped and turned. That person was falling as they got hit with the first round, and then as that person was falling down, they got hit with the subsequent rounds. I think that's different than somebody is fleeing from you and then you run up and then you put rounds in their back. We can debate that in the open. Finally, one thing that Kyle Rittenhouse didn't do that I think is material to whether or not there's some level of criminal stuff here is he didn't try to murder the witnesses. So I would say that saying like, hey, kill the witness who has the camera or whatever, probably a bad move. And also, if you want to have more sympathy from law enforcement, if you want to have more sympathy from the state, more sympathy from people who you're going to invoke the right to self-defense with, then you should probably stay on scene, call law enforcement, identify yourself, complete a report, and then basically have whatever faith you can in the judicial system. And I'll let those contentions play out in the open.
I want to, clarify Scott's position, because you mentioned, I think, an interesting word of like, when you're like, I guess, trying to neutralize a threat, you pretty much like, it seems like everything is justified until they're outside of your purview, I think was sort of like the exact phrasing that you used. So I'm curious, what does that mean when is someone no longer in your purview, that it's no longer justified?
When there is a stopping of action. So whenever there is a breathing point.
Well, I was asking Scott in terms of what his position was.
You
right.
you
Well,
want
from
me
the
to
legal
explain
background, it is a
Bear's
cessation of
position?
action.
I don't understand.
No.
Why do you want me to? Why do you want me to?
No, maybe I
explain my
misspoke.
position?
I think
I'm confused.
Okay. So I might have misspoke, but I think I said Scott. In terms of like Scott, in your opening statement, you said that you're pretty much like concerned with threat until they're outside of your purview, unless I'm mistaken or misremembering. And so I'm curious as to what you mean by when are they outside of your purview in your estimation?
Yeah. So the legal system that we have is an arbitrary legal system of moral preferences that people vote on, and the loser loses, right? I'm talking about like an actual moral, ethical, legal system, right? So you are stopped from arguing that violence not be used against you once you have become the aggressor in a situation and presented yourself a threat, right? The credible threat is not up to the victim of the aggressor to then determine when that threat is no longer credible, right? So I don't give a fuck if someone is running away screaming, help me, he's got a gun, please help me. Once you are a credible threat, it doesn't matter. Like, you're already the aggressor. You have already chosen that any form of self-defense here extends until the moment that they are it's about intersubjectivity, right? So the observer of understanding that this person knows for a fact that they're no longer a threat, right? So like I stated previously, like if someone's running away, they could just be running to their car to get a gun, right? And so as far as I'm concerned, I have no problem with you shooting someone in the back screaming, help me, if they broke into your fucking house and started stealing your shit or made themselves a threat. I'm not talking about like our current legal system. Like I totally concede that like within our legal framework, right?
Yeah,
like, that's not legal.
Yeah, I'm totally willing to set the legal stuff aside. I'm just trying to understand your moral framework. And like, let's just say they just like run like around a corner and they're no longer in your visible range. Is that still in your purview, or like what if you see them and they just like fall to the ground and they're literally just playing dead? Are they then still justified?
It's not the victim's responsibility to secure a criminal that is an aggressor and trying to kill somebody. So I don't give a fuck if they want to run around the corner and shoot him dead. Like, run around the corner and shoot him dead. Like, you're the one that tried to beat the shit out of somebody at a hot dog stand.
So there's basically, I just want to understand, but like, so there's no like temporal limit, as in like if someone aggresses upon you, like at some point you can like exact revenge. Like,
what if they were a mile away? Can we still shoot and kill?
Their grandchildren might come back, might gang up on you.
There's no temporal limit, but there is.
Okay, I just want to know that.
There is a limit to the idea that once they've been
misconstruing the facts, whenever you talk about this, there was no disappearing around a corner. for either the person or the
That's not what
He's talking about
that's
hypotheticals,
not what I'm getting at. I bring up
Right,
that to
but
try
if you
to.
He's testing
misconstrue
the
the
limits
facts
of
like
the
that and
hypothetical.
try to
I'm
misapply
fine with
them
it.
in different
No,
analogies.
I'm not. I'm
He's
not.
asking what Scott believes.
That
He's not
was
applying it to the
without putting
situation.
that fact in. You are not understanding what I'm doing.
Okay. So let's go to Scott. Scott, I think you were trying to finish a point. So finish your
Yeah, I'll
point,
just
and then I'm
finish
going to
real quick.
lactoid and
Yeah.
Bam, and maybe if B wants
So-
to jump in.
What I'm saying is it's not the victim's responsibility, right? The victim that has been aggressed upon, right? And the criminal is stopped from arguing. Once they put the threat of violence against somebody else, they can't argue the non-aggression principle. They're violators of it. They can say that that's what they want to do, but their actions have proved against it. So the only way that we can resolve this situation is prior voluntary rules that everyone in the community has agreed to via contract, or some other entity or force that has that authority, be that our current police, be that private police, private security, whatever, has taken custody of this person. Then we can determine restitution, and considering that nobody died except for the criminal, right, in the hypothetical and in the real situation, then restitution likely wouldn't be execution, right? Restitution would be agreed upon by some arbitrating firm or whatever, however it is that you want to do it.
Thank you. Let's go
Okay,
to
sorry, go ahead.
In that same vein, are you referring to just like, Scott, aggression? Could it be any kind of aggression? So like let's say instead of punching her, he shoved her hard. Would that be like sufficient now for like him to get shot?
So self-defense in terms of using a firearm, right, would automatically go beyond what the individual is stopped from. Right. So this individual is committing attempted murder. He has this woman's face in a corner, is a grown man, and he's not a tiny guy, and is waylaying on her face repeatedly. Right? Like, as far as this woman is concerned and the son is concerned, he has shown via his actions that he is willing to kill this person. Or at the very least, he's willing to cause so much harm that their life is in serious threat. Now, if I nudge you harshly, then you're stopped from me walking up to you and going, "Hey, fuckface," and nudging you back. But if I pull out a gun and shoot you, I have become the aggressor.
You're right back.
Okay, so I understand your position. I'm not going to ask questions about it, but I'm just going to
Proportionality, essentially.
right. I'm just going to disagree with it in the sense of having no temporal limit. I think leads to some kind of absurd outcomes in the sense of, let's say someone's punching you, which I don't, yes, could that physical act of aggression have killed her? Absolutely. Me shoving somebody, if they fall backwards and hit their head, plenty of people have been killed by that. So where exactly the line is between attempted murder and like assault and battery can be difficult.
Yeah, this is a conversation for a different time. But
hold on, real quick. So this is important though, because either whichever one it is, right? Let's say he ran out. There's no temporal time limit here. Let's say it's like 3 weeks have passed, and they're driving past and they see, oh, that's the guy that punched you, mom, and they pull out the gack and just fucking smoke him, right? That's just like that's not acceptable, okay? Because I think I'm not even considering like legality at this point. Like morally, if somebody's like posing a direct threat to you, if someone's aggressing upon you, I can see ending that threat. Even if your use of force and that threat is disproportional, right? Using a firearm if someone's punching you, using a firearm if someone's shoving you, okay, I'm okay with that. If they're coming at you, you should be able to end the threat. But if they're turned around and they're running away, they're not posing a direct threat to you. They're definitely not posing an imminent threat to you. And although I accept it's true that they could be like, yes, they could run home, get a gun, like become obsessed with you, and then like track you down 4 months later and kill you. This is all possible, but they've moved into a category of person that isn't as much of a threat to you to justify the use of defense or any kind of self-defense. And by the way, so this isn't like duty to retreat, by the way.
Yeah. Just to clarify, you can disagree with the libertarian position because you're not really a libertarian. You're a minarchist, right? And that's fine, but don't strawman it, right? So the thing is that it's not about the time. What it's about is what it is that they are what they have communicated and what they are stopped from arguing, right? So when I say there is no temporal limit, right, and you then bring in an example of the person leaves, they have now communicated that they are no longer a threat. Not by them leaving, but by you being in separate cities, separate areas, right? And so if you happen upon them again, what they are now stopped from it's no longer a self-defense thing, but they are still stopped from arguing that you not waylay on their face and threaten their life, right? You would then become the aggressor if you attempted to assassinate them.
Wait, why would you become the aggressor if you did the exact same thing that you said there's no temporal limit on by shooting them?
I said yes, if you do the exact same thing that they did, which would be pure restitution, proportionality, which is threaten their life and then beat the shit out of them, which is what that person did.
No. So the guy ran out the store and he's running away, and you said it's justified for the kid to shoot this guy because there is no temporal limit even if he's running away. That's what you said. So if there's no temporal limit, why does that change if it's a week from now?
So if it's a week from now, right? It's not the time that has changed. It is the behavior that has changed, right? This is not a person that is fleeing still on the scene while emotions are occurring. This is a person that has gone home, right? This is a person that has then gone to their 9-to-5 job multiple times. They have engaged in other behavior that shows at a certain point is going to show that they are no longer in the act of attempting to find and kill you.
The guy, he's running away. Like, is that not a display of behavior of like trying to get the fuck away from somebody?
Yeah, I already consider that a different
evidence
state.
It's evidence of such, but it's not irrefutable. But if someone
it's not irrefutable if it's a week later. It's not irrefutable if it's a week later. He could be like, he could get home. He could be like, I'm gonna fucking find her. I'm gonna kill her. And then like a week goes by.
Could be plotting and scheming.
He could be plotting, couldn't he? I mean, this guy was just shot at
every night in the shower. He's like, I'm gonna bring my machine gun.
He's still an aggressive criminal, right? That is stopped from being violently beaten and having their life threatened.
Okay,
wait. One last thing.
So, Connor, don't worry, you're on the list.
Yeah. I'm done. I'm done with. I guess we're just at an impasse here. I think this is not good. 2 quick things. I don't think the special relationship matters. I don't think the 14-year-old having a gun is actually particularly relevant for the self-defense. B, a quick question for you. Which of the victims, or the quote-unquote victims, that Kyle Rittenhouse shot were running away from him at the time of them being shot?
I find that to be an irrelevant point.
Why?
You said there was
you're really just going to be knowledge testing her on this?
I just find it very hypocritical for you.
She compared it to Rittenhouse.
Yeah, but usually
you brought it up, so it's irrelevant. Take the L.
Right. So you can either let me answer or not. So again, to be clear, I understand that Kyle Rittenhouse is a personal QR for you, and he's technically doing exactly what this 14-year-old boy is doing, which is utilizing a gun whenever he had no right or reason or business doing so.
Wrong.
In defense of himself and others. I'm not wrong whenever I state that.
I'm going to ask the question again.
Litigate it?
Well, I'm going to ask the question again. So you just said that it's the same thing,
There's a new
right?
panel.
So
Wait,
Kyle
did you
Rittenhouse.
say
What?
No, nobody called you. Anyway,
Nobody said that.
so I'm going to ask
no,
you.
certainly not.
I'm going to ask
Okay,
you.
great.
I'm going to ask you the question again. Okay. So you said that these 2 situations are the same. In one situation, you have a kid who apparently shot a guy running away. If they're the same situation, my question for you is, which of the people did Kyle Rittenhouse shoot that were running away from him?
What's the name of the person that got shot by the 14-year-old kid?
I don't remember his name. I mean, did any of them?
I don't
Did the first
remember their
person?
names either.
Did the
They're
first
irrelevant
person?
then.
Okay, well then, in the order of who got shot, did the first person? Was the first person running away from Kyle Rittenhouse?
No, I believe he killed that person. It may
No.
have been the paralyzed person or the person that he ended up paralyzing.
The paralyzed person
we're
was
getting-
running away.
But none of them were running away, is what we're saying. Yeah.
Yeah. So,
Okay.
So what? Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah. I'll just put a bow on this. None of them are running away. They were all running at Kyle Rittenhouse.
Right.
If at the beginning of Rosenbaum, who was the first guy that Kyle Rittenhouse shot, if Rosenbaum was shot at, he quickly turned around and started running away, and then Kyle Rittenhouse started shooting at him as he was running away. That'd be a very different. That'd be hold on. That'd be a very different. Yeah, it would be. Then it would be identical to what happened in this case, and Kyle Rittenhouse would be wrong if he shot at Rosenbaum as Rosenbaum was running away. That's not what happened. All the videos, I don't know if you've seen them, all the videos demonstrate people running at him.
Okay, all right. So I don't want to do this whole thing. But we're gonna go to Bam. B, you're on the list. Then we'll go to counterpoints, and then Corey. If other people want to jump in, raise your hand. I'm sorry. I'm gonna say something just before then. All right, and Scott, please, 3 sentences.
I'm
Please.
chilling.
Please, okay. I'm just, I'm a little curious about your position because I think it's fascinating, right? With that,
So do I.
It's so interesting. With that, about that lack of a temporal limit. So, like, if guy shoots at you and your family, you shoot back, right? You hit him, and he's driving in a car, right? Or you scare him and he's running away. Anyway, and he's driving a car. You jump into your car and you're chasing them, right? Like, if that car never runs out of gas, right? If that car is just never stopped, isn't this chase? Is it like and there's no point?
So the OJ self defense that he should have used, right?
Yeah.
No. So like to give it an analogy, why I'm saying that the temporal difference alone is not enough, right? That it's the change in behavior, right? To illustrate this is I'll give since we're going into extremes with one, I'll go into my own extreme, which is, let's say someone comes into your house, right, and starts trying to, I don't know, threatens your family in some way and starts beating you up, and you chase him off with a gun, and then he goes into your front yard, just out your front yard, like on the sidewalk, and just camps on the sidewalk forever, right? Like, it doesn't matter that like he's there for 2 days. Like, there's still a menacing threat that is existent within your area from someone that has communicated that they're willing to kill you, right? Now, in the act of him running to the sidewalk, I don't think you have some duty to all of a sudden stop firing when his vehicle is parked right there on the sidewalk and he could grab a gun and come back with the means to kill you. That is my argument, is that just because he's hanging out by his car, 6 hours later and the police don't show up for some reason, doesn't mean that it wouldn't still be self-defense, because the behavior hasn't changed. He's in the immediate area, he's immediate threat, and he's already communicated, or she, that they're willing to kill you.
Thank you so much. Okay, let's move on. Bam, B, Connor, Corey.
Okay, yeah. I think so I looked up the most up-to-date facts on the situation, and I continue to say, like, I don't think anyone should have any opinion on the child, charges being pressed against the child, just based on the facts of the situation. Now again, the mother is a completely different situation, but the child wasn't even carrying the gun. The mother texted him and told him to come to the restaurant and bring the gun. And I think that there's a reasonable expectation, especially when you're dealing with a kid that young, that like you follow your parents' instructions. So especially when your mother's like he feels like her life is at risk. So she came to the restaurant. He followed her directions. He came to the restaurant with a gun. Once he seen the man hit his mother, he shot the guy. The guy ran off. He didn't even immediately chase. The mom told the kid to chase and make sure to continue shooting him until she's sure he's dead. And then she told like I said, I also confirmed the extra person in the situation. It wasn't just a random witness. It was the girlfriend of the guy who initiated the situation, and the girlfriend apparently called the boyfriend and told him to come down and to defend her, and told her basically to like beat up the mother. So that it was kind of a situation where she wasn't like trying to shoot the woman as like to like cover up the situation. It seems like she still was going on her like feud of anger because the girlfriend started the situation, I guess, or like was one of the initiators of it, which doesn't make it okay. And it seems that whenever the son didn't shoot, the mother attempted to take the gun to shoot the witness, and the son like fought her off, like, and said like you're being irrational. So though the murder charges against the mother was dropped, it seems that she still is facing a charge of contributing to the delinquency of a minor, which I feel like is flat out probably the correct situation. The only thing that's unfortunate is if the mother does go to jail or prison, like depending on who else the child has in their life, it probably the child may end up in even worse outcomes, and they're already having to deal with the concept of killing someone. And I think that I think the child's a victim.
Or better, I feel like if the mother is going to go as far as texting her son in the car to grab the gun and like and then tell her during the situation to shoot and kill this person, and then tell her son to kill the witness, then like I feel like that it might be kind of good to get the mother out of her son's like life.
It's just believing that it's just believing
sounds like pretty toxic. I mean, that's only from one situation.
Sure, but it's just
like,
imagining
really
what's the
limited. But like
alternative.
I feel like that's already
Well, he'd be
really
better in a
bad
group home
reputation.
than with that. Come on.
That's not necessarily true.
Yeah,
you can't look at 30 seconds of parenting and decide.
He directed him to shoot somebody. What are you talking about? I can't look at 30 minutes of like at 30 seconds of parenting. She was like, shoot her. What the fuck?
Yeah, so because it's minimizing what the outcomes of kids have in group homes. That doesn't necessarily mean he's like not being with his mother. Like because
she directed him to
get
kill
sexually
somebody.
assaulted every day in group homes. Like you're minimizing the outcomes. Like saying that like
I think
this
you're
like saying
maximizing
it's
the
a
wrong thing.
Oh yeah. So if the child went to a group home and got sexually assaulted versus being with his mother, who was kind of a crappy person, you would say it's better.
Okay, no, hold on. I can't predict. Yeah, I can't predict.
No, I'm not saying you can predict. I'm just saying.
I know. I can't predict any circumstance whether or not somebody be sexually assaulted at a group home, and to the extent that happens, it's awful, right? But like, we don't have evidence that will happen. But what we do have evidence is we have somebody here who told their kid to shoot somebody that was not a threat.
That doesn't mean again.
Did we lose two people?
Wait. This was after she was beaten, right, in the face. That she told the witness.
No, she told him to come
shoot
before
the woman, not the guy who actually attacked her.
Right, okay, yeah. But the witness after she was beaten in the face, or was it before? When she
told him to bring the gun before.
Yeah. So she told him to bring the gun, and then the guy like absolutely attacked her, and then he got shot, ran away, got shot at some more as he was running away, and then he came back. The kid came back in, and his mom was like, "Shoot her too."
Yeah, but I just meant like there's obviously a stressful situation that occurred and people can make irrational sort of I'm just pointing out there could be a case where we only seen one instance of her behavior like this. So it might be the case that she acted really poorly, but maybe this isn't something that she always engages in. She was just beating the shit out of. So I was just pointing out.
She may feed him. That's like the thing here. Like I don't know. I just know kids who come from like group home backgrounds, and it like even though it's like I said, you can it's maybe impossible to imagine that such a bad situation could actually be worse. That like isn't the worst possible situation for a kid to be in, and it's crazy.
So what could she have done that would like override this concern you have for the kid not having his mom? Like if she like told him to shoot the woman and he did,
the gun
then
at the child.
Yeah, if like it's about the abuse being directly related to the child. Like just like she could be a selfish
Gotcha.
mother and a crappy, but like that doesn't mean she's abusing her child.
Let's go to a B who's been waiting quite patiently, and then Connor and Corey.
Been directly addressed to me, so I can pass. I
Okay.
don't know that I have like anything constructive to add.
Okay. All right, well, it never stops these men, right?
Yeah, I was about to say, yeah, I
you
would
gotta
never
get that
stop.
out of your system, and nothing constructive to add.
Productive.
Just
ramble.
I
Something
actually appreciate that.
Just
That
say
should be
words.
done more. That shouldn't be looked down upon. Okay, it saves a lot of
Wait, are
time
you
too.
looking down
Okay.
upon me for saying I forego my turn at the
No. We're just
if need be.
We're just
We're
joking.
just-
We're
we're just
crapping on
do
ourselves.
that.
No, they're more so saying that like, oh, you should take every single opportunity to say anything
Oh,
because
I'm
like,
not trying to
optics or
pull a
something.
Charlie Dickens. That's not helpful for anyone.
I appreciate that.
I don't know that reference, but thank you so much. Let's go to our friend
Silver black.
counterpoints, and then Corey, please.
Charles Dickens was paid by the word for every word that he wrote, so that's what that means.
Oh,
Yeah.
he pulled a J.
Gotcha.
Cole.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, no. So I don't want to reinvent morality through the libertarian 10-step fucking process that we seem to have to do every time Fabian is with us. And basically, like, the truth is that we've already resolved a lot of these moral situations, and we've decided that temporally, like, you can decide temporal imminent, and then if it's not imminent, you involve the state. And so my recommendation, what I think if there was something that we could pull from this, is that we actually should have some level of legal education for kids. I would say probably at the high school level to talk about, how do you deal with traffic stops? How do you deal with citations? What does the court process look like? How do you do justified self-defense? What's the idea of curtilage? What is the idea of, I'm trying to think of what else, but like petty theft, gross theft, grand theft, felonies versus misdemeanors, all that kind of stuff. And you don't have to do it like, hey, inner school black kids, we think that you're going to be criminals, so we want to educate you on, it first. It's more like a civics class of just educating the broad American general public on how to interact with the criminal justice system as it currently exists. And, maybe the social justice people could talk about issues that are messed up that we should change. And then boom, there you go. You got progressives happy because we're talking about how to change the justice system. You got conservatives happy because we're talking about how not to get shot by police.
Sounds pretty
I'm sorry. I was muted. I'm sorry. Did someone else just interject? No? Okay.
I said that sounds pretty reasonable.
Yay!
Not an interjection.
Anything
Authoritarian
education has my
centrism wins
support.
again.
Let's go.
I was fixing my computer, so I neither confirm nor deny any allegations, nor agree or disagree with anything that was said in the last few minutes.
You can respond
Informed
like
on
on
the internet.
Go to Corey.
I want to quickly, and this is just a question. Let's just say the roles were reversed for a second, and it was like a woman who like full on like overhand hit a guy twice, and then like a kid shot her. She was running away. Kid kept shooting at her, and then like a guy was directing his son to like kill a witness. Does that like change your opinion? I mean, maybe not Scott, but for those of you other people here, did that change your opinion at all?
I can certainly say that it will change the opinions of the masses.
I think so. I do think so.
Was the person
my opinion
still
on the
in the
kid.
same kind of danger? Because in that sense, it wouldn't change much. Yeah. Like when you say she overhand slaps him, is she threatening his life? Is there a sense of imminent danger? Because if so, of course you would still be okay with the self-defense.
So like, let's say he's like a left-wing man, right? So he's like smaller and like not as like capable, and then you have like a very large woman who's like throwing punches, right? I don't know. I still think that there would be a little bit of a different like public opinion about this because
public opinion maybe sure, and just because of perceived, whether or not it seems like that person's life is in danger. But that would be up to them and the courts to decide whether that was true, whether there was imminent. Of course, it still wouldn't be okay if the person ran away for you to shoot at them, given our legal code. That would just never be the case.
Well, apparently it is okay because the charges were dropped.
Well, no, I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean that, right?
Wait, Lactar, did you
could have found that it wasn't a worthy
know.
case to investigate. I mean, it might not be that.
Well, I know. That's what they said.
It's Chicago. So, they're like, we got like another 6 of these that are worse. So, we'll keep it
Seems
moving.
a little bit like this is the black woman getting a white man's justice, and I'm here for it, to be quite honest with you.
Jesus Christ.
She killed a black man, right?
White justice is pretty dope.
Yeah, you
Technically, her
can't say
son
shit like
did.
that and then
I was
not
gonna say-
have us come back on the Kyle Rittenhouse.
She
Yeah,
directed
I was
it.
just gonna say Chicago.
I don't think there's any justice in
violent of a
this.
city.
Yeah, it's not even like top
it's
10 murders.
overblown.
We could dress this up in like racially like language too, right? A black man, like enough violence against black men. This is awful, right? If you want to play that game, he was shot while running away. It's just so bizarre. Like Scott, I'm most surprised about this from you, Scott, because I thought we agreed before on like minimal force necessary to like end a threat. If someone's like, if someone was like obviously doesn't have a gun and running
when
away,
the threat ends, though. You're disagreeing when the threat ends is what Scott's point is.
So, but he
ends beyond, which I don't know.
The gentleness principle is in regards to a threat to your persons or property. One should use minimal necessary. Well, not minimal necessary, because you get into weird stuff when you say necessary. But one ought use minimal force. We'll just leave it at that without getting into like the deep weeds of the theory. In terms of understanding the threat and getting the threat to go away. Once you get, so like, for example, if like a grandma, right, is walking down the sidewalk and stumbles onto your lawn, right? Like that is a credible threat to your private property rights, right? Like she is now damaging your lawn, right? But that doesn't mean that you pull out like you don't fucking like, and so anyways, I started blasting, right? Like you need to communicate like what is going on, right? There are certain steps, but if grandma was actually like, in really good shape and, busts into your house and is ready to kill you, right? Like what she's communicating is a threat to your life, and you can use whatever force is necessary to stop that threat to your life. Now, there would be, God, I don't want to get too deep into the ANCAP theory. I'm just going to say it's different.
You and I
Everybody here.
Yeah,
No,
like I just
Black
don't want
Boy
to drag
likes
this into it. But we can have a conversation about gentleness principle, you and I, some other time.
Yeah, I'm curious. Like, so wait.
I'd
Oh,
like
you,
to speak to really quickly is even so. I'm glad that the 14-year-old knew how to shoot. I also want to ask us to put ourselves in his shoes. Whenever someone is in a situation that is, I don't want to say deeply traumatic, adrenaline inducing or hazardous or cause for concern, asking that they are going to be able, like asking that they're not just going to be in a reptilian brain and just shoot until the gun starts clicking. And also, I apologize. It's not a clip. It's a mag. I did not mean to make such a silly mistake. But in
Leftist
particular,
confirmed.
this, I own guns and I'm a registered Republican.
The plot thickens.
That really upset you? God damn.
Who'd you vote for though?
It didn't upset me. I'm just letting you know, like maybe I'm a little bit more complex. That's all.
And that you're
Whenever
wrong.
it comes to
Yes,
this, whenever
people
there's a
are indeed more
14-year-old
complex than jokes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Another good point out.
Go ahead, B,
who are still-
please.
a 14-year-old is still shooting. I don't necessarily know when. So again, according to the facts, yes, he turned around and he was running away, but the child just kept shooting and squeezing the trigger. It didn't seem like he shot, he re-aimed, and then he just tried to keep going. It sounded more like it was one continuous motion, which at that point in time, I not only have a little bit more room for someone continuing to shoot until even in the back, but not being able to correctly evaluate when something is or isn't a threat. Again, if what I've been taught in any self-defense or course with guns is if someone does invade your house or you are trying to save yourself and others, you just shoot until the clip is empty or until you are certain nobody is getting back up. Because that's what you're supposed to do in that situation if you are going to break a gun out.
Okay.
I don't know that that's what this young man was thinking, but just to provide context.
Okay, so I want to kind of take this apart because there's some good things here and there's some things that I definitely disagree with. So, adrenaline out situations are absolutely a factor in like judging somebody's behavior. So, I think that I've been looking for the entirety of the security camera footage. I haven't been able to find it. I looked for the entirety of the cell phone footage. I wasn't able to find it. I was only finding things that seemed to be like paused and commented on by other people. So maybe this is part of the prosecutor's judgment, is the fact that, like, let's say haymakers, 5 or 10 seconds, kid comes in with a gun, puts a couple of rounds, guy's running out of the store, and it's literally a matter of seconds, and the mom says, hey, go get his ass or some shit. He steps out, keeps blasting, dude goes down. I agree with you that adrenaline is a mitigating factor in that, but it would still be, I think, the education system that would say that that's incorrect, that you should not fire in that scenario. Now, you don't have to charge in that scenario, but that it's still incorrect because of the imminent threat to death and great bodily harm is your judgment.
Yeah, I think it would be a different situation if it was just a mom shooting. Like, I think that, but like involving, like, he's following
If he
instructions.
doesn't know whether that man has another gun, has something else, is going to go get
Well,
something
and
else
you
to
can
hurt his
Legally,
and you
though,
can use that as a defense. And by the way, I think the adrenaline and the time lapse and all that kind of stuff, like if a police officer was being investigated for the same thing, where he's shooting at someone, but then that person starts running away and the police officer continues to shoot, part of the investigation is, well, why did you continue to shoot? And if they're able to articulate, like, I thought that they were going back to a car, or, you know, this person has previous charges that I was aware of in their warrant that said that they had access to weapons, or there was a family over there and I was worried for their health and safety. As long as you can articulate those kinds of things, then you can use that as a part of your defense. That doesn't mean that the prosecutor shouldn't evaluate that. And that also doesn't mean in an ideal situation, we're talking about ideal, not adrenaline brain, not reptile brain. In an adrenaline brain, or excuse me, in ideal brain, you would say once the person is running or retreating and you don't think that there's an imminent threat or death or great bodily harm, you back off. And that's like the standard that we should idealize, if not always properly execute.
So the problem I have here, or not the problem, I agree with you. The question I have here is the last part that you said, which is when it seems like they are running away or no longer a threat, right? And I think whenever you get into situations like that, you're just kind of rendered stupid in a big way. And I don't know that unless you've been trained to try and evaluate, like, am I still in danger or not, you don't really know how to, I don't know, stop that or not.
But then
It also
that
has
means
to
So
that
we're
the
giving this
cop.
person
No,
a
no, no,
pass
no.
based
I
off
have
his
a pertinent example that I think you guys will disagree with. There was that law enforcement officer in North Carolina who got into a fight over a traffic stop where the dude's brake lights was out and his driver's license was suspended. They fight over the police officer's taser. The cop gets shot with the taser, but it doesn't activate. The guy is running away, and the cop pulls his gun and shoots him.
Oh, is this the
So
Wendy's
that
parking lot?
cop, yeah, it wasn't a parking lot; it was like a field. So
Oh,
I
I'm
think it was
thinking
in
of a
North
different
Carolina.
situation, man.
But basically, like everyone threw this cop under the bus because they said the dude is running away. He doesn't have a weapon. The taser's already discharged. You're not incapacitated. And effectively, what happened was a guy was running away and you shot him in the back. Now, I think that cop can assert the defense of, well, I had adrenaline brain. I didn't know where my taser was. I didn't know what his levels of warrants were. But this cop ended up getting prosecuted and convicted. And I'm pretty sure he's like serving a pretty decent prison stance. So I'm saying there's the ideal. And I've heard you, and I concede there is lizard brain and there is adrenaline, and that needs to be a variable calculated in prosecution. I agree with you on that. What I'm saying is we should not set the standard that you can use that as an excuse to plug people in the back, because then people will use that excuse all the time.
Yeah, I'm thinking
including
of
me.
in Atlanta. That
Let's go to Corey.
sounded real.
Yeah. So Scott, you might want to you may not want to drag into ANCAP theory, but
Wait,
I
are we
actually
doing? No, I wanted to do something before we go back here because we dedicated like 20 minutes. I just want
this is
one.
I just have a couple of I think they're going to be somewhat straightforward, but we'll see. Because like me and Scott have quite a few conversations, and I generally understand more or less, like, even though I don't agree with it, I usually understand its framework, but this is one of the few times where like I am actually genuinely curious. So like hypothetically, if I run into a stranger, and let's say they punch me in the face, okay, they don't knock me out, but then right after they punch me in the face, they stop, and this is from somebody's comedy act, you might know who. They stop and they punch themselves in the face. To the equal force. Am I justified in doing anything in that circumstance?
I mean, the self-inflicted punch. Yes, I assume you're still justified in some form of restitution. They just assaulted you and then they went crazy. So they assaulted you and now they're a crazy person. I mean, I don't know. Are they also screaming it's just a prank, bro?
Later in that case.
Well, so like I'm curious, like in your restitution, because like technically the restitution is there if they punch themselves in the face, and they, let's say they inflicted the same damage, and let's say we can quantitate this.
That's not restitution, right? Like if I'm a heroin addict and I like steal your TV, but then like I overdose on heroin, I did more damage to myself than I did to you in terms of stealing your TV, but like I'm still owed restitution for the stolen TV. It's not my fault. You're a fucking heroin addict, right?
I understand what
you do to yourself is not automatically restitution.
Okay, so then what would restitution be in that case?
I mean, that question can only be answered by what is the system of justice that you've communally and contractually set up. Right. So like if you have a company set up.
So just depending on the society that happens to exist at the time, whatever. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, like if you're an Amish society, which is real close to ANCAP, like it's going to be different.
I understand. Whatever the society that ends up existing, I get it. So to further understand your framework.
It also could just be pure theory, punching dude in the fucking face and saying, hey, watch where you're fucking walking, my guy.
I totally understand. It's like whatever happens to play out in the marketplace of ideas. Or the marketplace of morality. So now, to further understand your framework, at least in this hopefully more relevant to this context, and sort of like this temporal issue that I observed. So let's say, someone, a younger person, let's say a teenager, they have been bullied or they've been
physically. By the way, Prime guys.
I know.
Let's say
it's not my fault.
Let's say they were in school and they were bullied, and they're pretty much physically bullied, and in their mind there have been a credible threat to their life. Where understand they're just getting beaten up, but the fight was broken up, and so like whatever, they're no longer the threat is neutralized. But is there basically, if I run into this person 5 years later Am I justified in restitution or taking their life or using physical force in that context?
I'm not going to get into the idea of like a guardianship and a libertarian philosophy on the rights of children.
I'll
So
up
I'll
the
just
age.
leave it.
Okay, so they're a
I'll just leave it.
19-year-old. They're a 20-year-old.
Listen, right. I will okay, well, now that it's a 19 or a 20-year-old, right? Like 5 years later, yes, they still committed a crime against you, right? And they're still a criminal. They're stopped from arguing that they not pay restitution. If I steal your fucking TV,
Yeah,
and then 5 years later,
can you
buy
answer?
a new TV,
Yeah, I'm
and then 5 years later,
you're not
5 years
answering.
later, I see him like, hey, that's that fucker that stole
I am
my TV.
I am
want my
trying to
TV back.
understand your morality. I'm trying to understand. You're not answering the question. So let's say they're a 20-year-old, okay, and they were physically assaulted, but it was broken up, okay, and then 5 years later, or whatever amount of time years later, am I morally justified in shooting them?
What?
Oh my God, he's just trying to understand when an imminent threat is no longer an imminent threat under your fucking ANCAP autist fucking system, but I don't give a fuck because it's all goddamn theoretical and I don't give a shit.
He did explain it. I don't know why we were going back to it.
I already explained the temporal difference between the behavioral difference, right? Like they're still a criminal. They still demand restitution. You don't get to assassinate them over a schoolyard fight.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bam.
All right, stop indulging his autism.
Please.
It's fucking. It's his
really wonderful
fascination. Let him be
thing about our
autistic.
Oh
educational
no,
system
y'all do not get to go again.
Bam,
I got
bam,
a question.
bam, bam, bam.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was just chilling. All right.
Lactoid.
Mad at me.
So this, like, actually related. Like, so this question is like 25% a meme, but it's like 75% real.
Hit me.
Do you would like the exact same situation plays out in the train car? Do you feel differently? Does that change anything for you?
No.
Like, because I could honestly see the argument if you did say like, oh, you're in an enclosed space. Or
So
something.
for no. So hold on. Being in an enclosed space, I think, can matter when you're evaluating.
I'm not asking you legally. I'm asking
No.
you
I know.
Yeah.
But I would still assert that being in a closed space should matter when we're like evaluating whether or not this person's actions were reasonable. But what I'm looking for is like, let's say in a train car, you have that situation where the guy gets shot twice, and then he runs to like the other side of the train or like the subway car, and then like lays down in the corner with his like hands up, right? Would you think you clearly would think it's like fucked up if the 14-year-old followed him over with him like laying in the corner with his hands up and just starts like blasting him while he's laying on the floor? That'd be pretty fucked, right?
Sure, but that goes like in a more reasonable argument to like Scott's argument of like what's imminent, what's not. I'm saying that like if it was like everything happened in like a 5-second period, like shot, he turns like
my answer is, well, yeah, if you're in a train, so they were somewhat in an enclosed space when you actually watch the video. It's like a one room kind of like corner store kind of setup. And so if and she was kind of like backed into a corner. That's absolutely true. And I like I said, the first two shots were 100% reasonable, right? He is attacking her, no doubt. You can use lethal force to kill somebody attacking you. Maybe not legally, according to in all situations, but according to my moral philosophy, you should be able to. But whether it be in a tram, whether it be in that little thing, whether it be in the streets, right? If somebody's like coming at you, and then like you start shooting them, and they get hit, and they're like, "Oh fuck!" They turn around and run away. Right, as long as there's not now the one circumstance I can think of that would make me change my mind here, and unfortunately I don't know if we'll ever know this because I don't think a video exists. But if he's turning around and running away, and his hands are like reaching in front of his waistband, then that could be an issue, right? Then maybe he is reaching for a gun, right? But if he's just running, I don't think it's okay to shoot somebody running away from you.
The reason I was asking is like, as far as what we consider life threatening, like this goes back to the conversation we had about the dude in the train car. So that was like main portion of it. But thanks for your answer. This is like Corey actually ended up making Scott talk about it so much that now I have like 2 seconds of engagement with this topic of imminent threat. And
Timer starts now. 2 seconds. Go.
Yeah. I think that there's like, as crazy as it sounds, there's a weird there's like a weird murky territory, specifically when it involves particularly like gang violence. I've heard situations where like the concept of revenge, especially in like in related to gang violence, is is pretty realistic. And I know of situations, or like I have like people I know of situations who have been in cases where like, oh, okay, gang situation breaks out, someone from one side ends up dying, and now he heard from like a reputable source that there's like they're going to shoot up this guy's mom's house. Like, okay, we're gonna go kill his mom now. Like that's the payback. So he like hides in the bushes. As soon as he sees like the car pull up to his mom's house. Now again, they haven't shown themselves to be a threat. He believes like he reasonably believes like, oh, okay, they said they're gonna kill my mom. They're pulling up at her house. I'm like, he shoots them on spot. Like, I think that like, regardless of how you feel legally, I think that's murky on how you feel on could he reasonably consider these people a threat, even if it was like a week later.
I'm good with it. Just don't tell the cops or the state attorneys that shit.
Oh yeah, he did.
Yeah, be like, oh, I was cleaning my gun on the front porch and I saw a car pass by my house and I was like, that looks like the people who threatened my mom. So I reassembled my gun really quick. And then they passed by a second time and they said, I'm going to shoot you, Jerome. And then I was like, all right, pop, 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 pop. And that's what happened. And then just
wait, under this theory, though, how would you criminalize gang violence?
What?
Every killing is just going to be like, well, no, that's just to prevent this person from killing me a week later.
I mean, that's the problem.
I wasn't talking about
This is the problem with
just like more.
No, this is the problem with like honor culture, by the way. So I can't speak to it completely, but there's like dignity culture and honor culture. Some psychotherapists talked about it who's way smarter than me. Dignity culture is like every human being is entitled to a certain standard of living, and whenever you violate that, the system should impose a penalty on it. Whereas like honor culture says that you have to have like a certain level of like reputation that is held within esteem of the community, and if somebody violates your sense of honor, then you're entitled to a certain level of retribution. So this is where in a dignity culture, you could go to, if somebody was threatening to kill your mom, you could go to law enforcement and say, hey, I'm hearing this thing. Let's go through the system. Let's try to prevent it. Let's scare them off, blah, blah, blah. Whereas honor culture says, you're coming after my people. I'm going to come after you. So I think that the ideal world is probably where we go dignity over honor. But at the same time, if somebody's threatening to kill your fucking mom and you end up clapping them up, I'm not going to hold anything against you.
Just for a point of clarification, the main aspect of dignity culture is where reputation management is derived from. So it's more about like, I'm a doctor or I'm an engineer, right? So like certain things and jobs that you do within the greater society is where you're gaining your reputation from. Whereas older societies, or like, let's say like the antebellum South, for example, you as an individual man and how you will be judged within the community, et cetera. But the end point is exactly like Counterpoint said. But from the beginning, the dignity culture is more about where you derive reputation management from.
I'm going to give it another go around with Scott, maybe with a more.
Fucking why?
Okay, so
he's not even doing it to us this time. You're doing it to us, Corey.
I just want to know when you guys.
You're not going to pin them down to an exact rule.
Yeah, what do you want?
I don't know. There's nothing else to know.
I think I found the exact.
I think Corey's got him.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
Here we go. I'm gonna let him cook. I'm gonna let him cook.
Let me cook. Let me bury myself.
Let him cook, but real quick. When you guys start throwing out the autistic shit, I want you to know it's Corey that's trying to drill it down to an extreme hypothetical to test my limits. I'm not being the fucking autist here. All right.
You're right. I will totally bite that. So let's just say it plays out exactly more or less as it does, as described here, as you understand it, but slight modifications. Let's say, the 14-year-old happens to be an excellent Marx person, and they're able to take out the knees of the person, okay? And they're now crawling away. Are they now justified in walking up and shooting them in the back?
Any excellent marksman will tell you that you shoot for center mass, that you don't try and take out.
That doesn't answer. So, but let's just say they do shoot and take out.
He's Buster Scruggs. He can just fucking nail him right in the knees.
Right. I'll go this for you. If you pull out a fucking firearm, okay, this is not a fucking game. When you pull out a firearm and you aim it at another human being, it is always shoot to kill. There's never an incident where the goal.
It doesn't answer my question.
No, actually, that's just not true. You could use it as a deterrent just to scare off.
That doesn't answer my question. Like, if
No,
This is hypothetical.
No, don't play that bitch behavior.
No,
Warning
you're
shots are
you're the one
fucking
being.
bullshit.
You're not answering
a
anything.
It
slight,
doesn't have to be as
a
black
slight
and white as
disagreement.
shoot to kill or don't do anything.
Well,
You could actually just show off the gun and not pull the trigger. If the
Clarification.
person
pull
just
out
want
a
to back
fucking-
off when they
Yeah,
see a
that's-
gun, then they just run away. Like I literally just saw a video probably today
No.
where a guy got out of his truck, started banging on the other car like in a fit of road rage. The other guy got out of his car, pulled out a gun, and you know what the other guy did? He walked back to his car and drove on. No one died in that.
If you want to fire a warning shot, right? If you want to waste your
It's not
bullet,
even a
fire
warning shot. You just show it. You know what?
Okay.
In all of
Listen,
actuality, most
okay,
people
no
are
war-
pussies.
Shh. If you want to pull out a gun and brandish a firearm as a threat to the other person, that if they continue their behavior, you will shoot and kill them, and it works out for you, great. But let me tell you, right? When you're pulling that firearm out, you are also escalating that situation. When someone comes up and they're willing to engage in some type of physical fight, and then you pull out a firearm, right? The other person is also, they might run away. They also might be like, oh, I guess it's time we pull out guns, right? So when you're pulling out,
Totally
don't
could
pull out
be.
a
So
fucking gun.
So you recognize
Don't
one.
pull out
Okay,
a
so what you really
fucking
mean to
gun
say,
unless
what
you're
you really
ready
mean
to
to
kill
say is that
somebody.
when a person pulls out a gun, be willing to shoot and kill. Okay, don't just brandish it and just be a symbol. But what you said, which I find a problem, is you have to shoot and kill, which is not necessarily true.
You
there
should
are other
not.
ways to use.
What I'm trying to say is you should not be pulling out a fucking firearm that you don't plan to use. That it is a bad move to pull out a firearm to brandish to try and scare them off.
Okay.
Right? Now, if
There's
you
a
want to
slight
scare them off,
correction.
you can show them and be like, hey, I'm armed, and if you keep coming at me, I'm gonna pull this gun. But once you pull that gun, you should point it at the person, you should pull the trigger, and you shouldn't fucking stop until you're out of ammunition.
Okay, so that completely contradicts what you just said of like you don't have to, but
No,
you
it
have
doesn't.
to.
Okay.
Where's the contradiction?
Wait. This also, so you're not supposed to like, okay, I don't know, maybe this is your moral system, but like generally
if you
speaking,
step in and save J Chow.
He made a little bit of he made a point that I think is important, right? Which is like I've heard multiple times here, you're supposed to shoot to kill. Slight correction, and this is actually important. You're supposed to shoot for center mass until the threat stops. Okay, that's it. You're not, so if they fall on the ground and they're no longer a threat, you're not, oh, well, I'm supposed to shoot to kill them. I'm supposed to fucking mag dump them. No, actually, you're not supposed to do that. You're supposed to shoot for center mass until the threat stops.
No, right? You would like, sure, if you want to take it from a legal perspective of how we've arbitrarily
and a
decided,
moral perspective, right?
From
If
a
they're no
moral
longer a threat.
You don't know that. Like you can.
You
shoot
never
at the
know
center
that.
and drop and
That's
get
why
back
I
up.
asked you. Like, if you
What
take,
I'm saying is that if you're fucking pulling a firearm out, you need to be aware that the intention of pulling out a firearm is not to just like, oh, they're going to be neutralized in happy unicorn land. The point of a fucking firearm is to kill people.
Okay, here's the hypothetical that I want an answer to. What if he was butt naked and you could see he had no gun on him whatsoever, and he was laying there in the middle of the floor bleeding? Is the kid justified in just shooting him while he's laying on the ground?
How about
Are also
wait, let me answer that, because this literally happens with like meth heads, right? There'll be like a meth head who's like high as fucking meth, like butt naked, running on the street. They get shot. They're laying up because meth heads are fucking crazy, right? They get shot and they're laying on the ground bleeding. Like, should the cop be able to walk up and be like, hey, he punched me, bam, just blow his head off?
Well, now you change it to a cop, right? Like,
okay, not a cop. Fucking, not a cop. Not a cop.
They're not deserving of human rights. That's true.
Yeah. Sorry, it's me, right? A meth head punches me in the face, and I'm pissed as fuck because why he punched me in the face really hard. I could have died, and then like I shoot him, and then he like falls flat on his back. He's laying on the ground. He's butt naked, no gun whatsoever within sight, and I got my gun trained right on him. What's the threat?
I will bite the bullet just like that meth head should eat lead. Okay? Yeah. Keep fucking firing. I don't know that the PCP fucking.
Why did you just say that to begin with?
Fuck you up.
Okay, so
I haven't been saying this. I haven't been running from anything.
I think you ran quite a bit.
Okay, so
I didn't run at all. I just fucking. I'm being particular about answering the questions truthfully.
I think that B and Scott are clearly not tactical geniuses here, because like if there is a threat, right, and you dump all your bullets into one particular person, what if there were multiple threats? What if you're being surrounded, right? Like, it seems to me that you're like the first target that I see. I've got to empty my clip. I'm just saying, right? You put one or two into them.
Prime Guys. I appreciate, Prime Guys, that you understand that responsible gun ownership and concealed carry means that you should have an extra mag with you. I appreciate it.
Okay. Wait, Prime, you're super incorrect about it's not John Wick where you count your bullets. That's like, oh, I have to be prepared for multiple threats. That's not how that situation works.
I have
fucking spy family over here.
Okay. So I just want to say that I agree, like, philosophically with the concept that if you pull a gun, you should be prepared to use it. However, I don't agree with the concept that if you pull a gun, you have to be 100% sure that you're going to use it and then just start yanking back on the fucking trigger. I'm with Jay Chow here. As a matter of fact, while working as a law enforcement officer, which I understand does change the dynamic because I actually had the authority to detain people and take them into custody and bring them in front of a judge who's going to make a judgment about whether or not, or work with a jury of peers to determine criminal charges and all that kind of shit. Oftentimes, like, a gun is a sufficient deterrent to get people to do what needs to be done. Whether that's fuck off or listen to the commands of a law enforcement officer, most people don't want to find out what it's like to be shot. So my personal advice to civilians who are concealed carrying is, don't pull unless you can use it and you're willing to use it and you're ready to use it. But just because you pull it doesn't mean you have to use it. A perfect example, I think it was during the BLM riots, there was a reporter, I think he actually did get arrested and charged, but it was like New York, so who gives a shit? They're a fucking commie state anyways. But he was being approached by like half a dozen people who were like coming up to him and obviously about to beat his ass and or steal his camera equipment, and he basically pulled a pistol and told them to fuck off. I think that person was well within his rights, and if he mag dumped somebody, the situation would have been worse than what ultimately ended up happening.
What all I'm saying is that if you pull a gun, you should use it. But what you're doing is that you're looking at it. Listen, you're looking at it retroactively.
What you already just said. It was just the
no, I
exact
can quote.
opposite of
I
what
can
you said.
quote.
Listen,
I can
listen,
quote
listen.
a philosopher. I'll listen, but I want to quote a philosopher back at you.
But you just made your right. What I am saying, right, is if you are in a situation where you are as a civilian, I think the situation does change when you are a law enforcement officer. And despite my feelings about law enforcement officers, there is a presumed authority, right? I think that situation does change. But as a civilian, if you are pulling a firearm, what I'm saying is that you shouldn't pull the firearm unless you need to pull the trigger. That you should not be pulling the firearm as a fucking deterrent, because it might be a deterrent, but it also might be an escalation in the situation where now you do have to kill somebody that you might not have had to have killed. That you pull the firearm, and when that happens, it needs to be the moment where you have no other alternative, and then you start pulling the trigger.
Okay. To quote the great philosopher king Andre 3000, don't pull that thing out unless you plan to bang, and don't bang unless you plan to hit something.
Based.
I concur.
So then Scott.
Did they teach you at the police academy?
Like
big on that?
So
that's on the wall when you walk in.
Yeah.
In between eating crayons.
So Scott, does this situation change if, like, as the person's running away and as the teen is like watching them run away, they trip and they absolutely face plant, and now they're unconscious? Are they no longer justified in shooting?
Or you think they're unconscious?
He could wake up.
Yeah. That's more or less what I'm trying to tease out. Of like, we don't know. They could be playing possum, right?
Yeah, I'm not going to change my opinion. Like, I'm willing to eat all of these bullets.
Kill
you can blast some motherfucker. Like, he doesn't know whether or not he's unconscious.
Yeah.
If he does know where he's unconscious, how did he determine that? Well, the only way he determined that is by going up to the body, choosing to do so. Right.
Yeah. Well, I'll change. I'll use
disarmed him and has control of the situation in his opinion.
Yeah. I'll use naked method lactoids example of like I
don't care.
Well, he already answered it, right? He already said.
Yeah. Okay. I feel like we've gotten.
It's absurd, but he answered it.
Yeah. B.
If
I think. Oh, there you go.
If someone was sexually assaulted and they never reported it, and then they walked in there in the mall and they see the person that they know for a fact sexually assaulted them walking by them, that victim or survivor has no right to do anything. I don't know why I keep saying that my mic is muted. Are you muting me?
No.
Just
I think there's a noise gate and it takes some time.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
the
yeah,
noise,
it's like
the noise
just
gate
like
might be a little too strong.
Oh,
Like
is
you
it
might need to
cutting me
open your
out?
noise gate up a little bit.
we can hear you. It's just like
It's
it
not
takes
that
like
bad.
a quick second.
It's
Yeah,
not that
just
bad.
Go ahead.
Okay. Because if I don't, the only recourse I have is legal at that point in time. An eye for an eye doesn't work in our legal system. So a temporal limit is not one, like I understand time isn't timey-wimey. I'm not a time lord and I don't have a TARDIS. So I think temporal time does matter. And I also don't need to be catching strays, pun intended, about whether or not I'm going to empty a mag whenever someone is approaching me. Again, I'm going to do everything I can to survive that situation, whatever that cost is. And you're right. If I'm double tapping zombies and trying to conserve bullets like I'm in The Walking Dead, I will certainly be doing that and making sure that I do a good bullet count. In other scenarios in which I'm utilizing my gun for realsies, I'm going to reserve the right to utilize excessive use of bullets at that point in time.
Fair
I think
enough.
is fair.
Yeah, I don't understand. I don't understand your argument because it's missing principal differences and talking about situations that we've already gone over and explained. First of all, the sexual assault, right? Is
Oh, you're
is
talking to
not
me?
the same.
Mhm.
Yeah. The sexual
Okay.
assault's not this is not necessarily the same, though it can be as a credible threat to violence. It depends on what you mean by sexual assault. Um, because like
I mean,
obviously
okay,
like
we're
being
gonna say the
groped on
most
a
violent
subway.
of volatile assaults. There's nothing consent. There's nothing
Yeah.
potentially
Yeah.
consensual. There's nothing about
Right.
that.
Right. Yeah. So I mean, like that's fine, right? Like then you're talking about the same thing. It's a one-to-one thing. It's someone threatening the life of another person.
But this
And
was
so I've
months
already,
ago.
right. We've already answered that question. I don't know. Maybe you weren't here for it or you were missing something, right? Like which is the there's a
I
difference in
can't-
behavior,
I-
right? Where we went over that portion. Like I already answered that question. You're bringing it back. So do you need me to
Okay.
answer for you again?
I don't need you to do anything for me. I'm quite fine and I'm capable of keeping up with this conversation on my own. Thank you very much.
Well, it seems like you're lagging behind. So I guess I don't know what to tell you.
Okay. Oh my God! It
I
doesn't matter.
dismissed
She
you
said her
because we already
piece.
handled it.
Okay. All right. We've
Yeah,
all.
this is a debate. I don't know what the fuck to tell you. If someone says something
Yo,
wrong,
some
that
people
I've
need
already slapped
clarification
down,
or
I'm gonna say
something.
it.
Why
I
you gotta
asked if
assume
she
that
needed it.
everything
She
that you
said she
gotta
doesn't.
say, everybody understands?
Okay. So
What?
we got it. We
I
got it.
asked
We
if
got
she
it.
needed it. She said she doesn't. She
We
just
got it.
clearly is
Okay.
lost, but it's cool.
All right.
Dick, you're just an incel, Scott. I appreciate the differentiation between you and Corey now.
It's just okay. I won't press that one further. But so I thought this the topic was really interesting, and Bam, our friend over there, who's kind of checked out for a second.
Yeah. I wasn't. Like I said, I did my little like mini rant on the engagement with like Scott's world, which like every time he explains something about his world, it just sounds like a crappy place to live. Like I don't understand like where like his values map onto like an actual society that anybody would want
Now
to.
you're doing what you accuse me of doing.
Let's not open the
Yes.
door.
I didn't ask Scott anything.
No.
I didn't need explanation. I gave an opinion.
Okay. All right. Okay. So we'll we're moving along
Sounds
here.
like cope.
But I
Be right back, getting the baby.
Sure, fair enough. I like this idea of like this idea of imminent threat. I mean, I don't like this idea, but like, I don't like the way it's been used within our society. That's why I related to the cop situation. Because cops, can just be scared of anything, literally anything. A shadow, a literal shadow that is formless to them, but looks like it's moving in an aggressive manner. And I guess I could just empty bullets into that shadow, and I'll figure it out later. So like, if this segment of our society can do that, like it just seems to me that like it opens the door for everyone.
May I
Go
respond
ahead.
to you? So
Please, go ahead.
specifically with imminent threat, I'm utilizing it when I'm referring to lay people or citizens, which is a different standard from officers or former police officers or military people with training who are I don't know what sort of basic officers go through, but who are trained to be able to withstand specifically short out that reptilian brain and make good decisions in the moment. That's why our standard is much higher for officers than it is for civilians.
Is it? But isn't that actually the case? I mean, the situation I'm talking about, like that's actually real. Like I'm thinking
I
of just
understand that.
okay, yeah,
I
and
do.
so the point is that like there was a guy in his own backyard. I forget. I believe this one was talking on his cell phone. There's been so many instances I get them mixed up. But I believe this guy was talking on his cell phone, and officers approached for whatever fucking reason, and immediately killed him because they thought it was a weapon, right? And you say that we have higher standards, but these officers get off. They say that they were afraid, right? They were. I believe them. They were afraid. They were terrified little bitches. That's true, right? But it doesn't seem that standard actually exists in real life.
There are lower standards, right? Because I mean, not whether this is right or not, but I understand the intuition that you would think they would have higher standards because of their training and what have you. But legally, a lot of the times we have lower standards because we know that they're on a job where they're going to have to put themselves in danger and exert physical force often. And so we give them more leeway to make decisions with those physical force. Yeah.
I'm sorry. Are we talking pragmatically or theoretically in a vacuum?
Pragmatically.
Pragmatically, I understand that the laws are bent to be able to protect an officer at almost all costs, right? So we're going to look at things and think, well, yeah, but even if they were trained, they were in a really tough situation. Even if this happened, then something else or blah, blah, blah. I understand and I appreciate that. However, in a vacuum, yes, officers certainly have a higher standard.
They have more training for sure.
I'm trying to say, like, I guess lower standard.
Well, how about we just divide the
Maybe the
standards?
way
This is
it's
what I'm
applied?
saying. No, this is
Yeah.
what I'm saying. Let's divide the standards. There's standards of and actions that an individual can take, and then there are standards of how do we judge the actions of individuals. So to cops, we expect them to have a higher standard of engagement, of de-escalation. They have more training. We expect more of them to do something. However, when it comes to the consequences of taking those actions, then we begin to say, okay, well, they're in dangerous situations. This is necessary to their jobs. And so then if things were to happen to them, then we have lower standards, technically lower standards to them than, say, if a layperson or just a regular citizen were to do the same thing.
I don't think it's lower standards. I think that the law is misapplied in those cases in which officers go free.
Well, that can happen, right? Sometimes the lower standards, what happens is you have scenarios like what I think Prime Case was talking about, where it's unfortunately allows for some issues, malpractice, police officers making decisions that most of us would think are not justified or reasonable. But that it is the case that typically
very wide berth. Like in my experience in working and in questioning officers and my experience in the law, they're giving an exceptionally wide berth. There are officers who have shown up. I had an officer who showed up 3 months post a massive heart surgery and was talking about himself. And he said, I mean, I did just have a heart surgery, but it wasn't that big of a deal. And I thought, are you out of your mind? Like, you are either vulnerable or you're not. You've got to pick one right now, you crazy loon. So I don't disagree with you, but I think if they're going to be deserving of, listen, they have a greater amount of leeway than they deserve and are required to be held to a higher level, a higher standard.
So, okay, so I just want to articulate this real quick because I think what Chow said is just descriptively accurate, where you have a higher training, so you have a higher expectation, but then because the job requires them to interact with these scenarios on the daily, there's a wider berth for mistakes, and oftentimes there's, the adrenaline, and I thought that they were an imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. The reason why civilians often get slammed, despite having less training and less responsibility, is because it's actually quite rare as a civilian to like interject yourself into a scenario where you're required to use self-defense. And then also, as long as you can articulate imminent threat of death or great bodily harm, you'll typically be okay. Just to revisit my authoritarian centrist policy position, though, I do think that like civilians broadly should be educated on these things. One, so they know how to exercise their rights under the law. But then two, they can also know whether or not the public servants that serve them are exercising their authority correctly under the law. So I think a educated population that understood self-defense, it would be a much better population than we have right now.
Do you
Have
think
you ever had a
counterpoints?
Yeah.
Oh, let me ask one question, then
You
we'll go to Bam. Yeah. Counterpoints. Then, do you think that if there is a population, in this country that typically has antagonistic and dangerous and possibly deadly experiences with law enforcement, then that they should be able to articulate that and say, "Oh, this cop has harassed me, has beat me up on a regular basis, right? They just shows up sometimes when to fuck with me, and I saw them approaching, and so I shot
Wait a
them."
minute, who is that?
Somebody have a smoke alarm going
Oh,
off?
I'm sorry. It's a thing in the background. I can't. Please answer
Oh,
the
it's you. Okay.
Yeah, so should we be educating populations that are perhaps like victims of police harassment so they can articulate their own harassment? Yeah, absolutely. But I think you also need to articulate how to create evidence for a case as well. So it's one thing to conceptually understand that a police officer should not be speaking with you every single day if you're a law-abiding citizen, even if you committed crimes in the past. They shouldn't be following you at every single stop sign. They shouldn't be checking your seatbelt at every single intersection. They shouldn't be following you to work, all that kind of stuff. So if there's a member of the community who feels like they're being harassed, they need the ability to understand that that is not normal for law enforcement to single you out as an individual citizen and follow you around until you commit crimes. That's an important part of the education. But documentation is also important. So for instance, if that is like a normal traffic stop where cop cars sit there all the time and it just kind of happens that happens to be near your house and more than that one cop has pulled you over because you have been violating the law consistently, you're going to have more in order to show off the harassment. Like, have a passenger video record that a cop is literally just following you for miles at a time without pulling you over, those kinds of things. And you can demonstrate the pattern through evidence. And then the more you understand, like demonstrating patterns through evidence, the better it is. So I think that the answer is yes, but that education might be insufficient because it's not sufficient to just know what needs to happen. You also need to know how to demonstrate that to the justice system itself.
I guess my only pushback is, I mean, I agree, like broadly with what you said. I think was really good advice. But the idea that it isn't normal, right? Like I think it's for some neighborhoods, this is normal. This is how they interact with the police. And like it is accepted by the wider side. This is good policing. To be harassing these people in their neighborhood. Oh, they're looking for drugs. We're looking for drugs, of course, right? And so we got to go through their pockets. Like, go ahead.
What you just said is the exact example of why I would want to educate the public in the first place. So there's people who are quote unquote frequent flyers, people who go to jail all the time. But as a result of that, I think that they've been so abused by the system that they don't even object when their rights are being abused. So one of the things that I saw that was really frustrating to me was a law enforcement officer who allegedly was a good law enforcement officer. But basically he would say like, hey, do you mind if I search your pockets real quick? But before he even got an answer, his hands were already on the person. And it's like, you're playing way fast and loose with the Fourth Amendment. You're violating the spirit of the Fourth Amendment, absolutely. And then just because you don't get an objection in a timely manner, you find something in somebody's pockets that you're able to articulate as a part of that is drugs, and then you're able to make an arrest off of that. That's not good police work. That's not good community work. And I think it destroys trust between the community and law enforcement, where it's like you're treating me like I am a criminal. I love, I'm not. Hold on, let me be careful with my quotes. So
You heard it here first, folks. Breaking news.
Hypothetically, this person is a criminal. They do drugs, they do trespass, they do burglarize, they are vandals, all that kind of stuff. But then it's almost a self-fulfilling cycle because the second they step out their door in the morning, there's a narco cop sticking their hands in their pockets. And it's like, Jesus fucking Christ, like when do I get to become a normal part of the community?
All right. Let's go to Bam.
Yeah, I was just curious. Like, I'm always going to be pro education. I think people knowing more is Like I'm not against that as a concept, especially when it comes to their rights. But it seems like whenever you get into a real life situation, all of those things that you know, like practically should go out the window. Like,
Yes.
like I know I have a right to do this, but I feel like even you would say like, hey, shut up, let them do it, and then we'll try to take it to court maybe, and hopefully you can afford it.
Yeah, so there's a saying. It's like you can't beat the rap, beat the ride.
Mhm.
Wait, you can't beat the ride, you can beat the rap. So basically, I would say that you don't litigate things on the side of the road. You don't say, "Hey, motherfucker, I didn't consent to a search." Like, what the fuck? Like, you just jammed your hands in my pockets and I never consented. Let's fist fight about this right now. But what you do say is, if they have body camera, then you say that loud. You say, "Hey, I didn't consent to a search. You stuck your hands in my pockets before I even had an opportunity to decline. Anything past this, you can go fuck yourself, and I'm going to sue you and ask for your supervisor." And that's the kind of thing where it's like, if you say that on camera, and this, I think body worn cameras should be 100% mandatory. If you say that on camera, they take you to jail anyways. You talk to your public defender and talk to the state's attorney's office, and you say, "Hey, where's the body cam? I objected to being searched." And if they say, "Oh yeah, they lost the body camera footage," boom, that shit's getting fucking dismissed. And then on top of that, if there's a pattern of that, like if you educate the community to do those kinds of things, that's where you start opening up the community to lawsuits, and those cops are going to start getting fired, because it's going to be more of a public risk to have cops who are constantly violating the law, who are violating the Fourth Amendment, who get the police department into lawsuits. Then it is going to be worth it to keep them to up the arrest statistics. But this has to be like a community-based effort.
For sure. I was just speaking to the idea of like, I don't know. We all
you can't
see
beat the ride.
we always see the sovereign citizens, like the dudes on the side of the road that like every time they get pulled over, like oh boy, like they get
Traveling
excited.
officer,
I know
not
my
driving.
All
rights.
200 of them. But real quick,
I'm a Moorish
okay, no,
citizen.
I want
point of clarification. This is just super
Uh-huh.
important, super quick. Don't tell cops fuck you or fuck off. That's a good way to get smacked in the fucking head and get the shit kicked out of you. Just say, "I didn't consent to this, and any orders I follow from here on out, I feel are done under duress."
Yeah.
And just leave it
From
at
a
that.
non-legal
More neutral. Yeah.
advisor in a legal expert capacity, everything I've ever told my clients is nobody talks and everybody walks. So other than asserting your right to your Fifth Amendment protection,
Yeah,
your
and then you
public
shut up
defender-
after that. Yeah.
Could you let me finish? Thank you. That's all you need to state at that point in time. So again, and because then I can do everything else that I need to do in order to get you out of that. If they continue still talking to you, I can work with that. I don't even want you mumbling God bless America to yourself or a prayer. Don't say anything until I'm with you in your cell. Nobody talks and everybody walks. But having been through a really traumatic experience myself recently, and again, I pride myself on being somebody who could be deeply prepared to survive any atrocious situation because I'm terrified of those things. The amount of shock one goes through and getting dumbstruck is very real. So whenever we were, this is never mind. That's such a sidebar. That's not on topic. We can move on. My mistake.
It was kind of what Bam was saying. That makes sense. Bam was, I think, pointing to that, and that in these situations where you have these authoritative figures and people, especially if they haven't been in these situations, it can be very jarring, and that shock can lead you to not have the ability or wherewithal to navigate the situation as you were educated to. So, like, it can be tough, to.
Yeah.
You know,
I wouldn't even necessarily
I definitely do want to challenge Bam and B a little bit on this, and I see you there, Connor. That like, so I have been nodding my head along when they talk about like the adrenaline situation and like that people's decision making abilities are diminished. But people's decision making abilities are diminished in all kinds of ways, and we don't let them off. Right? It seems like the standard for the law, right? If we're talking about the law right now, it should be of a competent person making these decisions. Because, like, look, when I get turned on, I've got less blood in my head, right? And I make worse decisions. Like, it simply is the case, right? My decision-making capacity is diminished when I am very much aroused. But, like, I'm not I don't think. Maybe my friend Lactoid
Wild
is.
statement to make.
Maybe my friend Lactoid is that good of a lawyer, but I don't think he could get me off. If,
Well, wait, what do you?
No.
Don't worry about that.
I believe in
I
Lactoid.
Why is
I
this
believe in
relevant?
Lactoid.
Lactoid's got a lot of
Don't
people
worry
off
about
prime.
that.
You're
I
good.
could be
He's a
I could
professional.
be the legal help of your dreams. Don't worry.
Okay, but yeah, so like, but people have diminished capacity all the time, and we kind of just like, well, that's just too bad, right? Like, should it actually be that an excuse?
That wasn't my argument. I
apologize.
No, I don't think that's what Ben was saying.
No, I was making the exact opposite argument. I was saying that like I was saying to just to counterpoint, he was arguing like, you know, like people just need to know their rights and like and when they do that they'll like hold the people accountable. I was just saying that like practically like you could teach all those lessons. Like this is what's technically supposed to happen, but like I don't know, just growing up like that my explanation to the cop like whenever I got pulled over wasn't like here's your amendments and here's your rights. It's shut the F up. Like whatever happens
Sometimes
like,
that is a better tactic.
No, but
Nobody talks and
but I
everybody
think
walks.
but I think so. I'm perfectly fine with that. And then on top of that, I think there's different kinds of education that you can have with different communities and all that kind of stuff. My thing though is I think the way that it should be, and then cops should be held to that standard as well. It's not always going to work out right, but this is why universal body cams is important. And I also think that it can't just be this is the way that it's going to happen, because people get like bad information all the time. As an example, we had a domestic violence situation where we get like the description of a subject, and it's, you know, black male, no shirt, gray gym shorts, and then like small twists in his hair. That's a description of a young black gentleman. Well, let's face it, a lot of young black gentlemen look like that. So it's domestic violence. The dude ran away. I'm a block and a half over, and it's a bunch of teenagers. There's one nice teenager who fits the description, literally. You know, gray shorts, no t-shirt, black twist in his hair, and then there's 3 other young men who are talking over me and telling him that he doesn't need to identify himself to me, and I basically have to like be super patient, wait for them to stop yelling over me basically and say, hey, that's actually bad information. I would appreciate it if y'all stopped. You know, you fit the description of the person that we're looking for, and I need your ID in order to basically call it in to see if you're the person that we're looking for. And basically the guy's like, okay, well, what was the description? And I was like, how do I do this without being racist? And so like, but like, you got to understand, like, that's the kind of like fractious community relationship that I think could be solved by the public knowing when they need to identify themselves, and law enforcement knowing the limits of their power, and then both of us kind of like reinforcing that through body cams, through state's attorney's office, through civil suits, through all that kind of stuff. And right now, I think we have cops and state's attorneys, God bless their hard work, but I think they take advantage of the public's ignorance. And then I think we have members of the public who are wildly ignorant of the system and think that they can get something over on the system, and they fucking can't. So we kind of have like the worst of all worlds.
What would you do if he didn't have his wallet in that situation?
What? Then I would say, hey, we're gonna hang out. Do you know your social? All that kind of stuff. And most people are gonna know their social. And most cops have a system, at least in the state of Florida. It's called David. It's like the Department of Vehicle Identification Information or something like that. I can pull up somebody's social. So I would just have him stand with a law enforcement officer while I went and checked my computer, and I would check my computer, and then I would call in his information to dispatch. And by the way, we have the name of the domestic violence suspect. So since it wasn't the same name, I wasn't going to detain him just for looking like the guy I was looking for. It was to be a process of elimination.
And you
What's
were the
that?
exception and not the rule. That you were potentially the exception and not the rule. And how
For law
seriously you took
enforcement?
your job. Yes.
Yeah, so there's all different kinds of cops. I think 30% of cops are the coolest people I've ever met who are absolute heroes. I think 30 of them are normies who fuck up, and I think 30 of them are shitbags, which I think is like, that's for most jobs. But I think maybe I was, because
Did you just pull a nerdy Asian math joke?
Exceptional.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
I want to know what's
Yeah.
the other 10%.
So maybe
He messed up on his math.
Don't you mean
Maybe-
33.333 repeating counterpoints?
Yes. So the 10%.
Leroy
The other
Jenkins.
10% of the women.
There were women cops, and they were really good at what they did because they were able to talk people down through emotional intelligence. But then also with me, I would like to say I was a hippie cop. So I was a stoner in high school. I did the military first, so I did like a lot of really intense shit before I did law enforcement. So I didn't let, at least early in my career, I didn't let intense situations try to like fuck me over and make me treat people like shit just because we're in an intense situation. But there was only 2 of us on the force, and there was like 20 cops on the road. So there were only 2. There was 2 hippie cops out of 20 cops on the road, which actually works out to 10%. So that works.
All right, so we'll
There you
continue
go.
on to our next topic. Guys, if you've been enjoying this content, consider hitting that follow button if you're on Twitch, and consider subscribing to the channel, well, on YouTube, but also on Twitch. That's the money option. Consider supporting this channel so that we can continue providing you with more content. If you're on YouTube and you want to get a question out to these guys and gals, then you can send a super chat. That would be super appreciated. A huge help. So yeah, if you're out there, you want to, like, I'll stop the panel and be like, I'll stop the panel and then further interrogate Scott on his anti-capism. All right, because someone else out
Sending a
there.
super chat right now for Scott.
Yeah. All right. So
I'm gonna split that fucking money with me.
like, fair enough. But yeah, so please consider supporting the channel. Resubs are great. Shout out to resubbers. Give bits, give subs. Use your Amazon Prime Gaming here if you're on Twitch. And it does a lot for the channel. Free to you, but does a lot for us. Okay, we're gonna go on to our next topic. And yeah, guys, it was a really lively debate. You know, I wasn't it's always tough, like, picking these topics. It's tougher than people like imagine to pick these topics, because like, to know what like will engage you guys. But I think you guys did a really great job on that first topic, so thank you all, seriously. And hopefully
I'm
you'll
so
guys...
ready to talk the fuck out of this next topic. Can we please move on to Russia and what it deserves?
Okay, I love it.
Oh.
All right, I'm
Oh.
hyped. Okay, so
I'm
over the
scared
weekend,
now.
over the weekend, Putin suffered an unprecedented challenge to his power. A rogue mercenary group drove tanks through several Russian towns, fought against Russian forces, and threatened to take Moscow. They stopped on their own accord. Supposedly, this was done as protest to the Ukraine war. This has exposed the weakness of the Russian state. Should the West exacerbate this issue? What are the ethics of destabilizing a currently well-functioning state? Should adversaries take every opportunity given, or can they go a step too far? So yeah, I at first I didn't know what to do with this news story when I saw that. It was a big one. I know people want to talk about it, and actually know which direction to take. But I think this is a fun one, where like, you know, just because you have like an adversary, a geopolitical adversary, right? Like, what are the limits that you should be taking to advance yourself, right? Like, is it better to just like maintain that status quo? But if you think this adversary is dangerous, why not take the opportunity? Why not like strengthen like the military forces, like dump more like guns and weapons and say, hey, someone, why don't you try this again? It worked once, right? Try it again. So I'm really curious where you guys will follow on this. Start with my friend Lactoid.
All right, so the motives here are actually a little bit unclear. There's, we know that it probably wasn't going to be, it wasn't a protest against the war in Ukraine. My theory is that the Met Wagner Group was about to be subsumed into the Russian military, which is happening now. And Prigozhin didn't like that, refused, and either they were attacked first, or or Wagner claimed to be attacked first to prevent being subsumed into the Russian military. Regardless, the conflict broke out. Wagner marched on Moscow. I think as to his motives, he maybe believed that maybe the Russians would not subsume him, or at least maybe pay them a little bit more for bringing them into the Russian military. We don't know if either that happened. We don't know if he got any more money. We know that he's being exiled to Belarus, and his group won't be prosecuted. Regardless, though, what should we do about this situation? There's really nothing to do at this point, right? The rebellion's already over. It lasted for an incredibly short time. Ukraine is already on their counteroffensive. I just can't think of like what we would do. We're already like funding the shit out of Ukrainian fighters. So, yeah.
Let's go to HPCR.
Same thing with Lactoid. I do think that it's still there are some questions about the motivation. It probably wasn't like a situation where they were planning to like take over and become the new autocratic leader of Russia. There was disputes with the Ministry of Defense in Russia, and whatever happened, there was discrepancies in leadership. I don't think that the West should exacerbate the issue, whether that would be like back channels to the Wagner Group or funding their particular disagreement with the Russian leadership. I don't think in general it makes a whole lot of sense and we can look at America or the West's long history of attempting to destabilize regions for our own geopolitical interest. It typically doesn't go really well. In fact, oftentimes it's a disaster. This would be one of the biggest disasters if we were to attempt to exacerbate what's going on in Russia such that the nation collapsed, especially a nation with nuclear capabilities. I mean, there would be just so many variables that would emerge from that situation. It just doesn't seem like a reasonable idea at all. So I agree with Lactoid that we should probably just keep an eye on it, but not make the situation worse or attempt to destabilize whatever's going on in Russia right now. I think that's an awful, awful idea.
Thank you. Let's go to Bam.
Yeah. I think all we really want Russia to do is pick up their ball and go home. Like that, like we're just like, okay, this sucks. It's like it wasn't fun anyways. Like we're gonna go do something else. You don't want to put Russia into what like an even more desperate situation just because of the forspoken nuclear capabilities. And I'm super like I'm fine with the funding just because like people have spoken before about the I think even I don't know if Biden said someone said about the concept of like we're actually like making Russia spend tons of money. We're dismantling their military force without having to use American bodies, and I think that that's a win-win for the United States and a win-win for Ukraine.
Yeah. Let's go to B.
Oh, by the way, Corey's in the waiting room.
Oh, thank you.
Oh,
B?
me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I am I am a registered Republican. I've never voted Republican. I am deeply progressive until or unless you threaten American sovereignty and then bombs away, my dears. At that point in time, I have significant issues with it. The US, being overtly powered, does have a great responsibility to answer things proportionally. I appreciated the fact that we sat back and watched to see what was going to develop in Russia. This is a V hateful take, like a very hateful take. I don't mind watching the abscess that is Russia get drained by our continued supporting of Ukraine right now. And so long as we can keep Russia hamstrung long enough to realize and understand that they are the lame duck out of all of the farm animals within the European area, I don't mind that. I don't want to put them out to pasture or let them take out to like a nice farm family, but I do want them lamed.
I don't know what the implication is of all those metaphors, but we can explore that later. Let's go to Jay Chow.
Okay, so I pretty much agree with all the previous speakers except for B. The March for Justice, it's been called a lot of things: rebellion, mutiny, coup, civil war. I think the most accurate description is that it was a violent bargaining chip. Basically, what Lactoy said, I agree with his analysis. It was to stop Wagner from ceasing to exist because the MOD and the Kremlin was like, okay, all volunteer formations have to sign contracts with us by July 1st, which was basically going to render Wagner to not exist anymore. And Prigo, who's the owner of Wagner, was like, yo, I want my money. I also want my troops. I want everything that I've built up. So he takes his march towards Moscow. The Kremlin are shitting their pants and they're able to negotiate. Prigo goes to Belarus, supposedly. There's a lot of speculation as to what's happening afterwards. But it seems like this was all done as a domestic event. There was no outside coordination, no conspiracy, and all that stuff. Now, tackling the question, I think no country should be in the business of destabilizing other countries via plotting a coup, let alone like other reasons. It is unethical because it is a gross violation of sovereignty, and it could inflict grave damage to not only the targeted country's security, but its neighbors and the wider region as well. Not every opportunity should be taken because of principles, but this isn't to say that the West can't do anything. Russia's domestic turmoil gives the West more time to organize, and I've already seen news that Ukraine has made gains on the battlefield because of it. Wagner also represented a large and trained fighting force for Russia, and it's possible that it will no longer fight in Ukraine. So that's like a big win for us. The West doesn't have to do anything more to benefit from these events. That's just how weak Russia is.
May I want to caveat something really quickly. I'm not advocating for active disruption. To me, it seems like because the US is effectively the world's policeman or hall monitor, is a lack of action as irresponsible as going in and trying to meddle is the question I'm wrestling with.
Thank you. Counterpoints.
No, I think we should absolutely capitalize on it. I think that I would get somebody who speaks Russian and have them call Prigozhin and be like, "Hey, that was really cool. Do you want a few $1 million? You could do it again. We'll give you, we'll just slip you a few million in order to go ahead and take it all the way." Because the truth is that one of these men is probably dead in the next 90 days. Either Prigozhin or Putin are dead in the next 90 days. And whatever happens between Russian factional forces is going to confuse the ever-living shit out of Russian forces that are fighting currently in Ukraine, and they're gonna have analysis paralysis. Do we withdraw? Do we ally ourselves with the Wagner Group? Do we ally ourselves with the MOD? Does it even matter? Is there logistical support for us coming? So no, I would actually absolutely support Wagner and call them and see if there's anything we can do to help change their minds to do whatever they want to do. And of course, it should just be, a third country national known for dealing with all sides, who happens to speak Russian, who just happens to have a couple $1 million in order to, incentivize, Prigozhin in the right direction. And I'm okay with that. Whatever gets Ukraine the area of Zaporozhye and Kherson, and then Crimea can be negotiated, and then Donetsk and Luhansk can be negotiated. Whatever reduces Ukrainian blood, I'm good with it.
Yikes.
Okay. Got.
You might be muted, maybe.
He is. Yeah. You're gonna have to do the
Discord.
exasperation over again.
I was muted manually on the mic. I got a new mic. I got to get used to it. Sorry. So this is, I find this situation really interesting because it's like a whole bunch of people online, not necessarily you guys, think they know what's going on, and for the most part, it's mostly just fog of war. We have some details that we assume to be true because they're reported as such. We have no idea what the DoD knows, right? We don't know how Wagner will be brought in, right? Will they be split up? Will they be kind of their own tactical units? If they're going to be split up with, what Prigozhin calls the conscripts, because it's exactly what a large portion of them are, is, just slaves forced to fight for Russia. Wagner was one of the few groups that was actually gaining victories in Ukraine, right? They're essentially undefeated. And so if you just split these people up, I don't know that even that is likely. We don't know how it's going to be done or what will be done, but even that is likely to reduce their capacity towards victory in some of these. They're going to have to put in more effort. We don't know what's going to happen to the mutinous soldiers, because this is reported Putin's most recent speech a couple hours ago, where he's going to let some of them go to Belarus and he's going to bring in some of them. What does that deal look like? Do we know that? The other thing we don't know, that again the CIA and DoD might know, is Russia has been holding the line waiting for Ukraine to have their spring offensive, right, and to push. And it's every assumption that Russia is then building for a counteroffensive after that, right? Like it's a back and forth situation here. So we don't know how much that's affected their capacity. This entire kerfuffle, removing things, like, has this basically killed the Russian counteroffensive that they were planning on doing in the next month or two? Or is this, or are they actually pretty much unaffected because Russia knew the whole time they only had like 8,000 troops and it was a fucking bluff and they barely moved anything? Like we don't know. So I agree that we should capitalize on it, but I'm anti-war, right? I want to end this fucking war. The idea that Prigozhin will take like CIA money or something is, I mean, it's possible, but so fucking unlikely. Like they're deeply nationalistic, right? Like their problem is not with Putin, and their problem is not with Russia, and their problem is not with killing more Ukrainians. Their problem is with leadership that they deem to be incompetent, that is trying to take away their power and is getting them killed, right? So like the main thing I wanted to do, and I'm glad nobody here was buying into it, is like the both sides kind of like, oh, Russia's done for, or like, oh, 6.7 billion missing from the Pentagon, CIA must have fucking given it to Wagner. Like there's just so much stupidity here with this fog of war that like we shouldn't sit on our hands. We should use this as a moment to capitalize in peace, because it might actually be our best time to reopen negotiations, because they're in a weaker position currently that they might be able to recover
Fog of
from.
war, a term of medical
Let
use?
Corey Campbell let Corey Campbell go for his opening.
Yeah. It's opening statements. So you'll get.
Oh,
as
my
soon as-
mistake.
No worries. No worries.
Corey,
no worries.
it's up to you. Okay, talk about the 6 billion. Account for it.
Six-
Okay?
Do
Talk about Hunter
it.
Biden.
Do
all right?
it.
You got this. I
Where's
believe
the
in you.
biochemist? We
Now
know
it's-
that he's definitely got some inside tracks, right?
No, actually, I'm
How
going to
long Wagner can go and
Corey,
go
do
away.
it. Corey, do it.
No, I'm actually going to back up Scott's point of like, I have no problem admitting that I am not the most informed or not all that informed on this topic, although some might argue that I'm not informed on any topic, which is totally fine. But on this one specifically, I have no problem admitting that, like, yeah, I don't have in-depth knowledge. And I have a hard time teasing out what's true and what's not. But as far as I can tell, despite my tech issues, I was still listening to the panel, and from what I can discern, more or less my position is Lactoid's position. As in, from what I gather, it seems like, what's currently happening resulted in this end result. As in, like, this is an overall good result, in that sort of, some sort of destabilization is occurring on its own, and therefore there doesn't seem to be a huge need to escalate, as in if what is currently working is working, then just go with that, and let's see. And I think there's lessons to be learned from history of like getting, too involved, or like, having a full-on proxy war, and that might not be the best way to go about it. But I'm willing to have my mind changed, and I'll leave it there for now.
I just want to say something. Like all this Lactoid love, I don't know where it's coming from, but I'm taking it.
No,
as
it's because
a
he's
whole-
speaking first, okay? It makes me
he's
sound like I'm
going
just
first.
copying
We
what
all
he's
have the
saying.
same
I want to make it very clear. It's
You would
because
all
he's-
copy
it's-
my position.
No, it's because he's Canadian. That's why I support
Oh,
Lactoid
okay.
100%.
All right,
He just got
nationalism
here
is fair.
first. That's it.
Go ahead, guys.
Okay, yeah.
Um,
So I want to start by tackling B's conundrum, what she mentioned at the very end of her opening statement, which was it's basically a very foundational issue when it comes to intervention, which has always existed, which is, when we intervene, are we going to make the situation worse? And in most cases, it does happen. By principle, intervention should never just be done by principle, just because for the sake of it. There should always be a plan. We should always have an understanding of when we want to go out. We have to have certain goals. We have to organize certain resources. Like intervening into a country, taking away its leadership, and reorganizing it into a stable country is really expensive, a really time consuming, and really fucking hard. The United States has done it plenty of times. It's had successes, but it's also had massive failures, recent massive failures, from Iraq to Afghanistan. And when it comes to Russia, well, what HPCR said is like the best point out there, which is Russia has nukes. And if we destabilize that country and we don't know who is going to be the next leadership, if we don't know these locations, whether they're secure, whether or not they're going to be falling into terrorist hands or nationalistic hands, if like the country is just going to be broken up into a number of countries and we have no idea what is the status of these nukes, we are in a really dangerous situation. We were really lucky at the end of the Cold War when the Soviet Union crumbled. It was just like a periphery republics that went away, and like there was still a large Russia that had most of the nukes. There were some deals with Ukraine having nukes and that had to be transferred over, but that was a huge deal. That was a huge deal, and like we were lucky that that was able to get resolved. So like the idea of utilizing this to like incredibly destabilize Russia to the point where Putin is out and like we're maybe like entertaining the idea of putting Prigo in or like having somebody else, which is basically just from Putin's camp to be put into leadership, or like just the Russia just crumbling apart. Like that is, I don't want to play with that. Okay. That is a scary future.
I disagree with you. I don't disagree with you. I think utilizing, so ideally, if it was utilized as a way with which to get boots on the ground and check on the status of those nukes, because I think unfortunately the thing,
Oh my God.
the thing
That's
that
worse.
Russia's, no, it's not. Once
Putting boots on the
that-
ground, like after Russia crumbles, we're going to send in our military.
I meant like a James Bond, an American James Bond, just checking on the status of nukes or something else like that.
The CIA.
Because the largest
Or
problem
the
with the
NIEA.
nuke program in Russia is the same thing that we've always had, which is that there are paper tiger who casts large shadows. But as we've seen with the way in which they collapsed during the Ukrainian war, I don't trust that they're actually maintaining or keeping those nukes up to date and up to code the way that they should. So yes, I would want U.S. information upon like what status are they in. Not
Only one of them got to work.
What?
You don't need a lot of nukes to work. Like you only need a few.
But
Like,
that
She's
doesn't mean
saying
that
doesn't want it to go off on, even in Russia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
So,
while
no,
that
okay,
arrest
so
is going on, going in
No.
and you having being like an information source, why would that not make sense?
They
So
just
hold on,
couldn't
B.
Because
If I
that's
could,
so we're putting in American nationals as espionage. We're infiltrating like
Chow,
the facilities that store
Let's get
their
that-
best,
that's not a great
There-
like
idea.
most
there's a less-
destructive weapons.
okay,
like,
there's a
are
less
probably
controversial.
surrounded by military bases. Like
Okay, there's a less
there's
controversial
version
no
of this.
James Bond
There's a
scenario in
less
which this goes
controversial
well.
version of this.
I got
There's a
it.
less controversial version. Okay, Lactoid, sorry.
No, I was
Oh.
naming. Go ahead.
Oh,
Counter,
okay.
go
No,
ahead.
okay. No,
Go
hold
ahead.
on,
Say
real
you're
quick,
less
real quick,
controversial.
real quick, because I
Like,
can
if it's a
diffuse
dumping
this. I
statement,
can
I'll
diffuse
take
this
it back, I guess,
completely.
but I don't think that it's that.
I can diffuse this completely. Please let me diffuse it.
He's the
Counterpoint,
bottom.
Okay.
please.
So we did this thing. We did this already in Iraq with the weapons of mass destruction during the 90s and the early thousands. We had inspectors who went out to Iraq in order to inspect the general sites for et cetera, et cetera. You could do it through the United Nations. You could do it. I think it's like the NIEA, something like that. It's
IAEA.
like, yeah, there you go. The nuke people, the nuke dorks who walk around in lab coats and make sure shit isn't like rotting and exploding and shit. So I think it's perfectly okay in a collapsed Russia or a collapsing Russia to say, hey, listen, we're worried about nuclear proliferation. That's not good for you. It's not good for us. Can we have some United
No,
Nations
we're not
people
sending
come
in
out and do it?
international organizations into a failed state in which there's
I mean,
violence and
we
like they're
do that all
likely
the
going to
time.
get killed. Like
Okay, well, why are we assuming a fail? Like, hold on a minute.
No,
Did
so
we skip a
what-
step? Why are we
What
assuming a
Jake
failed
was saying
state?
is if it, he's
He's saying
assuming
if
that the
Prigozhin and Putin take each
destabilization
other
will-
out.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, so
It's just cool.
okay.
You're dealing with a failed state. I
I-
don't think you have.
I don't know. I don't think.
Cool.
Sure, I don't think this is happening. Counterpoints. If we can't pay Prigozhin to go kill Putin, is there any other like? I can't think of any other possible way you could like capitalize on the situation.
Oh yeah, so I'm not even trying to pay Prigozhin to pay Putin. I'm not even saying like you pay him with any kind of agenda whatsoever. So I'm saying like CIA, like it is CIA, but it's not CIA, right? CIA has friends like Jeffrey Epstein who are private citizens who honeypot people by having them have sex with underage prostitutes.
and
Don't
Joe
know if you
Biden.
knew that.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Counterpoints.
I'm
we don't
half
see-
meaning, but I'm not.
Sure.
So
Bill Clinton.
there's private citizen. There are private citizens
Yes.
who
Fact
work
check.
with Intel. Oh my God, let me just finish. So there are private citizens who work with Intel agencies, and they're known for playing the field. They take money from anybody in order to pass on information to other people. They also do logistics work for other people, et cetera, et cetera. So you just find somebody who's nice to Prigozhin, who has like a history of being boys, but he plays both sides with information and all that kind of stuff. And you just have him send him a DM and you say, hey, Prigozhin, I really like what you did with that shitpost invasion of Moscow. I want to make sure you don't get assassinated in the next 90 days. Here's $10 million. Do with it what you need. And then you just let him do whatever he needs. So if he needs beefed up security, if he needs to pull his forces out of Ukraine, if he needs to do whatever, because basically Prigozhin at this point, as far as I can tell, his priority is not going to be fighting on behalf of the MOD in order to win more battles in Ukraine. He's trying to keep his own neck from fitting inside a noose or a guillotine or getting shot in the back of the head. So he's going to need logistical support in order to stay alive. So he's probably also not going to launch a large offensive into Moscow. But the longer he stays alive, the longer Russians don't know what the fuck they're doing and who to follow. So as a result, if you keep Prigozhin alive, if you keep Putin alive, if they're both kind of like in the back channels trying to figure out how to kill each other and take away power, the Russian front line is going to be confused. And while the Russian front line is confused, you can capitalize on that with the Ukrainian offensive. So I'm not saying like advocate for anything in particular. It would just be like if Prime Kai got like a $5,000 dono right now and it's like, Prime, I love what you're doing, just keep doing it. What is he going to do? Is he going to say no? It's a free $5,000. So what is Prigozhin going to say? No to a free $5 million?
No, I don't want to die.
Isn't that a terrible? That's a terrible idea, though.
No, that's a great idea. The $5,000 is a great idea.
But who's going to ask a question though, right? Where'd you get this money, Prigozhin? What the fuck?
Yeah, if it gets out,
from his catering business, which his whole thing is based
such a terrible idea.
True. Why?
Oh, I made it from Ubering. No, there's gonna be some questions if he gets like $10 billion.
Do you think
from the
Prigozhin
CIA.
is really worried about paying taxes right now?
I'm not talking about taxes. I'm talking about Putin finding out that he got a whole bunch of money. Where did it come from?
Yes.
He didn't give it to you.
Yes,
So
if
who
it
is
gets
the,
out that the West did this, that could serve
Guys.
to put Russia in a
what?
position where they feel like they're being threatened by the West. That puts other parts
They
of
are
Europe.
being threatened by the West. They're being threatened by the West every day.
I want to be
Not
clear.
using
I
it
think
But
But
not in the way of, oh, you're overthrowing my regime. Okay,
think the
once
We're
the
trying to
news gets
overthrow
out,
his regime.
once
What
the
are you
news
talking
gets
The
out,
most important thing the West
Oh
can
my
do is hold all of your stuff while you go and fight your friends. Because just because you need to have a fight doesn't mean your glasses should be broken, right, Chow? That is all. That is the effective
don't know
thing
what you
I'm
mean.
suggesting the U.S.
Is your
or other
glasses
Western organizations do whenever I'm talking about ensuring the security and the stability of those nukes and everything else. Because again, we are in a really tough position, right? The last time there was a massive military conflict like this for Russia, there was a revolution, right? People keep drawing analogies between this and 1918 in significant ways. So the problem with that, though, is we now have weapons that can destroy everyone, including Russia, not just themselves. So while I understand an isolationist desire to stay out of it, right, and everything else,
I just called it isolation.
your glasses are really expensive, and I don't want you to get in trouble with your mom if they get broken. In the same way, I don't want the world to be in trouble if those nukes are broken.
I don't get that.
I
at
can't
all.
keep up with the metaphors.
but I do have many
What?
metaphors.
What do you mean? What are you
listen
gonna
real
say?
quick.
Don't
Hold on.
Let's
Listen.
let
It's like
Scott-
Confucius.
Oh, sorry. Hold on.
What?
One second. HPCR initiated this. I want HPCR to be able to respond. Let's go to Scott, and then let's go to Bam. Okay.
So start with me. Pardon me. Got it. So counterpoints. You were saying you don't think that in terms of just geopolitical strategy, it would be a bad idea to attempt to destabilize the Russian government, and you think that would, I guess your argument is that it would slow down the war or negate the war of aggression in Ukraine, which is what you're looking to do. Do you think that it could have other consequences? Like what if Putin gets outed or there's a civil war and someone even more anti-West comes into power and they have nuclear arms at their disposal? What if, as Lactoid was saying, what if it gets out that the West contributed to this destabilization and now Russia, especially because they might be going through some serious faction war or something, they might feel like they can attack, because right now you said that they're at war with the West, but they're only at war with Ukraine. I understand there's some sort of pseudo logical war, but no. They're not really warring with a lot of Western Europe. They're not, and this would be incentive for them to engage in those kinds of military actions against the West. If Putin's sovereignty is being threatened, if he feels like that the West is sort of conspiring to bring Russia down as a government, who knows what they could do? It seems like such a terrible geopolitical strategy to attempt to destabilize the Russian government. I mean, as awful as Putin is, we at least can we have a relationship with him. We can at least somewhat predict his behavior because we understand his infrastructure. We have a lot of information on him. Bringing in new unknown actors is an awful idea. That would be my. That's why I don't understand you.
Especially conspiring to overthrow, like that's just way out of left field.
bad.
Who said anything? Who said anything about conspiring to overthrow? I was talking about a simple Twitch.tv donation into his account.
Yeah. Wait. Counterpoint.
Yeah. So what I was the problem is oh God, I hate to do this, but
Just Prigozhin
this is what happens when everything. This is what happens when this is what happens when everything is like a consequentialist analysis. When you have no fucking principles like counterpoints, right? When you don't actually like you're talking about taking people's tax money to sow chaos in a region.
Did you make this ANCAP?
And like you're like and
Sorry,
yeah, it's
Bam.
almost like I'm a
Not on me.
fucking libertarian with libertarian principles.
He talked about
It's
taxes.
crazy.
Keep going. No
going
lusting.
Yeah, no, you're like a writer for an anime that like where you're just like pretending like this is how all of the puzzle pieces will fit. You have no fucking idea what's going to happen when you destabilize a region. Like, and instead you want to steal from people to continue to sow a war and chaos, hoping that the outcome is weakening of a nuclear state. Like that's so batshit fucking evil and insane. When instead what we should be doing is recognizing that there are factions, that there are potential coups. It's ever so slightly possible that it was like some ruse or something, but probably not, right? And we should be capitalizing on their weakness as a means to trying to get peace accords. Like people are fucking dying. And instead, we're talking about like shifting over hidden fucking tax money that might blow up in our fucking face and cause all sorts of other problems with a fucking and we're even admitting that it might lead to a fucking failed state with nuclear weapons. Like that's funny. That's not fucking funny, man. That's end of the world shit.
Okay, so I'm a pretty large fucking history nerd. So I'm going to address, there was like 5 points here. So what if the leader is worse? I think you're overestimating the predictability of Putin. I don't think that we actually expected, like, dude, people were saying in the West that we didn't expect him to fucking
You're
invade
making
Ukraine.
predictions. I'm not.
Well, even if it's
Okay,
low,
oh my God. Y'all
Yeah,
talk for
okay.
like fucking 10 minutes.
Sure.
Let me address your points with more than 5 seconds out of my mouth. So, what if the leader is worse? I would say that this motherfucker is like 60 or 70 years old anyways. I don't know about y'all, but I'm pretty sure stress is like bad for your health, and I think he's a little stressed out right now. This dude's gonna be dead in the next 5 or fucking 10 years anyways, so we might as well figure out somebody who's gonna fucking replace him anyways. And by the way, I never said kill Putin. I haven't said that. I've said give him something to contend
You're not
with.
addressing anything I said so far.
Yeah, that's because I'm addressing what HPCR said 2 minutes ago. So you want to wait your turn? Okay.
Go ahead.
All right. So what if the leader is worse? So I don't think that it's really going to change a whole lot between now and 5 years from now when Putin gets taken out. I was describing this to a friend earlier today. Russia being a state is actually kind of funny. It's not so much as a state as it is like, 3 mobsters in a fucking trench coat. So, I like one mobster taking over isn't that much more different. What if they view this as a direct provocation? We've already been directly provoking them for the past 5 to 10 years. I don't know if you've seen like the news or whatever, but we've literally been giving Ukrainians Western weapons and training, and we've been escalating all the Western weapons that we've been giving them over the course of time. And each time that Russia says, hey, you're fucking up, we're going to nuke you if you keep supporting Ukraine, we say, fuck you, F word, we're going to give them F-16s now. So basically, I think that to say that this isn't a provocation from the West is obnoxious. Feels like Putin is being conspired against. Guess what? We're conspiring against Putin. He says it in his national addresses. He says that he's at war with the West. He already identifies with the dynamic that you are saying will occur once we do this thing. Now to address Scott. Scott says, you have no principles. No, I do have principles. I've said them before, I'll say them again. I support American commercial hegemony. I think there's a $65 trillion American commercial empire that we are trying to implement in Ukraine. And the one thing that we do agree on is the fact that Russia is not really in our orbit and has no desire to be in our orbit. So I think that we should lean on both sides. We should do a Twitch live stream chat. If Prigozhin streams, we should just give him like a $5 million dono and just let him figure out how he wants to spend it so he can keep himself alive for the next 90 days to confuse Russians and take advantage of them with the Ukrainian offensive. We should also lean on the Ukrainians, and we should say, once you get Zaporozhye and Kherson back, you're done. Give up Donetsk and Luhansk, give up Crimea. This is the price of peace. Then finally, don't know how the puzzle pieces will fit. You're right, but you guys are looking for like this like bloodless power vacuum calculation in which you get to sit back and then the world kind of like does its own thing, and then you can say, well, it's fucked up, but it's not my fault. But that's not really how geopol fucking works. Geopolitical affairs unravel with and without your input, and without your input is as likely to be disastrous as it is with your input. So you play the best hand that you're dealt without without hindsight.
So
Okay.
let me respond.
I
I'm
would
sure
love to
HBCR
respond to
wants
all
to.
5
No,
points.
So let me actually respond since they're directed to me real quick. First of all, you
The
don't
last-
understand the difference between principles and values. You're saying you have principles and you keep naming values. You value certain things, but you do not have principles in this. You do not have rules or steadfast things that you're not willing to break. Instead, you have values that you want to protect, that you are saying, I am doing a consequentialist analysis, and I think that these will preserve the things that I value the most. So, no, I'm not wrong in saying that you don't have any fucking principles when you literally are talking about sending secret fucking CIA money to fucking sow division in Russian leadership. Like, no. Okay. But I understand sometimes people don't understand the distinction between those. So, fair enough. Values, not principles. I am right. You meant it differently.
Can I
The other
read you
thing
the
about-
second definition of the word value?
This is not the debate.
Can I?
Yeah, but guess what it is? Hold on, real quick, because this is like the
Go
easiest
ahead.
fucking thing in the
The
world.
sec- got
So
it.
the second
of value.
definition under like literally Googling the word value is a person's principles.
Why don't you Google the definition between principles and values? Don't worry. Like, whatever you get, I'll accept.
Okay. Principles versus values. But I do think it's fucking hilarious. Like that literally it's like values are a person's principles is the second definition.
Yeah. Leftists and bad philosophers.
Our
play with
values
fucking
provide the
words.
foundation for our beliefs and behavior, while principles provide a framework for decision making and actions.
Your values are your why, while your principles are your guiding idea of how to accomplish your why.
I think we're saying different words, but I don't really care because to me they're relatively synonymous. But continue.
Concepts are contextual, so it depend on how they're being employed. But let's go back to the discussion real quick. Counter, you
Well,
said
I thought Scott had a second point.
No, I had
No,
all
it's-
5
it's-
points.
It's okay.
Jay
Chow had all 5 points.
I
I did
have
have a
all
second
5
point, but I
points.
want to let HBCR step in because
Yeah.
you attacked
hold up.
his straw mans as well.
I just wanted to say one of the
Wait, where's Prime? We need a moderator. I want to go.
I'm here.
I
So
will
let-
moderate. I'm the
Why?
next.
I'm
I'm
really
black
not-
as well.
Oh my
I'll make
god.
two
I-
Yeah,
let
so,
me just-
so HBCR, we're gonna let HBCR go. I want Bam to go because he was in line. Corey and Jay Chow and Lactoid.
So everybody, yeah. Connor, you said that you talked about Putin's behavior not being very predictable, but of course you would admit that while his behavior might not be super predictable, he's going to be more predictable than variable X, someone we know nothing about, right? So that's just going to be the case. So while it may be that we can't, predict Putin's behavior in a satisfactory way, obviously he's going to be his behaviors. We have a long history with him, and we can at least point to his historical instances of him taking this action versus this action, whereas an unknown variable, a completely new person, we would have no reference at all. So it is just a little bit better. On top of, and to your other point about Ukraine, the idea that we've been conspiring against Putin, he may use that in his speeches, which of course he's going to use that sort of hyperbolic language. Us providing aid to the defense of Ukraine is obviously much different than us funding a destabilization campaign in Russia. These are different things. For one of them is much more of an existential threat to Russia itself. And of course, in Putin, if he could go in front of the whole world and in a speech say, look, I have definitive proof that they are attempting to destabilize Russia. That's going to, that's of course going to improve or at least give credence to his idea that the entire Western world is going against him. that's really all I wanted to point out. I don't remember the other points, something about principles and values. But yeah, it seems like those are definitely different things. Funding the defense of Ukraine versus an active campaign to destabilize the region in Russia. Those are vastly different things.
And also in the like
So,
scale of
yeah, all right, Bam, your turn. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, yeah. In the like scale of time, like you did acknowledge that Putin is like getting older. I think he is gonna die at some point, and I think that like there's naturally gonna be some power vacuum there. Like it just doesn't seem like there's a clear next man up philosophy. Now that could change in the next coming years, but Putin doesn't seem like the type to want to like share question have anyone question his like universal authority on the matter. So I feel like it's kind. I think Americans can wait him out. Now it doesn't mean that what's going to be there is going to be better. What's going to replace him is going to be better. But I think that like there is going to be like some level of destabilization like naturally occurring post Putin in, like I said,
I
in
think
20, 30 years.
if this were a poker game and we are sitting around and we have a strategy that we're doing with the funding of the Ukrainian war efforts, then this is an ace and we don't know what to do with it and we don't need to use it now. It's just been dealt us because you don't have to act on it, right? Again, when I say, excuse me, when I say act on it, seriously, I am talking about like boots on the ground or actually sending in people. I think intelligence agencies or sneaking other people into Russia to check on the status of the nukes, perfectly fine. In fact, I'd be upset if they didn't actually capitalize on that window during which they were far more focused on other things.
I'm not even sure.
No,
This
seems
complete.
like a terribly like reasonable thing. Why does that bother you so much?
It's really not.
Oh, no, I mean, well, I will say that like, and this is me complete making this up. I'm not a nuke expert, if y'all didn't know. But I thought like as far as like nuclear warheads and nuclear power plants, I heard that like if they like the period of them being like having to be properly managed is like actually extremely short. Like I think they said like if people disappeared off the earth like within 60 days of like not being managed, like they would start to explode.
Well,
I don't know anything about that. What I do know is that I'm not advocating for someone to go in and break them or mess with them or cause them to malfunction or melt them down or anything else. However, we don't know what the status of those nukes or that nuclear program is.
Okay, Chow in my point, and I'm not saying Chow agrees with me 100%, but you wouldn't send American nationals in because that would be more instigatory than you need to be. The IAEA, I'm literally Googling it right now, it's their job to be like a relatively impartial inspection agency to make sure that shit isn't going wild. Also, I'll shut up in a second, but like y'all are talking about like nuclear anti-proliferation. After the Russian collapse in 1993, part of like the Green Berets mission objectives was nuclear and weapons of mass destruction anti-nuclear proliferation, where these things were being sold on the black market, and American Green Berets did go kill people and steal that shit back. So it's not like we haven't done it before.
Let's go.
Don't laugh at me. When I said almost made
effort. Can I answer Bam's question real quick? So nuclear warheads are actually incredibly stable. Nuclear power plants need to be constantly managed because that's an active fission, as opposed to warheads, which are that's potential energy. They aren't triggered yet. So
okay, got you.
Wait, all right. So here's my question, and maybe again we have a biochemical
going to Corey
panel,
next. Anyway.
So when it comes to the nuclear warheads, though, that have been around, I don't believe that they've been updated. I don't think you can retire any nuclear warhead. My understanding is if you are not keeping up with the like making sure the chips are still replaced or knickknacks and paddywhacks are not currently like maintenance to the way in which they should be, that could all go awry very quickly. And
that's what the IAEA is for.
Yeah, but no, it's not like if you don't change the oil in the nuclear warhead every month, it's going to blow up or something. They're incredibly stable, typically. Mind you, it's still there's some concern, of course, to make sure that they're properly cared for, but they're not. It's not like some.
If this is a really stupid idea or opinion, like I didn't realize that people would be so opposed to the idea of having like again. Not even like American nuclear babysitters coming in, sneaking in across the border or not. I didn't realize that would be like such a okay. All right, I can.
Yeah, if the IAEA just went in without Russia's permission, that would be a violation of their sovereignty. The Russians would then be within their right to just kill off those people, and plus we wouldn't be sending in international organizations into a country that has is in the midst of a coup, a rebellion, any sort of mutiny, any sort of civil war, any sort of failed state situation. We just wouldn't do that because that'd be
we do
risking
that
the
all
lives
the
of the
time.
IAEA.
We do that all the time.
When?
Yeah.
Okay.
When?
Sorry.
This is
Iraq.
I do
like,
want to.
this is like
We send
this
the
is like
Peace Corps
We sent
in
it
Okay.
and
We
that's-
occupy
American
Iraq.
soldiers
Hey.
were there.
Everyone, shut up for a second, please. Corey has been waiting very patiently, so I want to
very
get Corey in,
patient,
and Lactoid also, right? So then Lactoid and then Scott. All right.
It's also because he's
Yeah, I just have a quick comment and a question for Connor. Well, yeah, my comment. I don't know if Prigozhin streams, but if they do, it's probably on Rumble and Kick and not on Twitch.
Bro!
But my question for
Base.
you,
check us out on Rumble, baby.
a Canadian company, absolutely. But yeah, my question out of curiosity, like I understand you're not committed to this specific intervention. You're probably open to others, but do you think that they would respond to any sort of like monetary intervention, given the fact, from what I understand, they're like already wealthier. Like they're already, I could be wrong, but I believe they're already like a billionaire. So do you think like giving them more money would be any sort of like, would that be effective? Do you think, given what you've outlined?
Listen, there are people. This actually kind of addresses like who would step into the place of Putin as well. There are people who have access to signals intelligence and human intelligence 10,000 times more than me, and who are briefed on these things on a daily basis. So there are, and to pretend like I literally just Googled it. It's like, who's going to replace Putin? And they're like the top 12 replacements of Putin, and they have their like biographies right there. So to think that like if Politico has that up, I almost guarantee you the CIA has that as well, and probably in infinitely more aggressive detail. So to pretend that like we're going to have like an unknown variable step into power is not there. And by the way, again, for the 5th time, I have not advocated for assassinating Putin. The only thing that I'm trying to do is keep Prigozhin alive for 90 days. And you're asking whether or not they would be amenable to like the West helping them out monetarily, considering they already have a shitload of money. I don't know. So there's probably an intel guy. He's probably in Langley. He's probably a CIA douchebag. He speaks Russian. You know, he got a 4-year degree. He has like a Harvard law degree, whatever the fuck. He's probably a genius and he has access to a whole bunch of shit. And he probably knows what Prigozhin needs. He either needs relationships because he needs to find somebody who can keep him from getting assassinated. He either needs more money so he can fund his own private military to keep himself alive, or he needs guns and ammunition. And there are people who play all sides. And I made a joke about like Jeffrey Epstein or whatever, but Jeffrey Epstein's, Ghislaine Maxwell's dad was a triple agent. He worked for the United Kingdom, he worked for Russia, and he worked for the Israeli Mossad. And they all knew about each other and they didn't care because he was a good nexus of information. And then it's theorized, but not confirmed, that Jeffrey Epstein effectively got people to sleep with underage prostitutes and then used that as leverage and blackmail, which is part of the reason why his case is not more nationally prosecuted. So these people, even if they're not in the national limelight or the international limelight, these people exist who are central handlers that you cannot track where the money and the ammo and the guns come from. They're just relationship builders that intelligence agencies use to get stuff where it needs to go.
Okay, so more or less, if I just want to understand your position as best I can. Where, yeah, so like basically your overall guiding principle, probably like within reason, whatever we can do, whatever the U.S. can do, can sort of empower Prigozhin or keep them alive. You're more or less open to that.
Without having your fingertips on it. Don't actually send CIA agents.
Don't massage him or anything.
Yeah, have a CIA agent talk to a Mossad agent who talks to a former FSB agent who has friends in the FSB, who has another friend who has a 10-acre plot
Sounds
of
like a lot
land
of people who
where
can talk.
he stashed it. But the whole thing is that these people are either paid for their silence or they're killed for their silence.
Okay.
This you guys are watching fucking too many spy movies, man.
No,
Like,
we're paying
this is-
attention to
this is-
history.
No, this is
Yes!
silly. That like
No.
Okay, then
you
history
can't,
should
like,
tell you
it's
that
not.
a lot of coup attempts don't work, and that a lot of the times that the CIA hires somebody to go like do their assassinations or to do their building, they also fail. Because I know that Fidel Castro had like what 90 assassination attempts by the CIA. Most of them are like actually as dumb as, oh, they paid somebody to like slip some powder into some glass of water that Fidel Castro just never ended up drinking or something like that. Okay, and guess what? Fidel Castro lived.
Well, who's
Okay,
all right? I'm
now-
meaning, but who's dead now?
Of history.
Okay.
Okay,
Did he die of old age or something? Okay, whatever.
Counterpoints.
All right,
counterpoints.
5 points. 5 points. I don't want to address the counter. Fucking finally, okay?
J. Child's 5-point plan. Go for it.
Okay, number one, the person will be worse or just as worse. So, like, as you mentioned, we kind of have an understanding of who is next in line after Putin because we know who are the players in power. They're either people in the FSB, people in the military, or people within Putin's inner circle, his council. Now, here's the problem, is that all these people are Putin loyalists. They're incredible nationalists, and we actually there's a good chance that Russia is just going to continue being Russia, or they're going to take it a step above Putin because they're like, oh, I need to make my mark on the ground, distance myself from the pharaohs of Putin, and double down. Okay, that is going to be even worse. So there is like no good scenario taking down Putin, actually. Because, like, yeah, for those reasons. Two, you're not asking Prigozhin to kill Putin. You're just asking him to cause a lot of problems. Okay, I hear you. I hear you on that. That is stupid. Because of this, let's just remember the saying, if we're going for the king, be sure to kill him. And the reason why people say that, I have no idea if it's Machiavelli, but it kind of sounds like Machiavelli, is that if you're going for the king and you don't end up killing him, you're probably going to be the one ending up dying. So, like, I would say, like, if I were Prigozhin and I think he made the right call, just escape. Just, like, get out with your company, get out with your life, get out with all your money, and, like, you're good. You get amnesty, hopefully, like, hopefully you're not going to get killed by some Russian nerve agent within the 90 days, but the likelihood of dying and, like, having everybody else die around you and taking your company is if you're going to be taking a bribe from anywhere in order to go, like, cause some trouble in Russia. And okay, third thing, provoke, like, we're already provoking Russia. HPCR already said this enough. Okay, our provocations throughout history, like from the end of the Cold War to now, has like never been to like hurt Russia unless we're punishing them for doing something. But like we're not like threatening the regime, we're not collapsing their government, we're not like actually trying to remove Putin from power. But like they'll say that like, hey, we're feeling threatened, but it's not enough for Russia to start sending nukes over to the United States. What the United States has been doing for the time period, for the most of the time during this Ukraine war, has been escalation management. And so far, they've been doing a pretty good job, which is basically, oh, Ukrainians want tanks. We'll just wait like 6 more months and then we'll give them tanks. Oh, Ukrainians want planes. Okay, we'll say no. We wait 6 more months, see how the Russians are reacting. Now we send in planes to Ukraine. And all this stuff. Like, the United States is being very careful in knowing where the line is, testing that line in order to maximize our aid to Ukraine. Like, I think we're doing an excellent job with that, and we're also doing an excellent job with providing support to Ukraine. All right, number 4, you care about American hegemony. I also care about American hegemony as well. Nuclear proliferation is going to harm American hegemony because it is going to make just the whole world more dangerous. Like, the nukes being like at the risk of being acquired by non-state actors, other countries, being sold on the black market, whatnot, is, I think everybody here agrees, is a threat to American hegemony. What's also a threat to American hegemony that not a lot of people, I think, are very conscious of is like our priority of maintaining the international liberal world order, which is like we have principles, we have rules, we have values. And one of those values is sovereignty. One of those values is not like meddling in the other countries' affairs, not toppling down governments and all those things, because that ends up hurting, well, global stability. And America has already had a bad reputation of that because of what we've done in Iraq, in Afghanistan, in like a whole bunch of other places where our allies for a very long time, even to this day, still see us in a bad light because of what we did to Iraq. They are still very wary. You're shaking your head. That is just not true. Okay, I'm not lying. Okay, now number 5. Okay, number 5. So geopolitics. We don't know where this is going. Geopolitics is still going to turn. But what people don't consider that I find to be, okay, not appalling, but kind of concerning, is the ugly stepsister of geopolitics, which is international relations. A lot of times when people are talking about geopolitics, they're kind of thinking of world affairs as like through a game of Civilization 5, of like, where are my pieces? You have your pieces. I'm in this geography, you're in this geography, and like, where do we go head to head? But international relations comes into the picture by stating that there are rules, there are certain expectations, there are certain things that neither of us want to get into, such as mutually assured destruction, such as nuclear proliferation, such as, hey, we don't want to spy on you, you don't want to spy on us. We don't want to conspire coups on you, you don't want to conspire coups on us. And throughout history, international relations has developed to the point where before it was everything was game, okay? All is fair and love is war. But nowadays, we actually have like some semblance of rules, and like more people are prospering because of that than ever throughout history.
I want Lactoid to go because he's been waiting so freaking patiently. Please, Lactoid.
Thank you.
Points.
I'm cool with coups sometimes. So counterpoints, I'm not going to disagree with you on the principle there. But what I am going to say is that in this particular circumstance, this is just, I would posit like a bad strategy. When Prigozhin launched his little march, he also stated a couple of things. He said the Russian MOD is betraying the Russian people, and he also said Ukraine is a lie. Right? They're telling you lies about Ukraine. This is like an issue, right? The fact that you have a hero in Ukraine who took Bakhmut for them, saying this is all bullshit, right? If he gets Western money, that gives them the perfect explanation as to why Prigozhin is now saying the things that he's saying. Well, he's saying that because he's paid off. He's a mercenary, right? Of course. He's not actually a nationalist. He's being paid by the West. Look at him. He's getting money from the West. You can't trust what he has to say. Right now, it's more difficult for him to say that because he's not getting paid by the West, right? So it's not the West.
Also said the pretense for the war was a lie. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly, right? So now it's like, well, fuck, it's not the West saying this. It's our own guys that are saying this. I think that sows discord among the ranks way more, and especially if he gets killed, way more than like giving Putin the perfect out of explaining Prigozhin's statements.
Okay. So I have a shitpost rebuttal, and then I have a serious rebuttal.
Hold on, before you do that, hold on. Scott has been like ridiculously uncharacteristically patient.
Jay Chow, no, hold on. I will wait, but Jay Chow literally responded to all 5 of Counterpoint's points, and Counterpoints was just called out.
Okay.
Please let me know.
Okay. All right. Cool. Go ahead. Counterpoint.
So I want to respond to Lactoid's thing real quick because I think it's the funniest and most recent. So what you do is you pay both of them. Okay, so I have the secret agent who's like 3 steps removed from the CIA wire money into Putin's account and wire money into Prigozhin's account. That way, when they're like, Prigozhin is a traitor to the state and he took Western money and we tracked it this way, that way, the other way, they can be like, yeah, but we paid Putin. Who's the traitor? We don't know. Okay, so that would be the kind of like, that's the kind of like CIA level shit post that I think is worth $10 million. Like, I think that would be easily worth it. If you don't get caught, you keep Prigozhin alive for 90 days. If you do get caught, you sow even more division and these fucking assholes take each other out.
They're not taking the money. Neither of them are taking the money.
You tell me. All right, anyways, I think it can be done. And I don't think either you guys haven't heard me or you're trying not to hear me. I'm saying there is a way to get money and logistical support to people without it being traced back to the West. These people exist. Anyways, so my plan, let's just say that I'm not some fucking autistic spurg on Twitch and YouTube politics. Let's just say that I'm like a middle case manager up in the CIA, and it's my idea to come up with the exploding cigar plans, like Castro, like the Looney Tunes assassination attempts. Let's say it's my Looney Tunes time, okay? This is my Looney Tunes scenario. So you do whatever is logistically required in order to keep Prigozhin alive for the next, as long as you can, but ideally the next 90 days to 120 days, just the next 3 to 4 months. You have Ukraine step on the gas for the offensive in the Kherson Oblast and the Zaporozhye Oblast, which seems to be the territories that are most of interest to Ukraine and the most likely to be loyal to Ukraine once they're taken back. I don't think you can say the same thing of Crimea. I don't think you can say the same thing of Donetsk and Luhansk. I think those are infinitely more difficult places to take. Once you have control of Zaporozhye and Kherson, you step on the Ukrainians, you twist their arm, and you say, you're not getting Donetsk and Luhansk or Crimea back with a lot of blood and treasure, and frankly, we're not able to support it, and we don't think that it's worth it. So take the victories that you've had, go home. And I looked up the map for the oil and gas fields that are in Ukraine. They already have 90% of the oil and gas fields back under Ukrainian control already before they even take back Kherson and Zaporozhye. Finally, so take my Looney Tunes plan. That's my Looney Tunes plan. My final point to Chow was he was saying that international relations has had a certain level of expected reciprocity within recent decades. I know that's true. However, what I would say is some of your examples were flawed, like the 2016 and 2020 election, where Russia was fucking with us in order to fuck up our elections. So at some point, do we not just say, hey, Russia, if you're going to shitpost in our elections, then we're going to shitpost with your mercenaries?
Those are not, like, proportional.
I think they are.
No, not at all.
Dude, they bought 2,000 Twitter ads, all right? Bomb them.
Yeah. Well, no, I'm not even saying bomb them. I'm saying keep a mercenary alive for 120 days. It's really not that big of a shit.
Connor, you don't
also have this mercenary gather all of his troops and form a number of columns and just send them towards Moscow, the capital where the Kremlin is. Like,
as far as I know, we didn't do that.
That's totally proportional.
Right. Connor,
as far as I know, we didn't do that.
Totally proportional to Twitter and Facebook ads.
He doesn't think that.
So this is why, I like Bia gave an analogy earlier, which is like, it's like you get an ace in a poker game. And I think the analogy fits, but I'm going to add to it, and I don't know if she'll like it. All of the chips are human lives.
I always like it when you add things to me.
Okay. All right, let's go. But I mean, like, all of the chips are human lives. And we're all sitting here playing this game of chess or poker or whatever, trying to game theory out 10 steps ahead of, well, what happens when Russia collapses or all of this. And every dollar that is spent can be measured human lives too. Like inflation costs human lives, right? People losing their jobs and ODing on heroin and an opioid epidemic because of inflation costs human lives. Every day that we fight this, even if it isn't Ukrainian blood, it is still blood and death and horrible things that are happening throughout the war and throughout the world. Sorry. And, I think it's, I don't know, like, I'm not trying to like sit on my moral high horse here. I get it. We're having fun. Like, you know what I mean? We're game theorying. We don't really know, like I said earlier, the fog of war, and we're kind of just trying to decide. But I also think it's important that we don't fucking forget that like, if we're striving for something, we should be striving for peace. And if you're a consequentialist and you think that, and you disagree with me on how we attain peace, and you think the best way to attain peace is to some Ukrainian offensive, and then negotiating from a position of power, I understand that. I think it's evil. But like at the very least, like, fucking remember that we're supposed to be looking for peace, not sowing division and chaos.
Okay, so before you
is,
respond,
so what do we do with this? The ultimate panel question is, we should use this in every capacity that we can to try and force Russia to the negotiating table so that both sides can have a reasonable fucking peace talks, not fucking Ukraine saying, we want all of our land back and we refuse to have peace talks until all of the Russians have been tried for war crimes, or Russia like not wanting to sit at the peace talks anymore because they want all of the fucking land, or they want a ceasefire where they maintain control of the regions they already have control. Like, I mean, like literally, China's the only one fucking fighting for peace right now, and it's ridiculous.
Okay, hold on. So we're gonna go to counterpoints. We're gonna go to B, and anyone else who wants to have the okay. So HPCR and then J Chow. But I just want to say something. Scott, like, I think it's really awesome that you brought that up. Your first point about human lives. That's what I was thinking when I wrote this question, right? Like, I was thinking, like, what does like when I talk about the ethics of it all, like what does that look like for the people on the ground, the Russian people, when we destabilize a state that obviously we disagree if it's autocratic and the whatnot, right? But people are living their lives, and to a mostly like first world standard, and to intervene in that for our geopolitical gains, like I think there are some interesting questions there and terrible questions, and but at the center of it all are human lives. So thank you for bringing up that up, Scott. So I want to
May
move
I?
on. We'll go to
Who's
that
going first?
counterpoints. B, and then was it HPCR, and then JHL.
Yeah. So a couple of things. First one being that peace without justice is tyranny. So China is peaceful. It's also an authoritarian dystopian nightmare. So peace at any cost is not something that's worth negotiating. Then to answer your second question, we are game theory, and I am shitposting a little bit. I'll admit that. But I think you should read the Bhagavad Gita, which is like the Hindu religious text. And there's basically a gentleman. I forget the exact story.
I've actually done it on stream.
Okay, well, I fuck up the story, but basically, if you remember or you can correct me on it, there's a story of the young prince. He's going to war with his uncles or whatever. He's considering just fleeing the entire scene and not participating in war at all because he wants to avoid the bloodshed, et cetera, et cetera. And basically, the god, whatever god, comes down and says, hey, listen, blood is going to be spilled, and you running away from the situation is your own form of interfering in the situation. So for me, there's no such thing as like being bloodless, especially when it comes to geopolitics. Now to address specifically, like you're like, we should be aiming for peace. The reason why I'm aiming for peace that prioritizes Ukrainian blood over Russian blood is because I think the Ukrainians are morally in the right, that they are defending their nation and their national interest. I think they have committed atrocities in Donetsk and Luhansk, and I think Crimea is so geopolitically vital to Russia that they will never give it up without a fight. So what I want to do, my game plan that I've highlighted a couple of times now, is use Prigozhin as a shitpost for the next 4 to 6 months, keep them alive, keep the Russians off balance, keep them destabilized, put the gas on the Ukrainian offensive in Zaporozhye and Kherson, which I think are the two oblasts. They're the two counties or states that I think the Ukrainians have a high chance of taking back and it being politically stable borders going forward. And then after that, reverse course and put pressure on the Ukrainians to sue for peace, conceding 3 major territories that they do not want to concede. Ukraine will not be happy, Russians will not be happy, but it is a potentially stable and lasting peace that I am aiming for that does have some level of justice.
I think it's very telling the ease with which we have all said that Ukraine needs to just accept giving up Crimea. I don't think the U.S.
I have not
Canada,
said that.
I've said that.
Or any other country of origin would ever be comfortable giving up 1 iota or 1 hectare of land in any way, shape, or form. And we're telling Ukraine to accept that something was stolen from them and to let it go. And I'd like to just call attention to the fact that this is something that I don't believe any other country put into that position would do anything other than scoff at. So I understand that desire to say, fuck you and fuck you too for telling me that I have to come to the table giving up. I will give up allowing you to leave and maybe not charging you with war crimes and, peace be with you and also with you. Just to call attention to that. I just think we're doing it very flippantly and it's a little weird. Jay Chow?
What's up?
I don't know that I have anything constructive to say. I don't want to upset you anymore than I already have.
I don't think he's upset.
If we don't give up Crimea, there will
I
be
just
no
want to
peace.
point out. Again, I just want to.
There will never be
point out
peace.
that illegitimate nation states don't own fucking Crimea. Russia doesn't own it. Ukraine doesn't own it. People own private property. Nation states just have stolen land.
Sure. B, I love your point that you had made. I've been making that exact same point, like literally the exact same point that you've made previously. So thanks for making that one. Let's go to HPCR and then
I have a few clarifying questions for Connor.
Okay.
One of them is, it sounded like when Connor was using the word destabilized, what you were using it to denote was just something like preventing the Russian military leadership from making clear decisions such that Ukraine could respond with an offensive and take the upper hand in the war against Ukraine. Not
Correct.
that we should literally destabilize the Russian government such that there was a power vacuum, because it seems relatively uncontroversial from just like anyone who studies geopolitics that creating a power vacuum or destabilizing the Russian government, it being a nation that has nuclear armaments and also a large nation on the political stage, that would be a bad idea. Do you think that that's the case?
Yeah, like I think Putin,
It would be
despite
a
all his,
terrible idea to try to set a campaign to try to make the
I
government. have a
I wouldn't
civil
want
war.
to oust or kill Putin. That would not be the goal of what I would want to do.
But not only that, but you would admit that it's an awful idea geopolitically to just have a campaign that
Awful is a
attempts-
really strong word, HPCR. Again,
a
it's
strong
very
word?
difficult to separate a lot of these things, isolationist or not. So while you're
What word's
talking about
strong?
something, saying it's an awful idea, what are you trying to push him into the corner of?
I'm saying it's an awful idea geopolitically because it endangers everyone on the international stage. I think it's actually an awful idea, like a terrible idea to try to create a civil war in Russia such that
I don't even think that we need to try. I think that civil war is already going to be happening as it has been for a long time. And
Yeah,
I don't
but if
see
you-
any reason to think
we're
that
no
there's
longer
going
in a
to
time,
be a
has been
civil
for-
we're
war.
no
Wait,
longer in a
what?
time to
I
just
don't
allow
think
state,
at all.
we're no longer in a time to just allow countries to figure out their own issues at their own cost, especially whenever they have the weapons with which to cause everyone great harm. So unfortunately, as much as it may annoy people, it is absolutely essential for the US to moderate or curtail those fights or those civil
By
wars. if needed,
destabilizing a
especially if
nation
they're-
such that there's a power vacuum.
Where did
and
you
then
hear me
there-
argue
the problem
for
with this
a
is, let's say you're correct.
destabilization?
Well, let's say you're correct, and America has an obligation due to their power and the presence on the political stage to monitor these situations and make sure that whatever's happening is for the best of our position and the world's position. Let's say you're right. It would still be a bad idea to destabilize Russia, remove Putin, because now you have emerging all of these unknown factors and potential issues that could cause problems to Russia's neighbors. I mean, you might even say that it would be immoral to try to create a situation where the Russian
sorry, you're
government
breaking
collapses
up.
on itself. What? Oh,
You,
Was
you
I
broke
breaking
up?
up?
I didn't hear the
Sure.
last thing you said. Yeah.
you might say that it was immoral to try to create a situation where you have the Russian government collapse on itself. And now you have this chaos where we can't do a good job of making it's really just about risk assessment, right? Like it's more risky to have the country collapse on itself than it is to keep Putin in power. That seems like a normal thing to say.
Again, I think that allowing a power vacuum and allowing Russia to sort itself out politically and whatnot is fine, so long as we prevent them from having any radical group that chooses to try and put itself into power from having the means with which to activate any nuclear subs.
But it's
or
easier if we already have someone in
Why don't
power.
we just arm the moderate rebels? It'll work out this time, I swear.
Yeah, it just seems.
Jesus
Honestly, I
Christ.
don't know why people
Yeah.
don't give me control of the drones still, because I'm clearly a balanced person. I rescued a special needs dog. I knit things for homeless people. Like, I should be the one in control of the nuclear football. Or
True.
That is what the
whatever the
socialist
Russians have.
always says. I should be the
True.
one in control.
Okay, but to
Connor,
answer
you
your
agree
question,
that-
yes. Okay, I don't think the
Republicans
goal,
are socialists.
I don't think the goal
Obviously.
should be. I don't think the goal should be Russian destabilization causing an internal collapse that ultimately leads to a Russian civil war where a bunch of mobsters kill the shit out of each other and then just the most vicious one wins. As a matter of fact, I think probably the game plan should literally just be to politically delay a coherent vision of the Russian state for the next 6 months so Ukraine can take back those territories that they're likely to take back. And then at that point, give the Russians concessions that they will find meaningful. I think the reasons why the Russians want Crimea so bad, which I know B is saying that the Ukrainians aren't going to want to concede, I don't care. It's one of 2 warm water ports that Russians have access to, the second one of which was in Syria. If you do remember, the Russians fought tooth and nail in order to keep Assad in power. They're going to be willing to fight tooth and nail for Crimea.
It's about warm water ports
But
with
you were
Russia.
wrong. But you were
Historically, it's
wrong.
always with
You
water
said
ports.
you said
Always.
no. You said no American would be willing to concede an inch of territory in order to
Not
sue for
once.
peace. And
Not
I
even
would
their
give
territories.
up Los Angeles and New York City tomorrow to the Chinese. I don't give a
For
flying
free.
fuck.
You do that anyways because
I
of
would
those
pay them-
cities.
I would pay them to take it. So, then, what's the next part?
no.
Hold on. So Crimea, and then
You're gonna give
Donetsk.
up the
Hold
second
on.
largest. Oh my.
Yes, I want those culturally degenerate communist fucks to sink into the ocean. Yes, you're right. All right, and I don't care how many almonds and avocados I have to give up. Finally,
Truly a right winger.
you were asking about so you were saying like how do we get the Russians like, or I was saying meaningful Russian concessions. The other ones are Donetsk and Luhansk. I think those places, despite the rigged elections, are overwhelmingly ethnically Russian. I think they sympathize with Russia. I think the militias that are a part of their territory were willing to fight the mainstream Ukrainian army. And as a result, I think those people would probably be better off in Russia. So I don't think Ukraine should take back those territories. I don't think they should fight a counterinsurgency. I think they should concede that.
Sure.
It's cringe as fuck.
Jay Chow was
Also known as
on that
Vegas.
list. So Jay Chow,
Well,
please.
when you say like when you talk about war and people dying is like sort themselves out and whatnot, yeah, it sounds cringe. But like
Yeah, sort
you're
themselves
willing
out,
to
like, God do the
sacrifice
rest,
blood
yeah.
and lives for things that you believe in other fucking countries. It's disgusting.
Yeah, just not American ones.
Jay,
Yeah, that's weird.
Okay, Jay Chow.
Still
please.
disgusting.
Yeah, it doesn't,
Okay, so I'm
doesn't
gonna
sound
be
great.
responding to Connor's point, which he made a while ago. And I have no idea if you were memeing or not, if this was a shit post. So tell me if it is, and like I won't deal with it. So do you think international relations is more of a culture of dignity or a culture of honor?
Hopefully dignity.
Yeah, I think so too. So then, like, now this gets to the point when you mentioned, okay, well, Russia interfered in our elections,
Mhm.
right? And like, does this then justify us doing anything to them under a culture of dignity?
No. Yeah, so I was partially shitposting. I was just saying that the level of reciprocity that Russia has given us, they've done things that we have at least claimed are not reciprocal. I don't know whether or not these things are reciprocal. So, for instance, when I was working in the military, I worked in a secured communications place that helped run like drone programs and communications integration and all that kind of stuff. And we had like Russian and Chinese IP addresses constantly trying to break our firewall. And of course, like those governments deny, they basically say like, oh yeah, these are just private citizens, but we know that if they get the information, it's ultimately going to be given to the government. Now, Americans use that in order to pearl clutch and say, oh, look, the Chinese and the Russians are trying to steal our national secrets and they're trying to interfere in our elections. I'm pretty sure America, even if we're not like rigging ballots, we do try to have some political sway in international elections. And then we also try to, I'm assuming we spy on and steal other nations' secrets all the time. So no, I don't think that the American honor should be slighted and then we should use that as a pretext to dishonor our opponents. I do think we should figure out what is in their geopolitical interest, our geopolitical interest, discount our geopolitical interest by half, and then come up with a compromise that makes no one happy. And that's probably a realistic compromise.
Okay,
Real quick,
so
Edward Snowden
wasn't- I
proved
wanna-
this with Brazil and Germany, right?
That we were spying
unequivocally proved
even
that
on
we-
our
that
friends.
We were just spying on our friends, yeah.
Yeah, for shits and giggles too. Like we didn't even expect them to be doing anything negative.
Of course, that's true.
Yeah.
okay,
Yeah.
all right.
We
so,
can't
like,
trust the
this is-
Germans. 2 times? Come on.
True.
Guys. I want to
Third one's
follow
gonna
up.
be rough.
I can't get a follow up. Okay, so like this is kind of like the foundational problem to being the country that like stands on the moral high ground. Like we have to let like all the bad actors do the bad things, and we can't do the bad things because it makes us look like hypocrites, and it kind of like lowers our social value. It lowers like our reputation of like saying that we're the world hegemon. That like, hey, we have a vision for the world, which is based on our rules, and like we can't violate those rules, but there are actors out there that do, and we kind of just like either have to defend ourselves the best we can and like or like let them go. You know what I mean?
I do know what you mean. I want to respond, but if you have a second part, I'll listen.
No, I didn't have a second part.
Okay,
like,
so
the conclusion is that like just because Russia has slighted us doesn't mean that like it gives us justification for like festering a coup or like creating destabilization in other countries, because like that goes against our interest of creating an international liberal world
What
order.
if we provide
Sure,
a safe
sure, hold
harbor
on.
for Prigozhin once he escapes Russia and we don't extradite him.
Well, he can
Not gonna
just
happen.
yeah, I was about to say he can
But what
he
if
can
we
get
did?
it if we did what? I want
What
to
if we
answer
did?
Senpai Chow, but I want to answer your question. What's your question?
Oh shit, that feels
I've been
racist.
dead.
Never mind. Please answer Senpai Chow.
Okay, cool.
No, I
So
don't go by
I'm
that name
gonna answer your
anymore.
question. Senpai Chow,
Oh my
I
fucking
think
god.
that what? Okay,
I
I'm
don't
just
go
gonna
by that
talk.
name anymore.
Okay, Chow.
Yeah.
Don't
I'm
dead name
going
it.
to. Well, we talked a few years ago, and he made an impression. Okay. Chow. My answer to you is I think that what you're talking about is largely an illusion, and the reason why is because I've studied like American history pretty aggressively. And I would say that a lot of us taking like Native American territories in the 19th century was based off of like flimsy moral pretexts. I think the Mexican American War was based off of flimsy moral pretext. I think the Spanish American War was based off of what was likely a lie, but we just went with it anyways, which was the bombing of the USS Maine that was likely accidental. I think that our intercessions in China were largely amoral, if not immoral. I think the wars in World War II were justified, were absolutely justified, but at the same time, they came like very late to the game where we could kind of justify it. And we kind of knew that they were killing Jews. We didn't know how bad it was, but we really didn't involve ourselves until like the last minute, at which point the damage was already done. Same thing with like Korea. Like, I think the Korean War is a just war, but we did like kill, I think, 25% of the North Korean civilian population by indiscriminately bombing their civilian centers. In Vietnam, we had something called Operation Phoenix, where we had an active assassination program where we were taking out North Vietnamese like leaders left, right, and center, and we were paying Vietnamese insurgents in order to do it. When you look at like in the 80s, we sold weapons of mass destruction to Iraq. We gave them the precursors to like VX, anthrax. I'm trying to think of what else, but we sold them the precursors to that, and we told them how to target Iranians in order for them to fight the Iran-Iraq war to a stalemate, because it was in our interest for petroleum. I could keep going for like another minute, but basically my point is that liberal democracy.
Put me in, coach. I'll keep going. I love this.
Liberal democracy is the worst form of government except for all the other ones. And I think it is important that it rules the stage, but this is a very bloody, messy history. And if you look into our actual history, it's actually pretty barbaric and horrifying. This is not a new thing.
Yeah, I appreciate your historical perspective. But something that I've always had a wrestle with when people have a heavy focus on history is that it often ignores that our future and our present are much more than just the result of history.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think so? That we are
no,
like, not
I
just
agree
a
with
product
you.
of our history?
And if you're arguing that we shouldn't conduct ourselves in that way going forward, I would be sympathetic to that argument.
I think countries, for the most part, throughout history, have evolved. They have changed. We have switched leadership. We have changed culture. We have changed customs. What's right and wrong. We have become better versions of ourselves, hopefully. And I think you are right in that there is no 100% perfect model of how things should be done. Everybody is going to have a different right or wrong. However, we can reach a point where we are mostly right than wrong. And so far, that has been symbolized by liberal democracy. And onto the world, that is the international liberal world order, in which the United States, in the post-Cold War and post-World War II, wanted to create. We wanted to become better versions of ourselves, and we wanted to apply that to the rest of the world. Now, we have a number of countries, such as Russia and China, and a number of other countries who do not agree to that because they view it as a danger to themselves, and rightfully so. This is why they try to fester destabilization in our countries, whether it be through social media, whether it be through politicians or news networks or whatnot. They are able to do that. But let's also recognize that they are only able to do that because of our environment of free press and liberty. And it is because of that strength as well that we have been able to rebuke those efforts.
Yeah, so I think our moral evolution has occurred both because of like a shift in consciousness when it comes to like the way that we perceive human life, and also because of the technologies that have enabled us to have that shifting consciousness. So what I agree with you on is that just because we did fucked up shit in the past doesn't mean we have to continue doing messed up stuff. And we should always be striving to realize our ideals, even if we look at the past and we realize that they were a little bit more hollow or brittle than our propaganda or self-image allow. So basically, like, if we were selling VX gas in the 80s, and now we no longer sell weapons of mass destruction, but we do torture people a little bit, and then 20 years from now we don't torture people because we have like a technological and moral evolution, I'm going to view that as an ever improving system that we should strive for.
Yeah, so then
I
like
agree
when
with both of you
applying to
guys.
our
Yeah,
actions,
anarchy is order, government is civil war. Fuck democracy, it's evil. But I'm not really sure what this means about like what we should do to capitalize on the Wagner coup. Like, if you guys want to debate
so
about
the thing
political
is
philosophy
not to
and
capitalize in the
liberal
way
world
that
order,
a lot
Yeah, I
of
mean, if
people
you're
are
a student of
both of
history,
them,
Connor,
like-
you'd have seen all the coups and how awful those went.
Well, it's I don't know. It's a little bit related because I mean, counterpoints. When you were going through all like the bad things America did, even though some of it was in the pursuit of a greater good, as I think you would say, right?
Because government is civil war.
Right. I mean, I think you've described it before as counterpoints as globo homo. That is like the goal of the American system. What was I guess I'm a little bit concerned. A little bit. Those are all things that Russia points to, like whataboutism. Whenever they're trying to justify anything bad that they do, what's the point of like rehashing American history and all the bad things that people have done?
I think it's for what Senpai Chow said, which
Jesus
is basically
fucking
like
Christ.
looking at your sins.
He prefers
wholeheartedly.
Oni-chan.
Okay, so looking at your sins full in the face, so you know what horrors you've been willing to commit in the name of the greater good in the past, and also to reduce those horrors over time.
Okay.
Let's be careful with the greater good stuff, because not all of it is for even the geopolitical greater good. Some of it's just purely economic. Some of the stuff.
But then
we
people
can
argue
disagree on
that
some of that.
economics is better, is the greater good.
Guatemala, Iran.
But killing commies, if you're a capitalist, then killing commies is for the greater good.
No, when Iran tried to nationalize their own oil, that was a economic interest solely. It wasn't some.
Okay, do you think that like
it's not the greater good, it's the lesser evil, and it's still evil, and you shouldn't do it.
Yeah, I don't think.
Do you think capitalists are sympathetic to countries that nationalize their oil against the corporations that were already using that resource?
Yeah, typically not. Right.
Yeah,
I agree. Capitalists hate Canada.
The motivation there is economic. I don't know about greater good necessarily. There are certain examples. Other examples, of course, there were. I think World War II, maybe even like you could argue the Korean War or whatever, but like, yeah, not the coup attempt in Iran or Guatemala. Like those were purely economic. I mean, the one in Guatemala.
When you say the coup attempt in Iran, you're going to have to be more specific.
Yeah, in HBCR,
the 1952 coup.
Talking about the Shah.
Eisenhower administration. What?
Yeah. So against Mossadegh, I know, but HBCR, I want you to understand that like I think I used to do this thing that I'm avoiding now, where I would find out about like the material interests of conflicts. Like for instance, like during the Crusades, it seems like a healthy chunk of the Crusade motivation was actually opening up like trade routes, like through the Ottomans into like Asia and stuff, and that's part of the reason why some of the heavy sponsors of the Crusades were like Italian merchant states. But I think that like people can be cross motivated, and even in the same ideological party, and be cross-motivated, where 30% of it is religious, 30% of it is material, 30% of it is self-interest, 10% of it is like ego and narcissism and all that kind of shit, and then everybody is going to have like different percentages of what's motivating them. So I would just be careful not to rawly appeal to naked material interest.
That's still what you were saying too, because you said the greater good. I guess we don't have to go ahead.
Yeah. So I was going somewhere a little bit. I was talking about the greater good, right? I was going somewhere a little bit.
In Austrian economics, you just call that psychic profit. There you go.
I want to say I want to just kind of go along this line of reasoning because, I mean, there's a couple moving parts, right? The first moving part is in the context of a Cold War or even any kind of geopolitical conflict, economic gain can be a moral situation, right? Depriving the Soviet Union of power and empowering a pro-democracy or pro-liberty focused government or a more liberty focused government in of itself can be a moral thing. even on face value, was just economic, first of all. Second of all, nationalization of resources is theft, right? If you're taking over oil platforms that somebody else built with their hands and they own, that is theft. Really, you can make a moral argument for interfering in Iran when they did the things that they did, and a number of other quote unquote purely economic conflicts, such as in Cuba. But the last point is the way I view countries and geopolitics is that countries are not moral agents, right? People tend to personify countries as like a person, but all a country is just, honestly, if we think about it, just lines in the sand that we've drawn, and each little area of the little lines is like ruled by a different system of governance. And the question is, we're like honor culture, dignity culture, when we're considering these ideas, do these apply to people, or do they apply to kind of constructs that people have created to live under? And I would posit that they should, whenever we're considering any kind of morality, it should only apply to people. So, to me, it's actually completely irrelevant as to, well, which country is like the bad country that started the blah, 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 did the wrong thing, whatever, right? For me, what's interesting is the people who are having their rights violated, and which group of people under which system of governance are living better and are living more free, right? That's the question. And so then the trade-off happens. Okay, are the Ukrainians going to live more free under globo homo than Russian influence? Absolutely. Are the Ukrainians going to be more free if they're alive and not blown up by rockets? Absolutely. So, and these two things are somewhat in conflict. Where we draw the line is going to be very difficult. But the one thing that we do know is that the Russians will not give up Crimea. They will not give up Crimea, and it will take nuclear war to pry Crimea from them. And the calculation, these kind of senses of justice. Well, they're the aggressors. No. The people there that would be nuked are not the aggressors, right? They're living under a bad system of governance. The calculation just does not work when it comes to pulling Crimea out of the hands of Russia.
The one thing we know is that dead people don't have rights. They're dead.
Right.
There's no way to fix that.
Well, you could kill everyone, but
You know who does have rights?
And no one has
California and New York, despite the fact that they want to throw them off into the sea.
Except to own guns, fucking communist states.
Yeah, that's cringe as fuck to try and like
Cali's the
discount
best
them.
state.
Come
Woo,
on,
guns
our
bad,
two
let's
of our
go.
largest economies, like you are just out of pocket.
You know who else doesn't
Take it
have
with
guns?
you.
Guns are
Russia.
cringe. Yeah, guns are cringe.
Wagner doesn't.
Ukrainians allow guns. Ukrainians allow their citizens to have tanks.
You're just
So-
speaking from generational trauma, lactoid.
What?
What? From
What?
Sweden?
I don't know. Your mom's a Swede. Wouldn't she have some sort of generational trauma from any of those things?
We've been a pretty peaceful country,
Which
sorry,
trauma are
people
you-
living under a peaceful governance system. I don't know.
Yeah, since they like raped and murdered all of Europe for 1,000 years.
Yeah.
Jesus
Yeah,
Christ.
that was so long ago.
Are you talking about the Vikings? We're going way back then? Oh my
So
god.
long ago.
See, this is what the conversation of reparations
got-
is.
Yeah, I
right?
got
Go
it out
back
of
far
Vinland
enough.
Saga.
Before you
got it-
know it,
got
I'm
it out of
paying
your
money out
system.
for the fucking Vikings. Jesus.
Yeah.
You're
You
just
got it
mad
out of
we
your
won.
system.
Does anyone know if
Hey.
Prime's still here?
Prime, are you alive?
I think he
Yeah,
fell
right
asleep.
here.
Oh, sure.
Okay. We just check it in because it's 11:30 and I'm old and my baby's waking up.
We confirmed I won anyway, so
Imagine
you know.
having a baby.
Lactoid won
Oh my
again.
god, cringe as fuck. This is like model UN for divorcees. Stop it.
Woo, let's go.
Just
I
avoid people
I am
from
not
fucking
divorced
Russia,
yet.
Get
Thank
the nukes
you.
and stop worrying about it. Silly.
Not divorced yet. Thank you.
Okay. So
I also have a gavel, Jay Chow. I appreciate that. Can I call you senpai or would you prefer daddy instead?
Jesus.
Christ.
oh my god. So
Good night.
this has been great. Honestly, this has really been a really good conversation. Oh, someone left. Okay.
You know your
Oh,
camera's still off, right?
yeah, I'm aware of that. All right, my nipples are
Because
out.
he's sleeping.
Okay. I'm lightly rubbing them. But yeah, so I guess is B still in the
I think they left.
Yeah, they left. Okay. All right. I was gonna say nice things about her, but whatever. All right, moving on.
One too hard.
Yeah. Thanks all. Seriously, you guys have been fantastic. I really do appreciate you all being here. A great conversation. Like very nuanced actually too, and like wide ranging. I loved everything about this. To my audience, we're going to continue on. We're going to have an open walk-on panel where honest members like you, yes, you're sitting at home, may participate. And we'd love to have you. Consider supporting the channel so that we can keep doing this, keep having these conversations. This was a really good one. So help us out, like super chats or any of your dollary dues. That's the thing that white people say. That would be helpful to continue this. So use your Amazon Prime / Prime Gaming, resub, all that stuff, bits. That keeps us up and running. So thank you all. So I'm going to start with my friend Lactoid, but remember we do have more content coming for you. Lactoid, thanks so much. This was great, and I loved all your interjections. You had some really sharp points there. I mean, I don't like the fact that people backed you up. I like you alone and in the corner, afraid. But people, for some reason, seem to like what you had to say today.
Well, Prime, I'm surprised. I think the first topic, I would hope you didn't give your full opinion. I'd be curious as to maybe after these closings you would give it, because I thought I was giving the more maybe pro Prime opinion, which is don't shoot people running away from you. But I don't know, maybe we'll
Controversial.
See. Controversial. If you like what I had to say, you can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Thanks.
Yeah, indeed, you were giving my general opinion on those things, but like, it's the principle of the matter, right? Like, libertarians, there should be no quarter given to libertarians.
No ground, right?
Yeah. All right, friend. Thanks so much. Let's go to HBCR, who great addition to the channel. Shout out to Connor for that. All right, and HBCR, especially on the second topic, you had some really interesting things to say. So I'm really glad that you stopped by. I hope you come again in the future. We'd love to have you.
Yeah, I had a good time. Everyone, it was a lively discussion. I wasn't as vocal in the first part of the conversation, but it felt like there was a lot to talk about, and I didn't want to interrupt Scott and Corey's and Cap discussion. But yeah, it was cool. If you liked what I had to say, you're based. I dick around in the Citadel. It's a Discord where we do some debating and stuff. But yeah. I hope I'm able to come back and talk shit.
Okay, yeah. We'll send you invites. Jay Chow, I thought you shine when it comes to foreign policy. That's your, that's what you've studied. So I appreciate your input here. And
Wait, did you say I was shy?
No, I said
shine.
You shine, yeah.
Oh, shine.
Shine bright like a diamond.
Yeah.
Which doesn't make
like a diamond.
I know what Scott listens to. I know his music.
Diamonds don't shine. God damn it.
Do they luster?
They don't emanate a light source.
Outcast at me as an argument in the debate tonight. Relax.
Yeah, and it was logical.
And
I'm mad at Rihanna. I'm not mad at you.
It was his cop training.
Write the
He had on the
song.
wall.
You guys need to support this channel so I can keep having more of these conversations. All these guys agree. But yeah, thank you, Jay Chow. Much appreciated.
Yeah, thanks so much for inviting me. You're I think the only person who still invites me and maybe respects my background, which by the way, to everybody, and I kind of hope that B would be here to hear this too, because it felt like she and I had a lot of tension throughout this topic. But I have a bachelor's degree in political science and international relations. I take this as a very passionate hobby. I keep up to date on a lot of the going arounds, and if people couldn't tell, a lot of my opinions and my takes on whenever I'm doing these kinds of things comes from an influence of academia and the academic thought, the theories, and all that stuff. So I hope at least one person, whether they be here or Twitch chat, were able to learn something or appreciate something or have some food for thought. And thanks for giving me this opportunity to do that.
Absolutely, dude. And I do respect you. It's nice to have someone who's literally studied these things. And sometimes I kind of want to pick the brain of people who have had deep studies into foreign policy, because you expand my perspective. So shout out to you, man. Let's go to our friend Scott. Scott, this has been great. You actually were chill. You were just chilling today. You didn't go as hard as you could otherwise. I there were some points where I'm like, oh no, here it comes. But no, you were actually Pretty chill. And I like this mode of yours. But thank you, friend, for being here.
I feel a deep-seated need to call out stupidity, and this was one of the better panels, so I didn't have to go too hard.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm Scott from Fabian Liberty. You can find us on YouTube or Rumble. Former Twitch streamers got rid of Twitch because Twitch sucks. Twitch is gay, if you prefer that. Yeah. So yeah, it was a good conversation. I enjoyed it. I like the topic. I like the first topic. I think the second topic is fun, but I think too many people are talking about shit that they have no idea what the fuck is going on. I think none of us know what the fuck is going on. There's too many variables to consider, and so it just ends up getting into like weird discussions. But those weird discussions can be fun, so I appreciate it. If you want to check us out some more for the rest of the week, Tuesday or tomorrow, I'll be on Adam and Sitch at like 4, I think. Though, yeah, it should be fun conversation. I'll have Carolyn Ann Harlow. So if you're a big libertarian, you know that's the secretary for the LPNC, or sorry, LPN. Sorry, I don't know what to say about her to people that aren't libertarians, but she's a big deal. She did a lot of things. She'd protect the Mises Caucus from the Prags, and their takeovers and election fraud and things like that. And she's pretty based and she's cool. And then Thursday I'll be doing like LP stuff, so I won't be streaming even though normally.
Oh, man,
Love you guys. Thank you.
Libertarian / ANCAP lore there. That sounds like really super interesting. Like I can tell like there's a deeper story there that I'm not privy to, but it sounds fun.
It's like she's big in the Libertarian Party, and there was a lot of controversy that she was like kind of a bastion against like other factions trying to take over states that very close to illegally and stuff like that. And she was super based. She's a cool person. But Thursday I'll be doing like stuff for like going to a meeting for the Libertarian Party.
The other thing that I like to say is that people sometimes ask me like, why don't ask more foreign policy questions on the channel? And it's because of what you said. One, it's very difficult for us normies to figure out what's going on. Like we don't have the information that the state has. So it's like we can like it limits our scope there. And two, like lots of people don't focus on foreign policy. That's not their thing necessarily, and for good reasons. It's really fucking hard.
Yeah.
So yeah,
it's not really. It's better to do like an interview with somebody that knows what the fuck they're talking about. I think more so than it is panels, but the panel scene's got to go. So you got to do it. You got to do what you got to do. You know?
Yeah. All right, thanks so much. Let's go to our friend Counterpoints, dude. Like you're awesome as always, and hopefully I don't know how long your maternity leave. We'll call it that.
Yeah. I was going to say next week is going to be tough because I'm going to be in South Florida with my family celebrating the 4th of July, getting drunk and setting off fireworks. So maybe I'll drop by to yell at people, but I can't promise that I'll be sober or available. But we will see. And then after that, I do go back to work. But I'm still going to try to do the once a month thing so I can come back and Scott and I can yell at each other about how we're willing to trade human lives for blood and how we're all run by a bunch of PDF, computer file monsters who run gangster corporations who are slowly destroying the world. So I'm looking forward to that. But if in the meantime you want to check out my content, I do Counterpoints 40K. I take Warhammer animations, I cut out 30% of them, I break it down with lore. So if you wanted to get into that universe, or if you really like schlocky science fiction violence, go ahead and check that out. If you like what we're doing here, I post that on my second channel, Counterpoints Coliseum. It is linked down in the description below. And then if you want to see me rant for 20 minutes about politics so you can understand my schizophrenic ramblings, then check out Counterpoints, my essay channel. And there I do schizo rants for 20 minutes at a time. But I do parasocially love you as well, Prime. And I want everybody in the chat to give me money, and then I want you to give Prime money after that.
Thank you so much. And finally, our friend Corey. Corey, thanks for stopping by, friend. And I thought you had an interesting reaction to Scott's temporal take. Usually you aren't the one to go down that rabbit hole, but you did, and it was interesting though. I because I was fascinated by that take too. But thanks for being here, Corey.
Yeah, thank you. And totally, when it comes to like the first topic, I agree with you. I don't typically engage with Scott, but it's nothing personal. It's just because like I've had multiple conversations with Scott, and I usually understand like his framework, or I more or less like know how he's going to answer. Well, that's why I was super curious because I did not exactly predict, or it was sort of out of left field, his position. So I totally wanted to understand it better. And I think I do understand it better. And I'm glad that you allowed me to derail the panel to understand Scott's framework better. And I will totally admit that on the second topic, I didn't have much to contribute because, to Scott's point, I will fully admit I don't know what I'm talking about in that regard, and I would prefer experts like Jay Chow to probably take the space for that. But all that said, despite Connor's admission, or I should say, despite their confession that they're a criminal, I actually agree with them. The U.S. should pay Canada to take L.A. and New York. I will gladly take those cities off the United States' hands. But yeah, if you like what I have to say or you hate it, totally fine. You can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv, CoreyCam84. I'm a biochemist. I cover science, news, and research. You can find me on Twitter, Instagram. It's Corey Campbell. And yeah, Counterpoints, Scott, Jay Chow, HPCR, nice to meet you, and Lactoid, always a pleasure. And also always a pleasure, B, and Bam. And love you, Prime.
Hey, thanks so much. For the record, here I am. This is my face. Not dead yet. Sadly, I had to put my nipples away. But if you go on the Patreon, then maybe
OnlyFans.
I'm gonna say Patreon or OnlyFans.
Yeah.
Patreon is the original OnlyFans. People forget that. Like that's where it was at first.
Are you still allowed to
the
post nudes on
original?
Patreon?
The original OnlyFans was like the street corner. Okay.
Street corner. Very good. Sorry, would you say counterpoints?
It was.
I was saying, can you still post nudes?
Twitch.tv/Amaranth is actually the original name.
Counterpoint, sorry.
Oh, I was just asking if you can still post nudes or lewds on Patreon.
Oh, so I think Patreon cracked down on that. This is okay. Very short rant. This is a thing that like platforms do. They use sex workers to like grow big.
His passion out.
So they use sex workers to grow the platform, and they're like, "Oh, we'll never let you down. You guys, you are a passionate client base here, and we're gonna support you until they get respectable, and then they throw them out. It happens like literally every fucking time. But shout out to Twitter for not doing that so far, actually. So yeah. Anyway, thanks all for being here. I'm gonna go on to a walk-on panel. Anyone here can join us. We'd love to have you. Right, and give more of your opinions on stuff and things. But if not, that's okay. Thanks for spending your time, your energy, your knowledge, and your passion for my community. I know they appreciate it just as much as I do. Have a good one. Bye.
All right, parasocial love. Bye.
Bye.
Okay. All right. Hey, Aiko. I'm guessing, Aiko, that would make Prime Kai a Canadian, though, right? Is about Canada absorbing New York and LA. Like, I'm gonna tell you this, right? There'll be blood on the fucking streets before anyone calls me a goddamn Canadian. Let me just put that out there, okay? Like, before the Canadian flag flies over my head, there'll be blood in the streets. Keep your fucking socialism. America all the way. Right, even if we go down like the handmaidens route, you know, like the Handmaid's Tale, and we go full autocratic. All right, I'm staying here, I'm fighting the good fight. I'm at least setting off an explosive. Right, I'm at least doing that. Whether I live past that, but always with the stars and stripes. Prime K. Oh God, no. Respect. Thank you for being here, though. Shout out to you. And guys, consider supporting the channel. We do need that support. That's how we do it. Hey, USA, absolutely. USA, much appreciated. Yeah, guys, we do need that support to continue on. So, like, if you could, if you can, if you would, consider supporting the channel. You know, super chats are great. Or become a Twitch member. Get ad-free viewing, and you'll get our emotes, and you'll just be keeping us up, you know, for another day. So we do need your help. So consider helping us out. If you find yourself coming here all the time, consider subs to the channel. It's a huge help. Prime. Oh my God, you guys fucking. I know where your loyalties lie now. All right, fucking goddamn moose fuckers is what you are. All right, I was putting it out there. Okay. So anyway, we'll see if we'll have that panel, open walk on panel. Now's the time to jump on in. Exclamation for open in chat lets you know there's open walk on panel. All us members like you, yes, you stay at home, may participate. Join the Discord server and go into the robot waiting room so you can let in this link for your company. It's love to have you. So yeah, come on in. If people want to join, then we'll do the thing. If not, then we won't do the thing. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, we got our friend Aiko, so talk to him a bit. See how he's doing. Okay, he clicked out. Let's try it again. Hey, buddy.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, thanks for being here.
Well, a little frosty. See there, better, a little bit better.
Okay. And let me put you on screen. And I think this. God, I don't know. Streamlabs has been screwing with me lately. Everything's been screwing with me. Yeah, there's my face. So how are you, friend? How are you doing?
Not bad, not bad. Like summer camp is off to a roaring start. So got a bunch of new students.
Oh, okay, yeah. I mean, I guess so. Yeah. So the regular school season is over, and okay.
Yeah, so, camp is a whole different vibe than the school year. So
how so?
You spend all of your time doing research. When I was a kid, you would be deep in the stacks of a library, and then you would just be like, kids would just be pouring through like journal articles that they found from card catalog system, and then another kid would be just furiously making copies to where you'd have stacks of paper like this, and then other kids would be reading through them all until they're bleary-eyed, cutting like quotes and stuff and writing citations and putting them all on index cards until you had pages and pages, books and books worth. Like it's as if you're writing a novel a day at least. Tremendous. It's the same amount of research now, but of course you're doing it on paper, on computer now, so you can do it a lot more efficiently. So it doesn't mean you're doing any less work, but it does mean that you're producing even more information than you were before. So I feel bad for kids at camp, but they seem to love it. They all love it. Like, 'cause there's a ton of energy. They're learning shit they didn't know before. The stuff they learn all summer is what they debate all school year, especially if they're cross-ex, because the topic doesn't change all year. Yeah, so it's just a lot of work and a lot of fun for them, they say.
That sounds super interesting. Like a spirit of competition, I think I imagine would always drive them. Yeah. So guys, you don't know our friend Aiko is the debate coach extraordinaire, right? And
a debate coach.
So, but anyway, yeah, I think that's super interesting, like what he does for a profession. So, well, there's like these little updates, and I think it takes like a certain type of mind, obviously, to like really enjoy that. But I'm curious if I was a kid, how I would have fared, like in your course. Actually,
you would have been great.
Yeah, but I don't know.
I mean, you never know because you're not the person you were when you were 15.
Exactly.
Right? So.
Yeah, you beat me to it. So I'm wondering would I had like the wherewithal. Like I was like getting into politics, like at that time, like having my political awakening, like in high school and stuff.
Right.
But I don't know, and you kind of like want to feel smart, so maybe I would have taken to it, but maybe I'm like, oh, this is stupid, why am I arguing with these kids? But yeah, anyway,
you would have fit in with today's crowd because there's a lot of prog debaters out there, and prog is just short for progressive, and they run some like really out there arguments. Like one of them is called queer pests, which basically says any strategy that assumes a future, it will be interpreted by the queer community as inherently homophobic because they can't contribute to the future in the same way that straight people can, like by reproducing or whatever, or that their perception will be that society only values that. And as a result, they'll create homo nationalism. That's a real what's called a diss ad that I read today that one of the kids put out.
Love it. That's
yeah.
I love the creativity.
Yeah,
that person's going places.
Yeah, it wins. It wins the tournaments. It does.
Yeah, homo nationalism. But then would the homo nationalism be if that was the case, if it
Right.
was the case that homosexuals can't contribute to the future, then it seems like a homo nationalism would be like nihilistic, right? That
Yeah, that's the funny thing about those kinds of arguments. So the argument itself is it's called queer pest because it means queer pessimism. And so really the impact is that people in the queer community start to get like very pessimistic about contributing to society. So like it makes me think of some of what's been going on Twitch in the last year or two about transgenocide and whether or not like that should be acknowledged like more broadly, and the pessimism that results like from that whole discourse and what that does to their political participation. So even though when you initially describe it, it sounds like insane, like there are elements of the real world, especially if you're on Twitch, which I don't know if you can call Twitch the real world, but there are elements that we all recognize as being like somewhat adjacent to some of this argumentation.
of course Twitch is the real world. Twitch has Twitch has degenerates just like the rest of the world, just a higher concentration of them.
Right.
Let's let in our friend Tiberius, who's here with us. Thank you so much for stopping by, Tiberius. I'm really curious as to your thoughts on. I imagine it's the Russian thing that has attracted you.
Me too.
Yeah. So Ty, take it away.
Yeah, first and foremost, thank you for joining or for letting me join you guys. It's a pleasure. However, I actually need to be brought up to speed. I just noticed that you guys were in here, and I love you both. And I have just gotten the chance to sit down today. It is great. So I'm.
I thought you were just going to tell us about straight pessimism because that would be your bailiwick.
True. I straight pessimism. That is an interesting topic, by the way.
Yeah.
Right. No, I'm pessimistic as it is, but I don't need to put my straightness into that. So I'm not too terribly worried about that when I have plenty of pessimism to share with my great friends.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
I'll get you up to speed then. But and again, this is open down, so other people. Oh, sure.
I'm not gone. I'm just gonna do something real quick. I'll be right back.
Gotcha. So other people can join in if you like. We'd love to hear from you. But so here's a topic that I read out to the previous panel. Over the weekend, Putin suffered an unprecedented challenge to his power. A rogue mercenary group drove tanks through several Russian towns, fought against Russian forces, and threatened to take Moscow. They stopped on their own accord. Supposedly, this was done as protests to the Ukraine war. This has exposed, or at least how it's been prosecuted. I should have put that down. This has exposed the weakness of the Russian state. Should the West exacerbate this issue? What are the ethics of destabilizing a currently well-functioning state? Should adversaries take every opportunity given, or can they go a step too far? Did you catch all that?
That's a lot to unpack. I've got to start first by saying, what universe do I live in? Not only do we have a rebellion, an open rebellion, declared in the Russian Federation in the year 2023, okay, I'm shitting my pants at that point. But then 12 hours later, it's over.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, that was crazy.
Dude, there is satire. There is, like, Onion articles. There are things that are, like, are more believable than this shit. Like,
Dude,
truth is stranger than fiction.
Seriously, I was away, to your point, though. I was away from my computer. I wasn't, like around this weekend, and then I turned it on because I was like looking for topics. Like, okay, I gotta like come up with topics, and the first thing I see is like Russian revolt, and like tanks like marching up. Like what? Like and it was over. It was over. I was like, this is a past this thing. It was crazy, but yeah, go ahead.
They were, from everything that we could see, right? While it was a small group of dudes, they were succeeding in their objectives. Like they had a handful of objectives they were supposed to do, and granted, like information out of the Russian space is cancer, but from everything that we were getting out of that, it was like, hey, it is a 10.5 hour drive from Vostok to Moscow. And between the staging points that they had, they were an hour and 30 minutes from Moscow whenever they got called off. Like, they made great progress. They were scaring the hell out of the entire Russian government. Like, I, on one side, look at this and I'm like, all right, it looked like it was on the road to being a successful coup with literally 25,000 dudes, tops, right? On the other side of that, it's, you're literally going to get haymakered in the 11th hour? Like, what? Like, there is so much that does not compute. Like, is this guy's gonna get Epsteined, right? Like, we all know that. Like, we all acknowledge that. Like, there's so much that just breaks in the universe. Like, how does this guy not die horribly with, like, polonium poisoning? Like, what convinced him to stand down in the 11th hour, right? Like, does Putin have his daughter or something? Like, is it like...
Yeah, there's so much we don't know. There's just so much about the situation. Like, God, Ty, you're like hitting the nail on the head. It's like just question after question. Why would he stop? Why did he start? Like, initially, like it seemed like the defense ministry, right, that he had a problem with. But but still, like, to go to this length, and yeah,
in Russian history, this gets you a bullet in the head.
Okay. Yeah, like this.
I don't like to put it in that regard.
Yeah, I heard that he's in one of the only hotels in Belarus that doesn't have windows. Like, that was one of his conditions.
Apparently. Oh, by the way, Lukashenko pulling this out. Like, he's the like. There's so many levels to where, like, I'm not trying to be conspiracy brained here, but it's just like, truth is so strange. It is so much stranger than fiction that, like, this has to be an act, right? Like, this wasn't just did not happen in front of me without somebody, like, pulling strings, right? Like, hi, is that Colby? I haven't seen him forever.
Is he ready to come to the mic yet? I guess not.
Apparently not. But no, so, like, there's levels to where I'm like, hey, should the United States get involved? Like, if anything, now we definitely know we want to wait a week into the thing before we actually decide to jump in. I don't know. Like, there's so much politics that I can like pull that out. It is Colby. I haven't seen him forever. Anyway,
he's become a mountain man, and it's just the last time you've seen him.
True. He has to unmute himself whenever he figures out how to do that.
I knew I was muted. I just didn't have anything to contribute just yet. But no, I
gotcha. Nah. So, yeah, go ahead.
Oh, please. I interrupted you. Go for it.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah, I just don't know what to make of this, because, like, there is a level where I guess we're in agreement. It's like the truth is so strange. I literally mentally cannot process it. I'm like, did this literally just happen? And beyond that, like, I can entertain, like, what ifs, but, like, it's already over. Like, what? So, yeah, sorry not to be, like, massive content drama here, but, like, I don't even know, like, what to make an assertion of at this point.
I mean, we know what Russia has said, and what Prigozhin has confirmed is also true. So, if there are facts that they both agree on, then we can at least, like, make a provisional assumption that those things are the case. So one of them is that, yes, like, Prigozhin got to go to Belarus. Apparently the deal was 25,000 that marched don't get to go back to Ukraine. So I guess they follow him back to Belarus. I don't know. I mean, I know that there are Wagner encampments in Belarus. I assume it's part of that 25,000. Everyone who wasn't part of that 25,000, like who stayed in Ukraine to begin with, they're disbanded and they become part of the MOD in Ukraine. And so the other 25,000, I assume, will get redeployed to Africa. I mean, I don't know. At that point, we're getting into like guessing games.
Right. And like again, I just don't even have any of the slightest assertions to put forward. I do love the theory craft that this is all set up so Wagner can attack from Belarus again. That's hilarious.
Yeah.
But
like they can make it down that same road.
right. The issue is that I, on the other hand, I'm like, that's about the only thing that makes sense as to what just transpired in front of my face this weekend. So anyway, Jacanadar's opinion on this one's probably going to be pretty interesting.
I mean, honestly, my opinion is Prigozhin is looking at a defenestration from about 35,000 feet in the near future.
From his windowless building.
No, from a plane. I think they're going to be like, a building's not good enough for you. But, that being said, this is completely out of the ordinary. This is a damn near historic rebellion. Less than 24 hours, moved at an exceptional rate towards Moscow, and then just turned around, had jets refuse to fire on them, and land in a neighboring airfield and surrender them. Turned around. What? This is absolutely, like, nowhere in history has anything like this happened. Like, like Ty said, I'm wondering if either somebody paid him off or somebody has threatened somebody in his family. Because otherwise it doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah. So I want to hear. In terms of death, like I was I've been betting on like Nerve Agent, right? Like I was assuming like they had that Nerve Agent where they just like put a little bit on like a doorknob and then you touch it and you're fucking dead. Like that's the way I imagine we go on. But let's hear from my friend Kobe. Kobe, we'd love to hear what you have to add.
Hello, everybody. Hello. I think a lot of the times we suffer from recency bias. We tend to like say, if stuff hasn't happened recently, we tend to view it like as being, as we said, like as being something that doesn't happen a lot. I think in the modern world, it's very true that this kind of like a warlord rides onto the capital to secure his position in the hierarchy. That doesn't happen too much. I think it's a bad thing that it happened. But historically, I think that when you kind of look at some other, especially if you look at some of the politics of some of these like the Khanates that existed in the like 1400s through the early modernity period before they were taken over by the Russian Empire. This happens all the time. This is actually like a very normal. If you look back, say 500 years of Russian history, the idea that there's a warlord is going to run on the capital and there's going to be a deal. That happens constantly. That it happens all the time. I was reading the interesting. I put in chat the name of the two journalists. It was the Kimberly Martin has some interesting writing about the use of paramilitaries by the Russian Federation since the fall of the Soviet Union. They were pretty heavily involved during the fall of the Yugoslav Federation. There's another group called Slavonic Corps, which is actually older than Wagner. This is an old thing that Putin has done. This sort of, I think a lot of the times the Wagner story, it sort of begins in 2014. I think that the story needs to begin in the 1990s. There have been other rebellions too. The Chechen War was a rebellion against the Russian Federation. There's also a rebellion in there's all sorts of these little groups in the Balkans that I forget their names. The Ossetians, maybe the Ossetians versus the Ingish. I think was Ossetians, maybe. I don't know. I feel like it's when you zoom out a little bit, I think it makes a little bit more sense within the sort of the Russian historical context. These kind of things. It's not good. It's bad. Not thrilling. But it makes a little bit more sense. I don't know. It wasn't as shocking. I recently heard an interesting little thought that this last thing I'll say. That Russia is never as strong as she seems, and she is never as weak as she seems. I feel like that's something that happens a lot. It's sort of there's this in some ways people underestimate whether or not there's going to be an invasion, but then there's this hyper overestimation of what that invasion is actually going to curtail. So perhaps that's how we should kind of view this. I don't know if it's going to be the dissolution of the Federation, which I think that some people are kind of hinting at. I don't know. I could talk for a while.
No,
Right.
no, no. Like all I was saying is the 12-hour revolution without any clear evidence as to why this changed. Like it was, we're gonna move. Hey, you know what? We changed our mind. Like it was like they forgot their shoes or something. Like
I don't know. I think there's one narrative that makes pretty good sense. Putin and Prigozhin have been having a war of words in the media for the past about two weeks. It's been really heating up. Prigozhin is sort of arguing that he's not being, it's the classic McNamara in Vietnam. You're not letting us win. You're not giving us enough money, enough guns, enough ammunition to actually win the fight in Bakhmut, win these other places. Coming up, I think either this week or next week, Wagner was going to be officially brought in to the Russian military, which is something that is not never is not going to go with Prigozhin. I don't think this was a revolution. I think this was like going back to the point I'm trying to make.
No, I misspoke. I should have said rebellion. I misspoke with revolution.
I mean, rebellion is probably the official term, but I think I think the scope was Putin's going to buckle before we get to Moscow. That's why I think they turned around so quickly.
So you think this was all gamed out?
I don't think Prigozhin was going to take over Russia. I don't think that's his MO. You know what I mean?
I get where you're going with that. The problem is, like, once you throw down this particular gauntlet, like, you kind of are all in. Like, look at history, not only with the Russians.
This definitely feels like pushing all your chips in.
Well, but that wasn't a stated goal either, right? He said he wanted Shoigun out, and I guess he was hoping that Shoigun would be the compromise. It wasn't, because he's still in there. But I think that's what he was hoping would happen. That before he reached Moscow, like, Shogun would be gone, and then he could stand down.
Okay, so on one side, it's very, very clear he despises Shogu, and quite honestly, I'm amazed and shocked that Vladimir has not killed Shogu himself. Like, the man clearly is corrupt as hell, to the detriment of the Russian ability to fight a war. Like, seriously, I'm surprised Putin is putting up with this guy, but apparently he funds the Streltsy, so whatever. What was it? The point here, though, is that, at least for me, you look at Russian history over and over again. You look at, like, Roman history, where this kind of thing happens on a routine basis, but in, like, the 3rd century. You don't get forgiven for, like, challenging the sovereign. Even if you're picking up a fight against his lackey, when he openly acknowledged the fight exists, he's made a side on that, right? Like, I don't see how this man does not get polonium poisoning. I'm serious. It's just, he's gonna die.
I love how we just keep coming up with different ways that he's gonna.
Well, I mean, it is the Russians, and they are quite.
They're gonna Yushchenko him.
Yeah, whatever they do, they're gonna do, right? And I don't want to see that happen, but of course, like, politics gonna politic. Like, the part about me really does come down to, number one, yeah, sure, why? We can definitely ask what drove him to this point, and I think he was getting absolutely jacked. The other side of it is what in the world allowed Putin to be able to actively sell this and walk away at the same time that he could sell this and walk away? Because, like, how do you justify to your own country as Putin, hey, I made a deal with that, thing that was going on where an open rebellion had been fired off against you, right? Like, that's very anti-Russian. And then on the other side of that is like, hey, I've got you charging and fighting fellow Russians, but you don't have to do that now. Like, what? Like, how do you sell this? Like, there's so much I just don't understand about any of this. Like, I swear I'm in, like, a terribly written show at this point.
Yeah. Sally, I'd love that you want to say anything.
Oh, hey, Prime, how's it going?
Fine.
Yeah, I just want to say, that's it doesn't bode well for Putin now. I mean, just with the looking at history, Russia tends to be the amazing shrinking nation. Every time it gets itself in a little trouble and the government collapse, whether they went to Tsar to the Soviets and then the Soviets, Russia keeps shrinking in territory and keeps losing ground every time it happens. It break apart. And it looks like they're going down that same road again. And, it looks like the same, sort of play by play. They get into a quagmire or lose a military war, and now you start seeing like hints of mutiny happening. I think the worst damage Prigozhin did was essentially show him that he could run his convoy right through blazingly up that highway to Moscow, and really not a lot of the defense forces in Russia cared to stop him at all. That kind of shows the rot within right up in front there. So that's why I think Putin's a little scared. That's just kind of my thoughts on that.
If you don't mind me asking you, so like the issue I have is that over the last century and change, we have seen the Russians lose their government twice outright. And while we saw the collapse of the Russian Empire and we saw the collapse of the Soviet Union, going back for a very long time, the Russians get their nose kicked in, and then they actually like put themselves together and like become a very, very problematic force within Eurasia. Like granted, I have no expect of them to do that this decade, but is this kind of that cauldron that fires off a really angry Russia here in 15 years that we're gonna have to deal with? Like don't get me wrong, I want to see Russia kind of eat it at this point, but
so
like literally you get war. What is it? You get World War I. You see the collapse of the Tsar, and then at the end of it, 20 years later, the Soviet Union will take down Nazi Germany, and will have it to where the Russians control everything to Berlin. Like it's like every time they collapse, they get stronger 20, 30, 40 years down the road.
Let's zoom out a little bit, because I feel like we're talking about a lot of stuff. I think we can all agree we have no clue what's crap in any of this stuff, right?
How dare.
I think I get the feeling we're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves in the West here, celebrating the collapse of Russia. I don't think we're incorrect when we kind of point out these kind of the rot and all these kind of things. I think this is not going great, but I don't really see I think it was like George W. Bush Sr. Made this argument about keeping the Soviet Union alive on life support. I kind of making a similar kind of argument here. I feel like I think we're going to look back here, and I feel like, I don't know, I see a lot of people kind of having a gleeful response to this of like, oh, Putin's about to get it. They're going to take it. Who do you think is going to be doing that? It's going to be like like some uber fascist guy that's like 50 times more.
I totally agree with you, Kobe, because I think like I love that point you originally made about overestimating and underestimating Russia. Like I know I overestimated Russia when it came to the Ukrainian war and what would happen. I mean, I thought that thing would be over in like 3 days. And I was clearly utterly incorrect. But then there's this underestimation that happens, and I think this incident shows clear weakness without a doubt. Like it is a failure of this state, and it is a failure of Putin's authoritarian grip. But to think that like this will like necessarily knock him down, I think that this is just kind of like the normal like foreign policy like spectator sport thing that people do, right? Like there's a loss, and I guess like the other team is going to win now, like rather than like looking at like all right, so what is a process that would end his regime? Like what are the steps? What would that involve, and would you want that? So I love everything you're saying.
I just wanted to I remembered this. Okay. Somebody in chat said this. I don't think anyone's advocating the collapse of Russia. Obviously, some people are, but I think there's like a truth to that. I think most of us can agree that's not a good thing. Think about it like this: 5 years ago, the Russian government did not, and Prigozhin did not even admit that the Wagner Group existed. That was a thing where people would it was a tongue-in-cheek kind of thing, and there was still a level of obfuscation. Now it is like the discussion is whether or not Wagner is going to storm the Capitol. That's how much this kind of paramilitary has become mainstream, and how much power it's been given inside of Russian society in the last 5 years. Move over to Ukraine. Before, going back to 2014 and 2015, Azov was a more or less a military street gang. It was not a very big group. Now Azov battalion is part of is a official part of the Ukrainian military. Right sector was a relatively small street gang in 2014 before Maidan, and now right sector is a significant percentage of some of the far right militias in the official army. There was a really good interview with Zelensky where he said that he kind of laments the fact that the open Ukraine of the liberal Ukraine that he kind of of the 2000s that's dead. That's not going to come back. There's a nationalist, an anger, a need to differentiate Ukrainian society from Russian society that he feels has like been baked into the culture pretty obviously. And I think that's the same in Russia. There's a feeling of betrayal, a feeling of isolation from the West, a feeling of okay, you guys have finally spit in our face, and I don't think that's good for anybody. And I don't know if and even if today the war stops, there's no more killing. The chessboard has been set in such a way that I think I don't know. I feel like people are as you were saying, it's a little bit too much of they're the invaded nation. We just need to support them. Europe is a much darker, less friendly, less kind, less open place than it was 2 years ago, and that's not going back.
Amazing points. Yeah. Anyone else want to jump in on that?
Well, no, and I wasn't talking about the dissolution of Russia as it is today, but would you actually consider the deposition of Putin to be the end of Russia? I don't. I think that's where this ends, is with Putin being deposed, and then we see the chaos that's going to ensue. Like, I'm not going to sit here and say it's going to go smoothly, but I think that's where this ends. I don't think it ends with the end of Russia as we know it.
I agree with you, but that's what the issue is. That is a vector, a sort of a pull of the if you want to get into the sort of Peter Zerzan geopolitics talk, that is a pull of the world empire or the world island or whatever they say. That it's not going to go away. There's going to be somebody that's ruling that pull, and the guy that Putin was the Western compromise answer. He was the West's guy in the early 90s. Whom the fuck do we think? There's no other option. You know what I mean? Like if it comes from the perspective of Western liberal reformism, which the sort of the Western support of Ukraine is sort of coming from.
There's too many Peters in geopolitics, but I will get into like kind of the ground game of I will advocate for the collapse of the Russian Federation. I think it actually would be not only in the American geopolitical interest, but also in quite a lot of people in Eurasia, just to kind of put the Russian bear to bed.
That's not.
I wouldn't root for it. I think a failed state hurts everyone, and you could see that even on a small level. With,
there are times. No. There are times in history where a failed state actually is literally the pathway to having better things. As an example, when the Romans went to shit, when they finally called it quits in 476, like people's lives got better because it was such an atrocious institution that was literally keeping everybody down, like having nothing to replace it, or having like literally the Ostrogoths and the Visigoths take over everything. Like,
isn't that when the sackings happened? And there's going to be it's going to be a lot of growing pains in the process, and that's kind of what's. This really I think cuts to the if this whole operation is fear-based because he's afraid that Russia's western flank is threatened or something, and that's just coming from them. That's not my personal opinion, but it really cuts to the fact that it looks like they can't guard their western flank, and that is the most exposed part of Russia. Their core is in the west, and they have nothing but flat terrain that historically, from Napoleon to World War I to World War II, has just been an easy highway right to Moscow. And they've always, and so you did bring up what's the difference. They always come back stronger and angrier, and they're able to rebound because Russia runs the same game plan. They'll sacrifice population and territory to let the enemy come into Russia, and then they'll rely on numbers to wear them down and push them out of Russia. But Russia doesn't have numbers nowadays. They've had two demographic pitfalls and that's what they relied on, back in the Napoleonic Wars, World War I, World War II. That's not there. The internal industrial capacity and the population that's able and willing to fight is not there. So their only card they could play in defenseless terrain is becoming less valuable day by day.
Well, don't get me wrong. I agree with all points, and this is Russia's MO for the last 400 years. Is that coming even against the PLC? You've got Russia was kind of a less technologically advanced and even institutionally lesser advanced institution. Problem is, it just literally could drown out everybody else in weight because it's the biggest ethnicity within Europe. At one point, they were having literally, what is it, at the beginning of the century, or last century, excuse me, they were having 6 kids still, compared to like all the competitors being like 4.
6.5.
Yeah, okay. It's a little ridiculous how much they could flood. Now, they're still trying to do that? It's probably going to go horrible for them 20 years down the road, but can they still survive that long? Yeah. Unfortunately, they can't. The problem that I've really got concerned with is if we push this the way that I think we're going to push this, we are going to go for the collapse because we don't want to deal with that entity anymore. But that means that you've got a shitload of loose nukes around that we got to deal with.
I don't know. I hate to be like, I don't know, like the hippie or whatever, but like we're talking about like a huge section of humanity. Talking about like a whole section of humanity that encompasses a huge part of the earth that encompasses thousands, I guess, but it encompasses a wide variety of cultures. Like some of the most important religious sites of Buddhism, Christianity are all in this country, but we're talking about them quite literally. Like they talk about orcs in Lord of the Rings. Like you push them into Mordor and then they come back stronger. What are we fucking talking about, guys? Let's pull the fuck back. Let's remember that in 100 years ago, about 100 years ago, it was Western liberal ideas. I don't mean liberal, or I should Western progressive ideas. I mean that in a more political science sense, as I mean Marxism and socialism. Those were the ideas that all the fucking Russians were thinking about. The idea that like Russians are just immune to these. And I'm not saying anybody's on this panel is pushing this idea, but this idea that there's just something they're human beings. They can be as susceptible to modernity as we can be. And this idea, I don't know, just the implication that number one, the idea that Russia is a failed state. Russia, whether we like it or not, Russia is like a civilization, and like I don't know what to tell you. I don't know, like it just is. Like it's a civilizational state. It has a cultural impact around the world. It has had a cultural impact on China and backwards and forth. Like it is a very It's a very America-centric thing to say they're a state. I know. I don't know. Maybe I'm being too nitpicky here, but
yeah, I do.
For them to collapse, it'd be a civilizational collapse that would probably result in the collapse of all the Stan countries. It would probably cause a significant political instability in China. Probably cause significant political instability, obviously throughout the Balkans. Like it's not comparable to not to demean these countries, but it's not comparable to like Afghanistan. But Afghanistan's not a civilization.
I totally hold on. I agree with you. And when I wrote that question, it was to like, and people took it in different directions, which is fine. But like, I wanted to focus in on the humanity of it, like the ethics of like for a functioning state to turn that into a dysfunctioning state by like taking advantage of these fault lines in the hopes that something catastrophic happens, and people are pretty glib about it, like people are just like, yeah, this is like no big deal. Like we gotta get that Putin guy, right? Because Putin is more or less the only person that matters in this state, right? We don't consider like the just the innocent folks of Russia. They're just expendable if we even consider their existence at all, so I love what you had to say, but yeah, everyone else can jump in.
All right, so we can talk about the human cost here, and I can still make this very, very real on my side, right? On one hand, you have what is effectively a multi-ethnic empire, which is run by the single ethnicity that is the Russians. Like, you're not welcome in the party if you're a Tartar, or if you're even Kazakh, or all these other folks that are part of this institution. And the reason why it's believed that Russia cannot be a democratic state, it's not because like you don't have a shitload of these people who couldn't believe in liberal values. It's the fact that geopolitically it makes no sense in the regards that you will have a country in the middle of this that is full of an entire different group of people called Tartars, which I have no problem with them having independence, but they're going to be like pure on pure competitors in a knockdown drag out fight for like control of, what would we call it, like West Asia. or North Asia. Yeah, that part's terrifying. But on the other side of that, the Tartars have been under the Russian yoke for what, 400 years? We've seen how well they want to treat the Ukrainians. We've seen how well they want to treat a lot of other folks. Oh, and by the way, the Ukrainians thing, just to finish off this point, I can't confirm this, but it's going around, at least in the media, that the Russians may have captured somewhere in the neighborhood of 30,000 Ukrainian children and shipped them off to Siberia. Like, that is demonstrous. Can we please put this bear to bed?
Yes.
mean-
I agree with both yours, Colby's, because I do agree that is monstrous. But what you were talking about is like Colby's saying, you're talking about any of civilization, whereas I think what Colby and I are talking about, if anything, is kind of like we see a natural progression of where Putin is either going to die from old age or be defenestrated by his own people because we're seeing the rot, etc., as opposed to boots on the ground. Now, Ty, you know my thoughts on this at the beginning of the war. I thought we should have taken spec ops and gotten rid of Putin back then, but that was a different bear than now. Now we are seeing like legitimate rot on a mass scale that he can't hide. He can't propagandize away, like going like further than just kind of allowing the natural progress to kind of get rid of him. I think we end up creating, first of all, a lot of death and destruction on a bunch of innocent people that had nothing to fucking do with this, and furthermore, we are going to end up creating a more unstable Russia than what is going to be created when this motherfucker dies anyways.
Okay, I just have to ask.
I'd say. Oh,
So, just to like understand your argument, Tiberius, your argument is that while Russia might be like a single nation state, it is effectively a collection of these different ethnic groups that have a sort of a hierarchy of power, and ethnic Russians are at the top of that, and that makes the ability for there to be a democracy just inert, right? Or am I not understanding this?
To a large degree, yes. We find that actually democracies tend to be incredibly ethnocentric, not the other way around. Like the United States is kind of the exception, and maybe you can count the Canadians in that.
So that'd just be my question. If I made this criticism, if I described America like this, but instead of instead of Russians, I said white people, and instead of like Tartars, I said black people, you would realize how ridiculous it is to say that like, well, America is a bunch of ethnicities, but white people are on top and they have power. That's not how it works. It's much more complicated than that. But that's how we like describe all of Russia.
Okay,
Well, that
like
would-
how
think that would-
complicated do we need to make Russia before will you acknowledge that they're like this is a entity that is full of shitbags as far as their governing people are concerned, but also that they are a threat to almost everything that we say as Americans that we value, whether it's just the general liberty and freedoms and principles that we say that we give a shit about, the rule of law, that people actually have a say in anything at all. Like, almost every one of these that we claim to give a shit about, like Russia is kind of the antithesis of right now. Like,
Why do you? I mean, like, I know that you know that a significant portion of that is because of shock doctrine by Western nations in the fall of the Soviet Union that implemented gangster capitalists into the control of these monopoly-based dynasty, industries. Like, I don't even know what to say. Again, like,
Well, that's what
Vladimir
I wanted to
Putin.
bring up too. That was the one point I wanted to break up too. Just to put the humanity into perspective. Russia didn't have a soft landing in the '90s, and there was a radical transformation that caused a drop in life expectancy, caused a drop in people being able to be nourished or not starve, and there's a huge issue that it was a drop in population, and that's one of their population sinks came out of, and you could look at what happened with the collapse of Yugoslavia as well. And, when that stuff happens, there's going to be a lot of, when the national government fails and you have a lot of guns unsecured, you're going to have massacres like Yugoslavia. You did have insurrections in Russia during its collapse. A lot of that came from just like the rug pull in the economy. People were suffering, but there is going to be a human toll, and that could be in another collapse in the Russian Federation. would be, yeah, a global humanitarian issue. You're going to be dealing with refugees. You're going to have someone in there trying to secure the weapons, the nuclear weapons. I mean, hell, even today, they find Yugoslavian firearms turn up in every damn conflict on Earth because it just became a free gun store when the whole place caught on fire.
All right, so I'll take the first part of that and then the second. The first for me is that a lot of Eastern Europe just went through the ringer post Soviet collapse. Right? Like this was an entire economic and political system that went to hell for not just the Russians but for literally everyone east of the Iron Curtain. It was a painful process for them all. Don't dissuade from any of that. On top of that, though, is that we did kind of make a mistake. We didn't openly put a dagger in the Russian heart, and we didn't openly try to encourage them to be part of the European family in the same way that we did for the Poles and the Hungarians and almost everybody else. So consequences did come full circle. Now we have a problem to deal with. The other part here is that when it comes to the consequences of where I'm leading and what you were getting into, Yugoslavia was horrible, and there's levels to where we could see that again. But I do want to remind you that if the United States is going to actively say that we care about any of these particular things and follow it up with it, going into Kosovo, going into Croatia, and then I'll even say Iraqi freedom in '91. We can actually stand for our values. And I don't want to see the United States just go lopsided into some third world nation not be able to do anything and crash anything. So I want the United States to be the arsenal of democracy and actually use it to, defend democracy. We can do it. We have done it. I don't know why the fuck we can't do it again, but apparently that's too risky these days.
Arsenal of democracy of Ukraine, a country that's not going to be having an election. That's going to be foregoing their election.
Are they really not going to have an election now?
Yeah.
Well,
I can also, then it's I just want to say,
I guess that is kind of standard, though.
America supported Boris Yeltsin. And I was just Boris Yeltsin used the military to fire on the Russian parliament when the Russian parliament passed shit that he did not approve of. The West gigafucked Russia. And I think that it's I know you agree with this. I feel like you're not using that tone because you're fuck Russia. Do a little performativeness. And the last thing I want to say is the Ukraine. This is I recently learned this, and this blows my mind. I don't know why you would use Kosovo when you're defending America supporting Ukraine. I'm not the greatest Balkan expert here, but if I remember my Balkan history correctly, Kosovo is an ethnic compound or an ethnic enclave that wanted to break off from Yugoslavia and said that because they are a different ethnic group, they get to have their own country, and America supported them. Ukraine, the state, does not recognize Kosovo for the same reason they don't recognize the Donbass, because they don't recognize breakaway republics. I don't understand why we would use that as an example of the arsenal of democracy, when actually I feel like us supporting Kosovo is an example of NATO hypocrisy. We support the Kosovo claim to break away from Yugoslavia, or to break away. Was it Serbia? It was a country that they're technically breaking away from. We support that claim, but we don't support. But when Russia supports people in the Donbass, it's a big deal. I don't know a lot about it, but that doesn't seem like it's the best comparison.
Yeah, let me explain this to you.
I was just going to say we play a lot of geopolitical games, and I'm just going to be quick. But it's if we want the arsenal of democracy, the last time that worked was World War II, and you're not having arsenal of democracy without full mobilization.
91, literally, going in and kicking the shit out of somebody and not going in and breaking everything.
I would say most of what happened after World War II is essentially, defense contracts run amok, and it's a money-making operation.
So I mean, I don't know. I mean, just I mean, are the arsenal I think I can support the Bosch type of position where you're America sucks, but we're better than the other ones. But this idea that we're the arsenal of democracy, didn't we? For example, didn't we decide to not go all the way in '91? And we gave Saddam. We said to Saddam that we're not going to blow up his helicopters, which allowed him to slaughter anti-government protesters in the north of the country. That was probably going to lead to a democratic revolution. Why, if we're the arsenal of democracy,
I still need to get Kosovo. I love you, but I'm gonna get dogpiled at this rate. So let me just get this one by one. Number one thing about Kosovo is this: while it was an ethno state that was breaking away, and they wanted to basically either become their own thing or rejoin Albania. Remind you, the Serbians were literally genociding them. That's why we got involved. Europe was actually asking us for the better part of a year or two to get involved and help out and finish the fight. And Clinton drug his feet on it. The fact that we involved ourselves in basically the middle part of the Yugoslav wars to keep Serbia from getting, not Serbia, Croatia from getting the living crap kicked out of it. Also, yeah, like I can get into like all these nuances and details, and I know I keep bringing them all up because like some of them are tacitly related. I'm a fanboy for what the United States did in '91 because we didn't go too far. I hate Saddam Hussein. He's a horrible human being, right? I'm not going to defend anything he ever did. What it came down to is that we stopped him from invading another country, again, very much like Ukraine, and actually pushing that back and being like, hey, look, you're a cunt. We can invade you. We can break you, but we recognize that at least, we're not going to do that at this point, particularly when the allies that we were there to support didn't want us to. Like, there's levels to where the United States can actually stand for its values, be militant about it, and defend them without breaking all the toys. And if anyone says, all right, cool, then it kind of goes against the point that you made earlier, fine, I'll eat that. But still.
I'll just posit, that concentrates on interventions, and we've had interventions of, varying moral, I guess, support to it. But I mean, when you talk about like the arsenal of democracy and like what America stands for and its values, or what our in our foreign policy, America doesn't have a foreign policy and it doesn't have values. Individual administrations that run the country have values, policy points, and plans. So it's really kind of like how America's foreign policy is schizophrenic like that. It changes because our governments change, and that's by design. But the one thing is, like, when we talk about an arsenal of democracy, I mean, you could say, okay, well, we were supplying Saddam Hussein with weaponry. We supplied plenty of dictatorships around this planet with weaponry in order, to sort of play this geopolitical chess game with the Soviets. South Korea, South Korea or Taiwan were literally did not have any elections and were run by crooked, dictatorships until the 1980s. When we fought in South Viet, we were fighting on behalf of South Vietnam. That wasn't a democracy. It was a gangster ran the country, and then he was bumped off and replaced by a junta. So we're not exactly the arsenal democracy if we're handing out weapons to dictators too.
I
You just say
look.
we're the
I
arsenal
don't
to the highest
look,
bidder.
yeah. So look, no, it's not to the highest bidder. Like that part, I'm going to call bullshit on. What it usually is it's the people we like versus the people we don't like. And I will say we made 1,001 mistakes in fighting the Soviets because, sometimes we would arm somebody and it would make everything even worse, right? Sometimes it made it better. I will fully support the fact that we did support South Korea, even with the shitbags that were running it. Now, granted, we followed through with it. We brought them into the family to the point where they did liberalize and capitalize, and South Korea is now a wonderful beacon of what we hold dear. We didn't do that for other places that we should have, and there were some places that we should have just been a little bit more patient because democracy tends to swing back the other way. Case in point, Persia, aka Iran. Like literally, we had a government that was elected against that, or elected that we didn't like. But instead of just giving it 10 years for that government to be elected out, we just came in and knocked it over with the CIA. Like, there's 1,001 things I will absolutely own up to that America did X, Y, and Z wrong. However, what I'm advocating for is that if we do have these values, while we're going to have to play a little fast and loose with who we want to be friends with, right? Because sometimes one friend is keeping everybody else online, aka Saudi Arabia. On the other side of that is that, yeah, we need to actually have like that concrete notion of what we want to do in the wider world, because we don't have a reason to be out in the wider world since the Soviet Union collapsed. China's kind of getting there, but until the United States is fully on board with we are anti-Chinese, we're not going to have a cohesive foreign policy.
I don't know. I mean, I'm a little bit more convinced just to give my take. I ask these questions not to try to make you look stupid, just because I appreciate your perspective. I'm a little more convinced by the anarcho-Vosh take that would say we're not the arsenal of democracy, we're the arsenal of like Walt Disney Corporation. That we're kind of like we're the arsenal of like Western capitalist modernity, and that's I feel like a little bit more accurate. I mean, Ukraine is not a democracy by any stretch of any imagination. I think the most charitable, I think maybe you can say I think I've heard the term an aspiring democracy. I think there's some aspiring Democrats in Ukraine, but I think there's also far more oil oligarchs and sardine oligarchs and stuff like that. So yeah, I don't know. I feel like there's a little I feel like it's a little bit more honest in that way.
I think this is about the rules that nations have to sort of follow to play with each other, like in the sort of larger sandbox, which has in the last 30 years been called the international rules-based order. And I don't think it's to support democracy. I don't think it's even to support rule of law, which is more important than democracy, really. It's not even to stop economic imperialism or things like that. I think the red line for the international rules-based order is annexation. When borders move, that encourages more moving of borders. And when that happens, I mean, you just look at all of history. The reason human history is pretty much war and suffering is because borders are always moving. Or maybe that's not the reason, but those two things are correlated. And so if you can stop, and that's one of the things that we found post World War II, is if you can minimize the moving of borders, then you can also minimize the amount of conflict in the world. And I think that that's actually a true thing. So that's one of the reasons why the first Gulf War was successful and the second one wasn't. The first Gulf War was about taking a border that had been moved and moving it back and then doing no more. Here, a border has been moved, and the ideal outcome would be to move it back. But if we can't do that entirely, like, it would be difficult with Crimea, for instance, at the very least, we can make it so that it moves minimally and that the cost of its movement is greater than the benefit from that movement. And so it seems to me that that's what it comes down to, is minimizing the movement of borders like around the world.
That argument, I feel like, is like that's the best argument I've heard as to why we should support, like, why Ukraine is good, and why they're the rebels and the other guys are the Darth Vader guys. That's the best one. I do wonder though, Aiko, what would be your? We're in an elevator, and because I'm about to go to the gym, you're in an elevator. You have to convince me. What? Give me the rundown on the international rules-based defense of Kosovo, because it does seem like we're supporting an ethno state, and they were getting genocided. That was happening. But do you get to have your own? Do we get to move borders if you get genocided?
Well, I don't think that stopping borders from moving is the only priority, like in the international world. I just think it's one of the big ones, potentially one of the most important ones. But genocide is up on the list, if not higher. Yeah.
Israel got their own little thing. Sometimes in Southeast Asia, people advocate for ethnic groups will advocate for their own little thing. It's fair enough. Fair enough.
We moved a lot of borders in World War II, and that was for a good reason. So I mean, yeah, it's going to happen for you.
Well, I think World War II is why we decided we don't want to move borders anymore, right? Because it was the post-war movement that made us start to think that way, and then it became more, I guess, congealed or like solidified in the early 90s. So I would say the international rules-based order as it exists now would be, I guess, what Pappy Bush called the New World Order, right? That was the more formalized version of that. I would argue that we've been doing this since after World War II, but with some big exceptions, right? Like annexation. We can all talk about Vietnam and like domino theory and that sort of thing, which ultimately might have led to annexation at some point. Although I'll say that kind of influence is not the same as annexation, right? Like Russia creating the Iron Curtain is not the same as like Russia like annexing land and saying this is Russia now. Those are not the same thing. They're both pretty bad, but they're not the same thing.
So that's more like the realist school of foreign policy.
I mean, there is realism there for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm curious, Aiko. So, like, you've had convinced me before about this idea of borders moving. You've really made a convincing argument, but we've talked about this for months.
Right.
But what if the borders are unjust, right? And the cause of the issues in the first place. So the Middle East, right? Like the division of those countries, for whatever the original reason was,
right.
Like it has caused endless suffering in and of itself. So if someone were to move those borders, like there's been a pan Middle Eastern dream for a long time. If someone were to move those borders, do you think it would be best for the United States or the West to maintain the borders as they are?
I think it's a really hard question to answer. I mean, I think if you look especially at Israel and Palestine, those borders have been moving steadily, like since the creation of Israel. But also, yes, the Pan Arab dream, like the idea, you have the war between Iraq and Iran, things like that. I think the best solution there, I know this sounds like a dodge, but I really think the best solution there is to fricking get off oil. Because one of the reasons why those borders are so high stakes right now is because this is a resource, right? The spice must flow. And a lot of these wars in the Middle East that we fought haven't been because we wanted to control oil or have, like, as Trump used to say, take the oil, right? It was really more that so that nobody stops the oil from flowing just generally, so that the world can have a lot of oil. And the less dependent we are on that, so two ways we can get listed. Well, there's several ways. One is to get off oil, and the other is to the extent that we need oil, to make as much of it outside of those petrostates as possible. So, like a lot of shale oil in North America, for instance, is like really have saved our bacon in the last decade, and I think we need to continue to develop that, even as we try on the consumption side, like to get off oil, because those borders are moving the way they are because things are so high stakes. And secondly, the reason those borders are drawn there to begin with is because of a very bad deal in 1919, where the European powers sort of carved out where those countries would be, in part based on where those oil resources were going to go, and very much against the advice of Lawrence of Arabia, who knew the tribal divisions, who knew how to that if you were going to draw borders at all, you should do it in ways that don't pit mortal enemies against each other, in the same government. And he was totally ignored. So it's too late to redraw those lines along those kinds of ways.
Tradition.
Yeah, that was. Yeah, it was.
I was going to say the irony of not buying oil and getting off oil too is then Russia would also collapse because it is a petrostate. So just irony.
That's happening anyway, right? Because the West is refusing to buy the oil.
To Prime's question, though, just because I'm gonna pop off here really quick. So one last thing I want to say here. To Prime's question, I feel like that conundrum you brought up, the idea of what if the border is just kind of stupid? Can we change them if they're really dumb? I feel like that was the argument that people made in 2014 about Crimea, about why we shouldn't intervene with Crimea. That it's Crimea is very ethnically Russian. They kind of want to be part of Russia. There's the Sevastopol naval base, which still was technically part of the Russia. Was technically there's a little chunk of Russian Federation sovereign territory. I think there was at the time it seemed like a really reasonable argument of it's just give them Crimea, which was something that only became part of Ukraine in the 1950s.
And then they'll stop.
And they'll stop. We'll keep chugging along. So to the Warhawks, I feel like that is the Crimea situation. Crimea and 1991 both feel like it's a W in the hands of the Warhawks. We could have taken out Saddam in 91, and we theoretically could have kind of addressed the situation. Although I don't know how it's going to go. So thank you guys for the conversation. It's always a pleasure. Have a good night, guys.
Yeah, thanks, buddy. Yeah, I'm curious what the other people think about that. Like Tiberius, I'm not sure how much of that you followed.
So me and Aiko have gone around the rules-based order quite a few times. There's some parts where I agree with it, and there's some parts I don't. Jay Chow, I think, is largely also a massive kind of fan of this idea. I cannot go to the world, for basically the world community, and be like, we don't believe in borders moving, because he kind of hit it on the head that there's a couple of borders that are within the Middle East that really make no damn sense and do need to move. I will really scream bloody murder when it comes to sub-Saharan Africa. Almost every border there was just drawn by the empires to bicate and bisect everyone who could become a problem. And that's horrible, because there's a lot of these borders that basically need to be combined and then split off from this group and this group and this group. That should be done in a democratic way, at least in my opinion. But to a large degree, you have entities that exist within Africa that make no sense politically, geographically, any of this. That has to change. So there's a level where I can't really follow through with that outside of hey, should we be a lot more militant in defending countries that I think are democratic leaning or are liberty leaning or rule of law leaning? And we've done a terrible fucking job of it, even though we kind of stroke ourselves off to the wider world saying that we can, and we do, but we really don't. I think we should actually put a method behind the madness, if you will.
But there's a method, right? Like if two countries agree, and like there's internationally monitored referenda, like land can change hands. And I don't think that the rules based order like is the only consideration. Like I said before, like there are other things that compete with it. Genocide being like top of the list. So there are things that compete with it. But in any given situation, I'm going to shall I say, I'm going to err on the side of the rules based order unless like something very compelling overtakes it.
I mean,
Well,
yeah,
then the
don't-
rules change over time.
They do.
I mean, maybe just, and that's the thing. It's like maybe just if you look at it, like nation states operate what in a world of essentially anarchy. There is no government that governs the nation states of Earth, so they have to operate on a basis of either cooperate or defend against each other. Or there's no, if you want a world base order, then you need a world police to enforce the order, and that's the problem. There is no, like, so on a nation to nation basis, it operates on the law of the jungle. You have to either, if they're going to operate in a way that's in their self-interest at times or form alliances and everything, and it's a constantly changing thing. So I mean, it's even like, we try to come up with a way to, like they did it with the Treaty of Vienna after the Napoleonic Wars, and they drew up the borders, and they say, this is it right here, you'll have peace because you got a few buffer countries, and the powers are all trading with each other, and then that shit breaks down, and then they all go to at each other's throats at the drop of a hat, and it's happened over and over again. I mean, and that's the thing. It's like if you want, if we wanted a true world order, then a rules-based order between nations, then you would have to have a world court, a world police, a world, and I don't think people are ready to go down that road either.
Well,
And it's really kind of rough because we're a multipolar planet. Nobody holds all the cards on this world.
So I'm gonna take kind of a secondary to this. The problem is that we can say like no one's ready for the world government. The problem is we kind of do have one, and I'm not talking about the UN. The United States is the world hegemon, and while we have certain areas where we have a lot more influence or just outright control versus others, the reality is that pretty much no one can make any kind of domestic policy without the United States at least raising an eyebrow at it. And that's huge. We are the closest thing to a world government that we've ever seen, even though we don't outright directly control a lot. And I would say that the peace and prosperity of the last 70 years, or even particularly the last 30 years since the collapse of the Soviet Union, really is kind of America filling that vacuum and just being like if you will, the chair of the world government because we just have that level of power. I know it's coercive, and I know we don't do the things the way we always should. But I will fanboy for the American Empire, like having the Germans and the French and the British and the Italians and the Spaniards all on the same team instead of fighting each other is amazing.
I would amend that a little bit. I would say that the hegemon is the West more broadly, and within the West, America is the hegemon for sure. But I don't think we would be like we would have the influence that we have on the world stage if it weren't for Europe, right? So like,
go ahead.
So there are plenty of ways in which it is. There are plenty of ways in which like Europe can critique America and like affect change here. Not as much as the reverse, but certainly enough like to consider them to be like a significant part of that.
So I'll show.
Interesting. Oh, I was I was gonna say, interesting enough, all the world hegemons have been Europe based, except for one, and one of the first ones, China. But they gave way to the Dutch and gave way, or the Spanish, and then gave way to the Portuguese, the Dutch, and then the British, and now America takes the torch. And who knows if it's going to run full circle? But that the hegemon, it's a change in all the time.
So there, I'll just separate this into two. The first part, the hegemon, is that just literally before the Brits, we don't really have a world hegemon. We have regional hegemons. So you get like the Romans and then the Moiras and then China or Han China, right? But like the idea that anyone actually really could do anything on a global level really doesn't show up until like the 1800s, maybe the 1700s at the very end of it.
Is Spanish the blooms? I mean, they had half the world.
Not really. I mean, there was a reason why that empire is gone within 80 years. Like it just literally implodes on itself.
Elizabeth.
I mean, I blame Henry Tudor more than anything, but that's a whole other conversation. Crap. What was the
Okay.
last? What was the
Sorry.
last? What was the last thing that you said, Aiko? I wanted to reply to your point, and I forgot what it was.
I guess about how they're like competing considerations. Like there's the rules based order, but then there's also like tremendous injustice and like things that are untenable, where like a border has to move. Is that what you're talking about, or did you mean about about how the West was a unified hegemony?
Yes, thank you. Okay, so this is the way that I kind of look at it in my own mind, and this has kind of been thrown at me, and it just kind of stuck. So I'll throw it at you. For me, like the United States is like a government. You know, it is a government. It is like a hegemonic power, even on a global station. The West is a civilization. Like I pretty much all the folks that have been at least majority Christian or kind of made their own civilization, which is why we have such strong cultural ties from anyone from the Brits to the Poles to the Italians, right? And that we're all largely on the same team, and we've all had shared a similar shared history. I've really seen a really good analysis just where like all the major religious divisions, the big ones, all constitute their own like civilizational splits, like an Orthodox civilization, Islamic civilization, that kind of thing. So that's kind of how I view that. And then like the West is powerful, but really all the Europeans are effectively just client states of the United States. Like they don't even maintain militaries to a large degree. Like they're just protectorates.
Okay, when you look at it at like as governmental like units, maybe, but let's just look at the past 6 or 7 years. Okay, like you have Trump, who was allied himself with Brexit, allied himself to some degree with Le Pen, and to some degree with the AfD and everything that was happening in Europe. Okay. But then the resistance to Trump, yeah, it was happening like in places like California that were using states' rights to sort of like stop a lot of his like economic and environmental or anti-environmental agenda, right? In order to like enact, I don't know, things like carbon taxing and cafe standards and stuff like that while Trump was in office. But at the same time, you had Europe sort of pushing against Trump too internationally. So he campaigns on the world is laughing on us. We need like a world leader that like the world can respect. And then like approvals of America like drop like a stone in countries across Europe. And to some degree, Europe was able to help like resist a lot of the policies that Trump was trying to enact on the world stage long enough for the next president to come over and like stymie those plans. Not the least of which was his desire to like withdraw from NATO. So I don't think it's equal. Obviously, I think the United States is like more powerful than Europe, like on balance. But I think that there are times when like Europe's influence, its soft power, especially on the world stage, like becomes important for domestic American politics.
I definitely get where you're going. The issue I have here is that I definitely feel like Trump and whatever the Republican Party is right now is more of a symptom than it is a like a cause, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, so it's like you see it with Trump, Le Pen, AfD.
But the symptoms were really bad there for a while.
Yeah, and like so here's the thing. I'm not saying that the symptoms don't have a cause that is something that we need to ignore. In fact, I'm going to say that there's some like hard parts here. And the West is having I'll put it this way. The West is all to collectively having a internal ideological like fight. And honestly, I believe that we're going to see the civilization split, if not 2 ways, 4 ways. But we'll get to that later. What we are having is that we're having a fight over, whatever our deal is going to be.
I can still hear you. I'm just going to be off camera for a sec.
Sure. Like, anyway, to finish this up, when we're having a fight over what those ideals are going to be, because you do have a lot more what we call like nativists that have kind of come about. We've seen like the rise of a very strong traditionalism come about. Basically, a lot of people who believe that the West has forgotten a lot of where its roots are, you know, like liberalism, capitalism, these kind of things have kind of gone to shit. And then some of them are like incredibly radical to where it's just like, oh no, we actually need to go back to like, you know, the 1850s where we're just like hardcore Christians and shit. I think there's a method in the madness in there somewhere that I need to dissect, in regards that I think they have a point, and I think people need to, or like most of us actually acknowledge they do, whether we admit that or not. But the long and the short here is that there is another way forward that is being brought up in against that, and it's just weird because like the right always has this issue with being able to put anything forward because they're the natural conservatives. They don't, they look to the past or they look to the present. They don't look towards tomorrow, which is bad because they don't have anything to put forward that like makes people alleviate that pain and suffering, right? I don't like this situation we're in right now. I really don't.
It's a style of conservatism we haven't seen in America in a while. I think like it feels like European conservatism to me more than anything else.
I agree with that. It's a lot. Like Trump brought back, what was it, armed neutrality as sort of a foreign policy position, which really wasn't considered until back in the 30s and 1920s. Well,
America first, Lindbergh.
Yeah, it is
essentially.
America first.
Well, yeah, and it's quintessentially America first, and it's, you know, armed neutrality as a policy is one of like retrenchment, and you know, so it's like saying we're putting domestic policies first, and this did not start with Trump. It started with Ross Perot, and a lot of those third parties that came out of conservative circles were tired of the neocon circle jerk, and you know, so that kind of created this nucleus. It's like, oh, we have shit trade deals, we have a worsening condition for working class in the nation, and then you know there's a lot of, you know, fear of immigration and everything, for right or wrong. They touched on the cultural issues, but one of the big things on foreign policy was like, well, they kind of romanticized the armed neutrality period. Now, I mean, the armed neutrality period only lasted for a very short time, just because of obvious, reasons, and that's kind of what we're running into now. Is that they tried the, you know, armed neutrality and start that up as a valuable foreign policy, and that's very popular. I know it's very popular on the left and the right, because we got tired of, you know, Afghanistan and Iraq going on for eternity, which seemed like my entire adult life. You know, I even served over there. And the same thing is, people had the same feeling after Vietnam. And they got tired of, you know, the flag waving, moralizing, you know, we're going to save the world because we're the, you know, world police. And people get tired of that shit. And so, yeah, it gained ground in the wrong time, because we have a land war in Europe. And we seem to have, you know, territorial disputes even happening in the Pacific Ocean. And that seems like, and since world trade is also, you know, sort of retrenching, and we're seeing a loss of that and sanctions, you know, we're kind of going back to the dark place, and it's starting to, you know, it's kind of like the 1930s on a geopolitical level, which is is really sad after all the effort we took to get to where we were.
Yeah, I agree. Like when I talk about the rules-based order, like it takes a lot of work to maintain, and sometimes it takes like more effort and like blood and treasure than we would like it to in order to maintain. And what we find is that if we just leave it alone and let chaos kind of fester, it's a lot more expensive in the long run in terms of blood and treasure. But we just, at the time, it just doesn't feel palatable. So it really is tempting. I mean, there was a reason Charles Lindbergh like led this like really popular movement up until the bombing of Pearl Harbor. Americans really like felt like that label was persuasive.
I think there's definitely some things that we can't deny from that. And one of the big things for me that I really did commend Trump on was that he really did not play ball with the Europeans. And I know that you're like in favor of him like pushing back against pretty much everything he did. But the Europeans really need to own up to the fact that without the American prominence, they are a bloodbath waiting to happen. I know everyone's like under this idea.
I agreed with them that about the 2% thing.
the 2% thing, the fact that Germany was absolutely up to the gills in Russian gas. I hate to admit it because I hate the man personally, but he really did kind of call the ball on the Europeans, and they found out the hard way, and they still won't admit it.
That was more Lindsey Graham and Ted Cruz than it was Trump. But yeah, I mean, it was under his administration where they pushed back against Germany on Nord Stream.
Right. And just kind of long story short, it's like, again, I don't want to fanboy for the prick, but on the other side of it, there are hard points to where it's like, hey, Europe, you really are a bunch of fucking free riders. And we have put ourselves at the dispense of you so that you guys could be the front line for the Cold War. But that ended 30 years ago. It's time you pay up. And I 100% support that. I do.
Okay. So I'm gonna end this here. Gonna get any support, unfortunately, and I'm just gonna go to bed. But this was an interesting conversation. I really did